Down near the Persian Gulf, in the landscape that today forms much of Iraq, one of the world's earliest urban societies took shape. Later, Greek writers gave this broad region a name that stuck: Mesopotamia, the land between two rivers. Those rivers, the Euphrates and the Tigris, begin far to the north in the highlands of Anatolia, then run for hundreds of kilometers through Syria and Iraq, feeding a flat alluvial plain before finally reaching the Persian Gulf. For thousands of years, that river system acted like a moving lifeline. It carried water, silt, fish, reeds, and people. It also carried danger, because in a low, open plain, a river can change its mind. When it floods, it does not just overflow, it can shift channels, cut new paths, and abandon old ones. To the north of the southern lowlands lay a region remembered in ancient names as Sumerian. That name matters because it sounds like later Semitic terms used for the southern country, Shumerum, a word that eventually helped produce the modern label, Sumer. The Sumerians themselves had their own name for their homeland, Kiengi, a phrase that can be understood as the land connected to the En, the priest king who stood at the top of a city-state's religious and political life. In those early cities, authority was not separated neatly into sacred and secular worlds. Leadership was expressed through ritual, temple building, offerings, and the claim that human order was anchored to a divine order. The arrival of the Sumerians in the Gulf lowlands likely happened sometime after 4000 BC, but their deeper origins remain uncertain. Their language does not neatly match the surrounding language families, and that isolation has fueled debate for generations. Older theories pictured them moving inland from the coast, travelling upstream from the Persian Gulf. A different reconstruction is now often considered more plausible, that they came from the northeast of Mesopotamia and moved downriver toward the south. Even the presence of northern place names, that echo Sumer, has been treated as a faint clue, suggesting that communities connected to later Sumerian identity may once have lived further upriver before concentrating in the southern plain. When newcomers entered the Gulf environment, they did not step into an empty land. Signs of earlier populations survive in place names that do not sound Sumerian and seem to come from another language, now lost. Cities such as Uruk, Eshnunna, and Shurupak preserve that older layer. River names also hint at complexity. The old Sumerian name associated with the Euphrates does not fit neatly into Sumerian word structure, while the Tigris name can be interpreted more easily, sometimes explained as a phrase like Blue River, built from terms for river and blue. None of this proves a single story, but it does show that the southern plain was already a meeting ground of peoples and tongues long before later empires tried to stamp the region with one identity. By the 5th millennium BC, farming settlements lined the two rivers. These early communities learned a demanding lesson. Rainfall alone could not sustain life there. Water had to be brought to fields on purpose. Canal systems diverted river water into irrigation networks, turning dry ground into workable farmland. The entire economy depended on the timing and behaviour of the rivers. In summer, the sun could be brutal and the land could crack and bake. In other seasons, the threat came from floodwaters that might rush across the plain, drowning crops, collapsing banks, and leaving families exposed. The rivers could nourish a settlement for decades and then, suddenly, undermine it by changing course. In that setting, daily survival required organisation, cooperation, and long-term planning. That pressure is one reason the region became a laboratory for early administration. Along the Persian Gulf coast, wetlands and swamps formed where the rivers dropped their silt. Reeds grew thick in those marshes and became one of the essential building materials of the landscape. Reed structures could be raised quickly and repaired easily, and they became closely tied to the sacred imagination as well. In Sumerian religious thought, watery places were not just geography, they were divine territory. The god Enki, associated with wisdom and the arts of magic, belonged to this world of fresh water, channels, and hidden depths. Tradition imagined him living in a subterranean freshwater realm called the Abzu, set beneath the Earth's surface yet distinct from the salty ocean beyond. One of Enki's major cult centres was Eridu, which in early times sat closer to the coast than it does today. Archaeology has revealed very ancient temple levels there, along with abundant fish remains, suggesting that fish offerings played a role in ritual life at the site. The picture that emerges is not a simple tale of priests and prayers, but a lived relationship between environment, economy, and belief. Ancient lists of kings, compiled much later, look back on Eridu as the first city of the inhabited world. These texts blend mythic memory with historical record. They describe kingship as something that descended from heaven, then moved from city to city, with each place holding authority for a time. After Eridu, other centres are said to have received the privilege of rule, and then the narrative hits a dramatic wall, a vast flood that ended an age. Flood traditions are not unique to Mesopotamia, and later biblical storytelling includes a famous version in which a righteous man is spared, while the rest of humanity is wiped away. But in the Mesopotamian telling, different divine characters drive the drama. The decision to destroy comes from Enlil, while the rescue is set in motion by Enki, who chooses to preserve a righteous ruler named Ziusudra, linked to the city of Shuruppak. In this account, Ziusudra receives detailed instructions to build a vessel capable of enduring catastrophe. Then, the storm arrives with overwhelming force. For days, the winds and waters batter the world until the land is flattened and the familiar boundaries between river, field, and settlement disappear. When calm finally returns, the boat is said to come to rest on a mountain. Birds are sent out to test the landscape, one after another, until the final bird does not return, signalling that the waters have dropped far enough for land to emerge again. Survival is followed by offerings and gratitude, and Ziusudra is rewarded with an extraordinary fate. Life extended beyond normal human limits. Stories like this do more than entertain. They express the region's deep awareness that water brings life and can also erase it in a single season, and they frame that reality as a moral drama under the supervision of powerful, unpredictable gods. After the flood, the old king lists claim that authority shifted to a long series of cities, beginning with Kish in the north, then eventually passing to Uruk. Uruk is where legend and archaeology meet in especially vivid ways. The lists record rulers whose names belong to epic memory as much as to history, most famously Gilgamesh. Uruk lay near the Euphrates, not far from the Persian Gulf, and over time it expanded into something the world had never seen before, a true city on a massive scale. By around 3600 BC, it covered several square kilometres and may have housed tens of thousands of people, protected by major defensive works. A city like that did not grow by accident. It required food supply systems, labour coordination, storage, craft specialisation, and authority capable of organising projects that lasted beyond a single season. The name Uruk itself proved remarkably durable. Across centuries of shifting languages and political borders, echoes of the old city name survived in later regional terms, and the modern place name Waka preserves a clear connection to the ancient city. Archaeological evidence indicates that by roughly 3400 BC, Uruk's defences were expanded into an impressive ring of walls and fortifications, with thick masonry and watchpoints. Inside the walls were not only dense habitation zones, but also open spaces, likely intended for cultivation and gardens. a reminder that even a city depended on agriculture and had to plan for shortages and siege. Uruk's citizens celebrated their walls. Epic tradition opens by pointing to those ramparts as a signature achievement, a monument that turned human labour into lasting stone and brick. The wall becomes a symbol of identity, proof that this place was protected, ordered, and meant to endure. That pride also reflects a broader urban reality. In early Mesopotamia, the city was not only a collection of houses, it was a machine for concentrating resources and people. It pulled in food from surrounding fields, drew raw materials from far away, trained specialists, and projected influence outward through trade and colonization. Trade is one of the clearest reasons Uruk became so powerful. Its networks stretched widely, and traces of Uruk material culture appear far beyond the southern plain. Cylinder seals, standardized vessels, and architectural styles show up across long distances, marking the movement of goods and ideas. Groups tied to Uruk travelled north toward the borders of Anatolia, east into what is now Iran, where they helped establish a strong presence at Susa, and westward in routes that may have connected, directly or indirectly, with Egypt through maritime corridors. This outward movement is often described as an Uruk expansion, but it can be imagined more concretely as a chain of outposts, enclaves, and trading stations threaded along routes that already existed. Donkey caravans carried commodities that mattered: copper, silver, stones, fibres, and finished textiles. The people linked to Uruk did not move empty-handed. They brought tools, craft knowledge, building practices, food habits, and the gods of their own city. In some places, they settled where population was sparse and built communities that looked like transplanted pieces of the southern world. In other areas, they lived as distinct quarters inside older local societies. One strong motive for pushing north may have been access to metals. Anatolia and neighbouring highland regions held rich sources of copper and silver, and evidence from Uruk itself includes signs of metalworking, as well as imported ceramics from northern Mesopotamia, Anatolia, and the lands beyond. One excavated northern outpost, Habuba Kabira, illustrates how deliberate this expansion could be. Around 3200 BC, colonists established a settlement with straight streets and substantial walls, a planned community rather than a village that grew gradually. The choice of location makes practical sense. It sat in a zone where rainfall supported agriculture without intensive irrigation, and where open landscapes could sustain herding. Sheep and goats could be raised in large numbers, and crops like flax may also have been cultivated. This mattered because textiles were not a side activity in Uruk. They were a major industry. Large workshops depended on steady deliveries of wool and fibres, and that demand could shape entire regional economies. Within Uruk itself, administrative records and imagery point toward a workforce heavily involved in production, including many women engaged in spinning, weaving, and processing goods. The city needed food and raw materials to support these workshops, and it needed mechanisms to distribute rations and manage labour. Finished textiles moved back along the trade routes by caravan and were exchanged for metals and other valuables. In this kind of system, a city can function like a hub that pulls resources inward and sends products outward, reinforcing its dominance through economic gravity rather than only through warfare. The Uruk expansion lasted roughly 2 centuries, and then, surprisingly, it unravelled around 3200 BC. Some northern sites were abandoned outright, while elsewhere the southern newcomers blended into local populations or developed along different cultural lines. Connections with Egypt faded, and eastern enclaves shifted under local powers. The precise cause is still debated. One possibility is that mobile Semitic-speaking groups moved into the plain and disrupted the corridor that linked north and south, breaking the trade chain that had made the system profitable. Once northern Mesopotamia was cut off, it developed on its own trajectory, no longer tied as tightly to the southern model. Yet Uruk itself did not collapse. Instead, it adapted. If northern routes became unreliable, merchants could pivot toward the Persian Gulf, turning to maritime pathways and new partners. In later written sources, a distant land called Meluha appears, sometimes connected with the civilization that developed along the Indus River. The details are elusive because Indus writing remains undeciphered, and ancient references do not provide a clear map. Still, clues suggest some kind of contact. A small settlement in southern Mesopotamia later carried the name Meluha, and seals and iconography sometimes show animals associated with the Indus world, such as water buffalo. Later, rulers would even boast of ships arriving from faraway places, a political way of saying that the world's riches flowed toward the imperial centre. Inside Uruk, sacred architecture anchored the city's identity. In its earliest phases, the urban landscape included two major districts. In the western quarter, Kulab, a sanctuary was dedicated to An, a sky god whose name could also serve as a general marker of divinity. His temple stood atop a high terrace, and later, excavators nicknamed it the White Temple because its outer walls were coated in pale plaster. In the eastern district, a major complex was devoted to Inanna, remembered as the mistress of a great sacred precinct known as Inanna, a name that can be understood as House of Heaven. By around 3400 BC, monumental buildings in that precinct reached astonishing scale, with broad courtyards, processional spaces, and richly decorated walls that used coloured cones set into plaster to create geometric mosaics. From these precincts came some of the earliest clay tablets written in the new script. The content is revealing. Lists of deliveries, accounts of goods, records of allocations. It is the paperwork of an economy that had grown too large to manage by memory alone. The huge buildings associated with Inanna have often been described as temples, yet some scholars argue that the label may be too simple. They point out that these structures could also be administrative centres, workshops, or the grand houses of powerful families. In practice, the distinction may not have existed in the way modern categories suggest. Religious and economic life were woven together. Rulers claimed legitimacy through divine favour. Temples functioned as institutions with staff and resources, and the daily care of the gods blended seamlessly with storage, production, and redistribution. Inanna's presence was central to this world. Tradition imagined her cult life tied to a specific residence area, where the divine image was housed and where high-ranking temple personnel lived and worked, with kitchens, sleeping quarters, and workshops serving the needs of the sacred household. The city's myths praise the splendour of her precinct and treat it as a place where divine power visibly touched human architecture. Even when written versions of these stories were recorded much later, they preserve the memory of an older age in which Uruk's greatness was inseparable from the goddess who protected it. As Uruk's economy expanded, older administrative tools began to fail. Around 3400 BC, two innovations appeared that transformed how power and property could be tracked: the cylinder seal and the development of writing. Stamping technology itself was ancient. For a long time, stamps had been used to decorate textiles and mark ownership on pottery. But the cylinder seal took stamping into a new dimension. This small roller, often only a couple of centimetres long, was carved with intricate scenes. When rolled across damp clay, it produced a continuous frieze, a repeating signature that could not be easily forged once the clay dried or was baked. Seals were made from clay, wood, or stone, while the most prestigious could be cut from rare materials and mounted with precious metal. Owners wore them on cords or attached them to clothing, and they guarded them as personal identity and authority made tangible. The seal's practical use was straightforward and powerful. A vessel or chest could be covered, tied with cord, and then a lump of clay pressed onto the binding. The seal was rolled over that clay, leaving a mark that served as a guarantee of origin and an assurance that the container had not been opened. Storehouse doors could be secured the same way. To break the seal was to admit that the closure had been violated. In an economy of long-distance movement and large-scale storage, that kind of trust technology was revolutionary. Seals also became windows into daily life. Early examples show abstract motifs, but later ones depict people at work and in ritual scenes. Some show figures processing dairy, spinning thread, weaving on looms, and packing goods, often under supervision. Animals and symbolic creatures appear as well, hinting at ideas of household stability, prosperity, and fertility. Other images focus on herding and farming, cattle behind fences, milking scenes, and the handling of agricultural products. Over time, the seal shifted from being a simple mark of ownership to something closer to a personal signature used to validate contracts and correspondence. Seals could be inherited, modified, or reinscribed, and their images could be adjusted to reflect a new owner's status and identity. Writing emerged alongside these administrative pressures. Humans had always drawn, but drawing is not the same as writing. Writing begins when signs represent words of spoken language, not just pictures of objects. In Uruk, a critical step was taken when signs began to stand, for sounds and meanings in ways that could express ideas that could not be easily drawn. The earliest path toward this system likely ran through counting. Long before abstract numerals, people used small tokens to track quantities. A shepherd might use pebbles or shaped counters to represent animals, moving one token per sheep as a way to audit the herd. Across many sites, archaeologists have found such tokens, showing that this method lasted for millennia. In Mesopotamia, the system became more elaborate. Tokens could be sealed inside clay envelopes, creating a kind of tamper-resistant record of what was supposed to be delivered or returned. Seals protected these clay containers so that opening them would be obvious. But the method had a weakness. Once tokens were enclosed, people could forget what was inside. A clever adjustment followed. Tokens were pressed into the outer surface of the clay so the contents could be read without breaking it. Eventually, an even simpler leap was made. Instead of enclosing tokens at all, why not press the marks directly onto a flat clay tablet? The clay ball became unnecessary, and the tablet became the new medium of record. As transactions grew more complex, mere quantities were no longer enough. Administrators needed to record ownership, destination, and purpose. They began adding small icons that identified an institution, such as a temple, to indicate that goods belonged to that authority. Step by step, signs that began as pictures drifted towards signs that represented spoken words. A symbol for a concrete object could be repurposed because the word for that object sounded like a different word, allowing a kind of wordplay that turned pictures into language. This rebus-like logic made it possible to write actions and abstractions, such as paying or receiving, not just lists of sheep and jars. It was not a single invention dropped into the world fully formed, but a chain of practical solutions that, together, produced one of humanity's biggest leaps. The profession of the scribe emerged inside this system. A scribe shaped and held a tablet of wet clay, then used a reed stylus to incise signs. Over time, complex curves were simplified, because clay and stylus favour straight impressions. Signs became more angular, more efficient, and increasingly distant from the original pictures. Eventually, the scribe was not drawing as much as pressing the stylus to create wedge-like marks. That visual character is why modern scholars call the script cuneiform. In its earliest phases, the writing direction differed from later convention, and over centuries, the layout and orientation of signs changed as scribal practice standardized. Sumerian tradition even preserved a mythic explanation for the birth of writing, tied to a rivalry between the legendary ruler Enmerkar of Uruk and the lord of Aratta. Messages were carried back and forth by a tireless messenger, but one instruction became too long and complex to memorize. Enmerkar's solution was to shape clay and inscribe the message onto it. The recipient, confronted with the strange marks, could not read them. The tablet looked like a field of nail-like impressions, and without the skill to interpret them, the Lord of Aratta was left speechless. In this story, writing is not just a clever tool. It is a weapon of statecraft, a way to dominate a rival by controlling a new technology of communication. For centuries, the meaning of these wedge marks was lost to the modern world. European travellers copied inscriptions from monuments and brought sketches home, but without a bilingual key, the signs remained stubbornly opaque. The breakthrough came through a monumental inscription carved high on a cliff at Bisotun, in Iran. The text was written in 3 languages, and one of them, Old Persian, proved more approachable because it had fewer signs and was related to later Persian forms. A determined effort to copy the cliff text provided scholars with the comparative material needed to unlock the other versions, including Elamite and Akkadian. The story carved there was a royal proclamation by Darius, describing how he secured the throne. The practical question of whether ordinary people could read such a text mattered less than the symbolic power of writing itself. Inscribing an account into stone gave it authority, permanence, and a kind of sacred force. Once Akkadian could be read with confidence, another surprise emerged. Many Akkadian texts contained words and signs that did not belong to Akkadian at all. They pointed back to an older language, Sumerian. In the 3rd millennium BC, Semitic-speaking groups entered Mesopotamia, and their language, later called Akkadian, rose to prominence, especially under the dynasty associated with Sargon of Akkad. Sargon conquered the southern cities and absorbed a great deal of their culture, including their scribal system. In a pattern familiar from other eras, a prestigious written tradition outlived everyday speech. Sumerian continued to be written and studied long after it ceased to be the language of daily life, while Akkadian became the dominant medium for administration and diplomacy. For more than 2,000 years, Akkadian served as an international language across much of the ancient Near East, used in correspondence between kings and courts. From this growing body of texts, a complex religious world becomes visible. Before writing, only images survive, and their meanings must be inferred. After writing appears, the evidence is richer and more direct. The written record reveals a society that imagined the cosmos as crowded with divine and supernatural forces. Gods, goddesses, and lesser spirits were thought to manage every part of existence, from weather and fertility to crafts and kingship. Over time, thousands of divine names accumulated in tradition, suggesting an endlessly expandable, sacred landscape. Early figures may have been imagined as nature powers without fixed human form, but in the 3rd millennium, depictions increasingly show gods in human shape, marked by distinctive crowns with bull horns. The number of horns could signal rank, turning divine imagery into a visible hierarchy. The visual language of the gods also reflects political reality. As courts became more elaborate, gods were portrayed in ways that echoed royal life, while older demons and hybrid beings retained a more uncanny appearance. The king stood at the centre of this system, claiming privileged access to the divine realm. He built temples, appointed priests, and organised offerings, but he also used religion to legitimise authority and bind the city together. In the Sumerian world, belief was not a separate compartment. It was the framework through which people understood their rivers, their floods, their walls, their trade, their labour, and the fragile line between survival and disaster. Inanna was identified with the planet Venus, the brightest celestial body in the sky after the sun and the moon. She was also the patron goddess of Uruk, the city that would grow into the most powerful urban centre of its age. Yet Uruk was not devoted to her alone. Another ancient deity, An, associated with the vast dome of heaven, also had his seat there, and stood at the summit of the divine hierarchy in theory, but in myth, he appears distant and indistinct, almost withdrawn from active involvement. It is even possible that he did not originate within Sumerian tradition at all, but belonged to an earlier stratum of belief that the Sumerians inherited and absorbed. Far to the south lay Eridu, sacred to Enki, whose name means Lord of the Earth. He was linked with wisdom, creative intelligence, ritual knowledge, and the hidden powers of fresh water. In stories preserved from later centuries, Inanna attempts to carry Enki's sacred powers away from Eridu to Uruk by boat. Beneath the mythic surface, this tale may reflect rivalry between the two cities, each promoting its own divine protector as supreme. As time moved into the third millennium, another god rose steadily in prominence, Enlil, whose name can be understood as Lord Air. Enlil governed the realm between heaven and earth, the invisible space that held the world together. His sanctuary stood in Nippur, a city regarded as the cosmic centre, the place where the axis of the world and the pillar of heaven were believed to stand. Together, An, Enlil, and Enki formed a powerful triad. Between them, they divided authority over sky, air, and the subterranean waters. Each was imagined to hold a distinct path across the heavenly dome, along which celestial bodies such as the sun, moon, and planets moved in orderly procession. In the earliest phases of Sumerian religion, the gods were not clearly defined as male or female. The Sumerian language itself does not mark grammatical gender in the way many later languages do. Words that could mean son or daughter, husband or wife, did not carry fixed masculine or feminine endings. Over time, however, the gods became increasingly human in character. By the third millennium, they were portrayed in human form with recognizable personalities and relationships. Only a few deities, such as An and the sun god Utu, retained names that stood alone. Most others were addressed as Lord or Lady, titles that emphasized rank rather than personal identity. Inanna was styled Lady of Heaven. The moon god Nanna, her father in later tradition, was called Lord Heaven. As myth developed, the gods were arranged into a vast extended family. Consorts were assigned, though these divine spouses often remained shadowy figures. Ningal, Great Lady, became the wife of the moon god, and therefore mother of Inanna. Utu, the sun, was counted among the moon god's children and so became Inanna's brother. Enlil's wife was Ninlil, Lady Lil. As Enlil's importance increased, theologians and scribes elevated him to the position of father of the gods, placing him at the head of a structured divine lineage. The world imagined by Sumerians and later Akkadians was shaped like a flat disk floating upon a vast body of fresh water. Beneath it lay another ocean of salt water. Above arched the solid dome of heaven. The stars and planets were sometimes described as the livestock of the moon god, moving across the sky as herds across pasture. At the edges of the known world stood distant mountains, the realm known as Kur, associated with death and the far horizon. In later thought, the netherworld came to be located beneath the Earth's surface, entered in the west, where the sun vanished each evening. Only in death could humans enter that land of no return. The sun itself travelled through that hidden realm each night, moving invisibly from west to east, before emerging again at dawn. On carved seals, the sun god is shown rising between mountain gates, rays flashing from his shoulders, a saw held in his hand as he cuts his path into daylight. The cosmic order was never secure. Ancient tradition imagined a universe threatened by chaotic forces that had existed long before the present generation of gods. Illness was attributed to hostile spirits. Strange composite creatures appear on seals, locked in combat with heroic figures or celestial animals. These images may also reflect observations of the heavens, where constellations rise and fall in seasonal cycles. The bull and the lion, prominent on seals, have often been linked to the constellations later known as Taurus and Leo, which mark turning points in the agricultural year. The sky itself was a battlefield of symbols, a reflection of earthly struggle. When Semitic-speaking Akkadians entered the Mesopotamian plain, they did not erase Sumerian belief. Instead, they adopted it. They kept the writing system and incorporated Sumerian deities into their own, more streamlined pantheon. Inanna became known as Sin. Utu was called Shamash. Inanna was identified with the Akkadian goddess of Venus. Divine names shifted languages, but the underlying figures endured. By the late 4th millennium, Uruk had grown into an unprecedented metropolis. The tablets discovered there speak primarily of economic matters, rather than grand narratives. Temple scribes recorded deliveries of grain, oil, and beer, noting quantities and sometimes the names of officials responsible. The origin of these goods is not specified. They may have come from temple lands, from rents owed by cultivators, or from contributions demanded of surrounding communities. The records show an institution deeply engaged in production, storage, and redistribution. In this administrative environment appears one of the earliest traces of Inanna's presence. Her written sign is distinctive. Rather than spelling her name in full, scribes used a single emblem that represented her. The symbol resembles a tall standard ending in a curved flourish, sometimes accompanied by another sign, indicating exalted status. The combination could be read as Exalted Inanna or Majesty Inanna. The earliest visual representation of the goddess does not show a human figure, but this very emblem, suggesting that the object itself carried sacred meaning. The exact origin of this symbol remains debated. It appears frequently in scenes of agricultural abundance. On seals, it stands near enclosures filled with livestock or beside towering storage jars. Reliefs show it rising from the roof of reed structures where animals are kept. In one scene, a figure, likely female, holds the standard while standing near massive jars. The scale indicates that the object was as tall as a person. Early scholars propose that such standards were fashioned from bundled reeds bound together into a pillar-like form and erected at sacred locations, perhaps where floodwaters had receded and fertile ground re-emerged. Later, as temples were constructed in durable materials, the standards of particular gods were placed beside entrances as identifying emblems. Each major deity had a distinctive form. Inanna's was characterized by its curved top and flowing plume. Over time, these standards were stylized into written signs and eventually simplified as the script evolved. Inanna's emblem was associated with the term M-Ash, a word connected with radiance, brilliance, and shimmering light. The brilliance of Venus in the twilight sky may have inspired this association. Hymns describe her wearing a radiant crown compared to gleaming stone or to a constellation of stars. Later, astrological texts mention occasions when Venus appeared with a luminous halo. The image of a shining diadem likely captured both her celestial identity and her royal authority. The meaning of her name has long been discussed. Interpreted as Lady of Heaven, it fits her association with Venus and the sky. In early periods, her gender may not have been firmly fixed, but by the 3rd millennium she emerges clearly as a goddess. Her name was often avoided in direct speech. Ancient people treated divine names with caution, fearing misuse or offence. Circumlocutions were preferred, such as goddess of the palace or goddess of the land. Even her written sign may have functioned as a respectful substitute for full pronunciation. She was frequently addressed as Majesty, a title that appears in early offering lists from Uruk. The epithet may reflect her elevated position in the divine hierarchy, or perhaps the brilliance of her planetary manifestation. Around 3000 BC, additional designations appear that correspond to Venus as morning star and evening star. In some contexts, these aspects seem almost distinct, with separate festivals marking their appearances. As an inner planet, Venus alternates between western evening visibility and eastern dawn visibility. The Sumerians tracked these cycles carefully, associating them with divine agency. Another epithet links her to the mountain. When Venus rises in the east before dawn, it seems to skim above the Zagros range before fading in the strengthening light. A hymn celebrates her appearance over the mountains, spreading radiance across earth and sky. The mountains thus became a poetic birthplace for the goddess in myth. One controversial title applied to her in later texts is New Gig. Earlier interpretations translated this as a term implying ritual servitude, but such translations are no longer widely accepted. The linguistic components suggest meanings connected with separation, taboo, or sanctity. The word could refer to someone set apart from ordinary life, whether in sacred service or because of ritual restriction. Applied to Inanna, the title appears to emphasize power and distinctiveness, rather than subordination. A different theory once proposed that her name referred not to heaven, but to date clusters, since the Sumerian word for heaven can also be connected in some contexts with fruit. This interpretation has not gained general acceptance, yet it highlights an undeniable link between Inanna and the date palm. The date palm was indispensable in southern Mesopotamia. It thrived in extreme heat, tolerating saline soils and drawing water from irrigated ground. Every part of the tree could be used: fruit eaten fresh or dried, syrup produced, flour stored, pits fed to livestock, fibres woven, even beverages fermented. In art and hymn alike, the date palm appears as a symbol of fertility and prosperity. Artificial pollination of date palms was practiced in antiquity. Farmers transferred pollen from male to female trees to increase yield. The process was understood as a form of sexual union, and the language used for animal breeding was applied to plant fertilization as well. Such acts naturally fell under the symbolic domain of Inanna, who was associated with love, desire, and generative power. Some scholars have suggested that her curved standard may be a stylized representation of date clusters hanging beneath the palm fronds. On many seals, women are shown engaged in pollination, reinforcing the association between the goddess and agricultural fecundity. Inanna's presence is also marked by the rosette, a star-like emblem with multiple petals. This motif later became associated more broadly with divinity, but it remained especially tied to her. On reliefs, the rosette appears beside her standards and livestock, indicating animals belonging to her domain. Archaeological finds from Uruk include rosette ornaments discovered in areas identified with her cult, supporting the connection. The lion became another enduring symbol. On vessels and seals, her standard stands between lions, and later images show her resting a foot upon a lion's back. The animal conveyed strength, dominance, and untamed force, qualities that matched her character in myth. Gradually, Inanna took on a fully anthropomorphic form in art. Early depictions of goddesses are difficult to distinguish from noble women, as clothing and posture are similar. By about 2300 BC, divine figures can be identified by horned crowns, circular diadems adorned with bull horns. In some early reliefs, a goddess with vegetal stalks rising from her shoulders holds date clusters, symbolizing abundance. Whether these images represent Inanna or another fertility goddess is not always certain, since iconographic conventions overlapped. On steles from Lagash, a seated goddess, larger than surrounding figures, receives the homage of a ruler. Inscriptions identifying temple construction suggest that in at least some cases, this enthroned figure is indeed Inanna. Even in these early images, she appears closely linked with royal authority, a relationship that would define her role for centuries. Later, seals show her standing upon mountains with wings spread, reinforcing her celestial aspect. She may appear alongside Utu the sun god and Enki, with streams of water flowing from his shoulders. In another image, she restrains a lion while guiding a plough, uniting wild power and cultivated fertility. The symbolism underscores her influence over both nature and agriculture. As Uruk's political and economic stature expanded, its goddess rose with it. Whether she had always belonged exclusively to Uruk is uncertain. Myths connect her with distant Arata beyond the mountains, suggesting older layers of worship that predate urban consolidation. It is possible that groups migrating from eastern highlands brought her cult into the southern plains. Within Uruk, she shared space with An, whose mythic role remained subdued. And may represent an older divine order that was not entirely displaced, but gradually overshadowed by more dynamic figures such as Inanna and Enlil. Picture a world 5,000 years in the past, in the flat riverlands where the Euphrates and Tigris turn mud into harvest. The people of Sumer did not leave behind diaries or personal confessions. What survives are images carved into stone and clay, and short records made for counting grain, beer, animals, and labour. Those records were practical, not poetic. They were never written to explain beliefs or emotions. Yet, once writing existed, a new door opened. Myths, hymns, and ritual memories could finally be fixed into words. Before that moment, the best clues come from art, scenes that begin to look less like decoration and more like storytelling. Around 3000 BCE, cylinder seals and carved reliefs start to show sequences: a procession, an offering, a sacred threshold, a figure receiving gifts. One of the most striking objects from this period is a tall alabaster vessel, known today as the Uruk vase. Even without a single line of explanation carved beside it, the vase reveals an entire worldview built around water, fertility, abundance, and the power of a goddess whose presence shaped the life of a city. The vase was found inside the sacred precinct of Uruk, in an area tied to major religious buildings. It had been stored carefully with other valuable items, as if placed there on purpose rather than discarded. Such collections can form for different reasons. Sometimes, older ceremonial objects are buried when a new building phase begins, treated with respect because they remain holy even when no longer used. Sometimes temple wealth is hidden in a moment of danger, kept out of reach of thieves or invaders. Whatever the reason, the vessel survived long enough to be uncovered in modern excavations, later suffering damage in recent conflict, and then returning to view again. that modern history only sharpens the sense that the object has always been contested, valued, and vulnerable. The surface of the vase is arranged in horizontal bands, like a moving scroll. At the bottom appear flowing lines of water. Above the water rise plants, grain stalks and branches that evoke the river's edge and the irrigated fields beyond. In this one band, the whole economy is already present. No river means no canals, and no canals means no harvest. The water is not just scenery, it is the foundation. Above the plants come animals, sheep and rams in orderly rhythm, a repeating pattern that feels like herding, breeding, and wealth made visible. Then, in the next band, the human procession begins. Naked men stride forward carrying baskets and bowls piled with produce. One carries a spouted vessel that suggests ritual pouring. Their nudity is not casual. In many ancient societies, the body itself can become a sign of purity in sacred space, stripped of ordinary clothing and status markers. In such settings, the goal is to remove anything profane before approaching the divine. The message is simple. Sacred ground demands a different state of being. The upper section is damaged, but enough survives to sense the climax. A leading figure once stood at the head of the procession. Only fragments remain, including part of a garment pattern and a long belt held by an attendant. That detail matters. Other images from Uruk show a prominent man wearing a distinctive net-patterned skirt, often accompanied by a smaller follower in a similar but shorter garment. The repeated pairing is hard to ignore. It suggests rank, mentorship, and public performance. A central authority and a close subordinate moving together through ritual scenes. On seals from the same cultural world, this net-skirted figure appears feeding animals with branches, standing near rosettes, and operating beside tall storage jars. The setting often includes a sacred emblem associated with Inanna, the goddess of Uruk. Those emblems can stand like towering standards beside pens, storehouses, or temple facades. Instead of a portrait of a goddess, the sign itself announces her presence. The symbol functions like a flag, a name, and a divine signature all at once. The Uruk vases also shows a woman at the threshold of a structure packed to the roof with abundance. She receives the procession's gifts and raises her hand toward her face in a greeting gesture. The scene invites a question that has never been fully settled. Is this woman the goddess herself, or a high-ranking priestess acting in her place? Both possibilities fit the world of early Mesopotamia. In later periods, gods are shown with clear divine crowns and dramatic attributes. But early art often blurs the boundary. A divine being can appear standing. A human official can sit on a throne. Ritual gestures can be used by both. In the earliest centuries, the goddess may not have been depicted as a human figure at all, because her standards already represented her. That would make the woman at the doorway a human agent, a temple leader receiving offerings for the deity whose symbols rise behind her. At the same time, the woman's elevated position and the presence of the sacred signs create a charged ambiguity. Early Sumer did not separate religion from governance. The temple was economy, law, ceremony, storage, labor organization, and divine presence in one. A priestess could be a political figure. A ruler could be a ritual specialist. The image does not need to fit modern categories to be meaningful. This is where the titles of early Sumer become important. The term, often translated as En, points to a kind of leadership that is both sacred and administrative. In later times, it can mean priest, ruler, or high-status official. In the earliest layers, it seems to carry the weight of stewardship over fertility and order. Crops, herds, and the well-being of the city were not simply practical matters. they were seen as outcomes shaped by divine favor, ritual correctness, and the right person standing in the right place at the right moment. Alongside the N appears another title, Nin, meaning lady or mistress. A Nin is not merely a spouse in a private sense. It can mark a high-status female role tied to temple authority and ritual responsibility. In a world where surplus must be collected and redistributed, where textiles are produced at scale, where labour is coordinated, a leading woman can stand at the centre of real economic power. The imagery from Uruk supports this. Scenes show women near storage, ceremony, and emblematic objects that represent divine ownership. Some early traditions hint at a paired leadership, a male En and a female Nin functioning together in ceremonies meant to renew abundance. Such rites would not be surprising in an agrarian society, dependent on irrigation and seasonal cycles. The logic is straightforward. If nature is fragile, then ritual becomes a technology for stability. If prosperity depends on forces beyond human control, then public ceremony becomes a way to negotiate with those forces. Over time, the balance shifts. The paired figures fade, and the leading male figure becomes dominant in the imagery, still accompanied by a subordinate, but now linked more directly to the goddess herself. The ruler becomes the primary human partner of the city's divine patron. In this model, authority is not only inherited or seized, it is granted, confirmed, and renewed through divine relationship. That relationship takes on its strongest form in the idea later known as the sacred marriage. In this concept, the ruler's legitimacy is sealed through a ceremonial union with the goddess. Not necessarily as a literal event, as modern audiences might imagine it, but as a public ritual of fertility, renewal, and political authorization. The gifts carried in processions, the abundant food, the vessels for pouring, and the dramatic approach to the temple threshold all fit a world where the ruler receives the right to rule by entering the sacred space under the goddess's sign. The ideology behind such scenes becomes even clearer in royal imagery that casts the leader as shepherd. On seals, the same net-skirted figure tends animals, feeds them, and protects them. In other scenes, he is a hunter aiming his weapon at wild predators. The symbolism is direct. The people are the flock. Danger is the wilderness. The ruler is the watchful guardian. The message is not subtle. Order must be defended. Prosperity must be maintained. Leadership is justified by care and protection, and also by force when necessary. There are also darker images from early Mesopotamia, showing prisoners and violence under a supervising figure. Those scenes may relate to control, intimidation, or the sealing of official spaces such as doors. Whatever their immediate function, they remind the viewer that early states were not gentle. They were competitive, hierarchical, and sometimes brutal. Ritual and violence could exist in the same political system because both served the same end, keeping the city intact. Legendary stories reinforce this worldview. One famous cycle describes a ruler of Uruk locked in rivalry with a distant lord beyond the mountains. Both claim the favour of Inanna. Both speak as if the goddess chooses a partner on earth, and that choice determines who truly holds authority. In such tales, the goddess is not an abstract symbol. She is an active power whose preference can elevate one king and humiliate another. The city's triumph becomes proof of divine approval. Another strand of tradition links Inanna with a shepherd lover whose gifts are the produce of the land. In love songs, the goddess is not distant. She becomes a young woman preparing for union, receiving baskets of abundance at the doorway of a sacred household. These songs transform political theology into intimate drama. Yet the logic remains the same. Union with the goddess means life, fertility, and stability for the community. a different tale presents Inanna in an even more human emotional register. The story of a sacred tree carried from the river and planted in her garden. Time passes. The tree grows, but dangerous beings claim it. A serpent settles in the roots. A powerful bird nests in the branches. A dark presence takes the trunk. Inanna mourns because the tree was meant to become the materials of her throne and bed, symbols of rule and sacred intimacy. Help does not come from the expected direction, but from the hero of Uruk, who drives the intruders away and turns the wood into objects of authority and ritual power. Here, the cosmic and the political merge again. A tree becomes the axis between sky and earth, and the hero becomes the protector not only of a city, but of the goddess's order. Across these stories and images, a consistent pattern emerges. Inanna stands above other city deities in a special way because she is the one who can grant legitimacy through union. Her symbols appear beside storage. Her rosette marks divine ownership. Her lion signals power. Rulers approach her with offerings, and the city's prosperity is framed as the outcome of her favour. Centuries later, new empires rise and languages change, but the structure of the idea remains. Inanna is renamed, reinterpreted, and absorbed into broader pantheons, yet she continues to appear as the giver of authority. In palace art, a goddess stands with a lion beneath her, weapons rising like living emblems of force, while she extends the signs of rule to a king. Flowing water and plant life surround her, not as decoration, but as a declaration. Legitimate power is expected to bring abundance. The image is a contract written in symbol rather than ink. In early Mesopotamia, a temple was not a gathering place for the public. It was not designed for communal worship in the way later religious traditions would understand it. The temple was the dwelling of a god. Access to its inner chamber was tightly controlled. Only the ruler and appointed priests could approach the divine image, and even they were required to undergo strict purification rituals before doing so. Ordinary people remained outside the sacred core, offering prayers from the outer courtyard or beyond the walls of the sanctuary. As cities expanded in southern Mesopotamia during the late 4th millennium BCE, the role of the temple changed dramatically. Uruk, which had grown into one of the largest urban centres of its time, transformed not only physically but socially. The Inanna district became the centre of immense building projects. Written tablets from this period reveal intense economic activity, centred in these sacred precincts. Vast tracts of agricultural land, enormous herds of livestock, and extensive storehouses were administered from within the temple complex. The earliest administrative tablets show meticulous accounting. Grain deliveries were recorded in detail. Herds of cattle, sheep, and goats were counted and redistributed. The temple oversaw ploughmen, ox drivers, shepherds, fishermen, brewers, bakers, cooks, leather workers, and textile labourers. Women processed wool and flax into thread and cloth. Craftsmen worked wood, stone, silver, and imported metals. Traders transported goods along river routes and desert tracks. Scribes documented every transaction. Even singers, ritual specialists, and snake charmers appear in these records. In this environment, distinctions between sacred and secular blurred. The temple was a religious institution, but it was also an economic engine. Archaeologists often struggle to distinguish between palace and temple structures, because both functioned as centres of authority, storage, and administration. Political and religious power were deeply intertwined. Yet monumental temples were not the only sacred spaces. Cylinder seals from the same era depict much simpler shrines. These are small reed structures standing in open areas, marked by divine standards. Processions approach them, bearing offerings. Some participants are nude, likely in ritual purity. The large dominant ruler figure seen in other imagery is sometimes absent. Instead, ordinary worshippers, including women, appear prominently. One scene shows a woman seated on a raised platform with arms lifted in prayer. 3 divine standards stand before her. Her elevated position suggests leadership within the ritual, possibly as a priestess. These images hint at forms of worship that coexisted with official temple administration, traditions rooted in older community practices that survived alongside the emerging urban elite. The rise of cities reshaped society. In earlier village life, kinship networks provided social stability. Land was abundant, and families could relocate easily. But as cities grew along riverbanks, irrigation allowed unprecedented agricultural surplus. Surplus created trade. Trade generated wealth. Wealth created inequality. Merchants travelled long distances, returning with rare materials and exotic goods. Some families accumulated power and influence. Social divisions deepened. A new elite emerged, and with it, a new worldview. This elite invested heavily in monumental architecture, presenting themselves as uniquely favoured by the gods. Religion became a language of legitimacy. Political authority may initially have been shared among influential families. But over time, leadership consolidated in the hands of a dominant ruler. This leader claimed special selection by the city's patron deity. Images show him hunting lions, defeating enemies, supervising construction projects, and making offerings to the gods. He appears as protector, warrior, and mediator between divine and human realms. The metaphor of the shepherd became central. The ruler tends his flock, feeds and defends it. Subjects are cast as livestock under his care. Such imagery served as powerful political symbolism, reinforcing obedience and hierarchy. Meanwhile, everyday religious life continued in domestic settings. Families built small household shrines. Ancestors were buried beneath floors. Pipes were constructed to pour offerings of water to the dead. At the end of each lunar month, families gathered to honour departed relatives. Protective spirits were invoked, and small figurines buried at thresholds to guard against malevolent forces. Women often played key roles in these household rituals, mediating between the living and the unseen. In Sumerian language, the word for temple was simply the word for house. The god's dwelling was conceived as a house like any other, though sacred. Early shrines resembled modest reed huts. Over time, these developed into larger reed houses, and eventually into monumental structures built of brick. Even so, the symbolic memory of the reed hut endured. The reed hut carried associations of protection, shelter, and even birth. In some traditions, childbirth occurred within such structures. The imagery of enclosure and renewal connected the hut to ideas of creation. When divine statues were crafted, sculptors withdrew into special reed workshops. Rituals accompanied the creation process, treating the statue's completion as a form of birth. As urban society matured, temples were raised upon terraces. These elevated platforms eventually evolved into the stepped structures later known as ziggurats. Unlike Egyptian pyramids, which served as tombs, Mesopotamian ziggurats functioned as elevated temples. Built of mud brick with baked brick exteriors, they rose in receding tiers. Stairs allowed ascent to a shrine at the summit. The summit shrine often retained the conceptual form of the ancient reed sanctuary. Decorated with precious materials and aromatic wood, it marked the earthly residence of the god. The height symbolized proximity to the heavens. Priests ascending the terraces physically enacted the approach toward the divine. By the 3rd millennium, temple institutions operated vast economic networks. Livestock had to be carefully bred and fattened for sacrifice. Workers received rations from temple estates. The temple fed its staff and supported specialized labor. It was both religious center and redistributive economy. City rulers relied on temple ideology to bind urban populations together. Diverse ethnic groups now lived side by side. Loyalty to clan alone was insufficient for maintaining order. Allegiance to the city god, represented by the ruler, became a unifying force. The ruler acted as intermediary, claiming divine backing for his authority. The gods themselves were imagined as sovereigns dwelling behind thick walls or atop elevated terraces. Their statues, often hidden behind curtains, were treated as living beings. Through elaborate rituals, priests symbolically opened the statue's senses, its eyes, mouth, and nose, granting it divine presence. These ceremonies invoked imagery of childbirth, reinforcing the idea that the statue was not crafted, but born. Once consecrated, the statue required daily care. It received meals in formal service. Tables were set before it, water was offered for washing. Meat, bread, fruits, and drink were presented in prescribed order. Musicians performed. Incense filled the air. After presentation, the blessed food was redistributed, often to the ruler, reinforcing the bond between divine and royal authority. Temple archives from the city of Lagash provide insight into daily operations. The temple of the goddess Bao owned orchards, barley fields, and livestock. Fishermen operated under temple leases. Brewers, bakers, metalworkers, and scribes worked within its administration. Women managed textile production and animal husbandry. Temple workers were paid in rations of grain. The ruler's wife frequently oversaw major temple departments, especially those connected to women's quarters. Administrative tablets reveal that economic management often overshadowed explicitly religious concerns. At times, rulers attempted reforms. One king accused his predecessors of misusing temple property for personal gain. He claimed to restore assets to their rightful divine owners and dismissed corrupt officials. Such declarations projected the image of a just ruler defending widows and orphans. Yet reforms often had limited impact, and economic and religious spheres remained deeply intertwined. Temple offices became hereditary in powerful families. In Nippur, a priestly lineage controlled the highest temple administration for generations. One family's internal conflict illustrates the risks of concentrated power. A son accused his father, a leading temple official, of serious misconduct. At first, the accusation seemed credible. Later, it failed. In a legal system that punished false capital charges with death, the son paid with his life. This episode reveals a world where religious authority, legal judgment, and political favour intersected. High office brought prestige, but also danger. Temple leadership was both sacred calling and political battleground. By the height of Sumerian civilization, the temple stood at the centre of everything: economy, politics, ideology, and ritual. Its walls enclosed not only a god, but the structure of society itself. Behind curtains and above terraces, divine authority was staged, maintained, and reinforced daily. In the earliest layers of Mesopotamian history, the goddess Inanna is everywhere and nowhere at once. Her presence seems to hang over the great city of Uruk, especially in the vast sacred district that doubled as an economic powerhouse. Storehouses, workshops, and monumental buildings filled that temple zone, and yet the exact location of Inanna's own sanctuary remains uncertain. Many researchers suspect a major building, often called the Red Temple, was connected to her, but certainty is rare in this period. The city's records and images suggest devotion, administration, and ritual, but they do not point clearly to a single room that can be named, without doubt, as Inanna's house. Further north along the Euphrates, however, the picture becomes sharper. At Mari, excavations uncovered multiple temples linked to Inanna and her close relatives. In that region, the local language and culture were not purely Sumerian. Akkadian speech and Semitic traditions were strong, and that matters because divine names shifted as they crossed linguistic borders. In Mari, several closely related goddesses appear under distinct titles. Small votive figures carry names that identify three separate cults, one called Inanna, another called Inanna, and a third known as Ishtarat. Untangling these names is difficult because they may reflect different aspects of Venus, different local traditions, or different ways of blending Sumerian and Akkadian religion. One plausible interpretation sees Inanna as a form of Inanna connected to the morning star, remembered in a tradition where Venus could be addressed in masculine terms. Inanna may represent the evening star aspect, understood more clearly as female. Ishtarat may point toward a northern Semitic goddess, related to the wider Ishtar family, a figure whose influence would later echo across Syria and beyond. Whatever the exact distinctions were, Mari shows that Inanna was not a single fixed idea. She was a living power, shaped by place, language, and the needs of the people who sought her favour. Mari itself was an unusual city. It stood on the Euphrates in a zone where farming could never fully dominate life. The surrounding land pushed toward desert, and irrigation could only do so much under harsh sun and fast evaporation. Agriculture existed mainly on the narrow strip along the river. So Mari's success depended on something else: position and movement. The city sat on a vital corridor for river traffic between Syria and southern Mesopotamia. A canal system improved navigation and helped supply water to parts of the settlement. Industry mattered too. Archaeology reveals widespread bronze working, suggesting a city plugged into long-distance exchange. Tin, essential for making bronze, moved along these routes from distant sources, including Anatolia and lands to the east, feeding the workshops of towns, up and down the Euphrates. Compared with some southern cities, Mari left fewer written records for the early 3rd millennium, so its political story is harder to reconstruct. A handful of royal names survive, and the evidence suggests Akkadian-speaking kings ruled there. The urban landscape combined palace and temple in a tightly bound system. A dominant temple complex honoured the city's chief god, often thought to have been a storm deity worshipped widely in the north. The palace stood close by, emphasizing how governance and divine authority were woven together. Within the city's sacred geography, the temples associated with Inanna and her close counterparts formed a striking cluster. One of the most important discoveries was the temple linked to Inanna. Excavated in the early 20th century, the latest major building phase belongs to the mid-3rd millennium, when Mari was prosperous. The plan was familiar in Mesopotamian terms: an open court leading into a sacred inner room where the divine presence resided. Over time, the complex expanded, adding another inner chamber and more courtyards, with adjacent rooms likely used by temple staff and for storing ritual goods. When the building met its end, it ended violently. Statues were smashed, rooms were ruined, and the destruction looks like the work of soldiers. Mari, for a time, burned. Inside that temple world, statues mattered deeply. Temples were not only homes for gods, they were also spaces where powerful humans tried to remain close to the divine. Kings and high officials placed their own images within sacred courts, as if leaving a permanent representative to stand before the goddess day and night. Wealthy people did the same on a smaller scale, commissioning figures from clay or plaster when stone was too expensive. The goal was not simple vanity. A statue in a holy place was a request that never stopped speaking, a silent appeal for memory, protection, and a favourable destiny. Two figures from Mari became especially famous. One is a king, presented with the formal appearance of sacred leadership. A diadem, carefully arranged hair, and the stylized dignity of ritual presentation. The other is a high-ranking administrator, shown with wide, attentive eyes, as if forever watching the goddess, forever waiting to be heard. Their inscriptions carved on their backs state that these images were dedicated to Inanna man. Even without quoting the ancient words, the meaning is plain. Royal authority and temple devotion were not separate lanes. They ran together. The clothing worn by these figures opens another window into the period. Many statues display a distinctive mantle with a textured, tufted surface, an outfit that looks heavy and ceremonial. It may have originated in skins, with the wool turned outward and shaped into thick tassels. Later, similar garments appear as woven textiles, designed to imitate that earlier look. Whatever the exact material, it became a visual code. Gods wear it, kings wear it, priests and high officials wear it. The garment signals participation in a sacred order that is older than any one city, yet constantly reinvented. Female statues add more mystery. Many depict women wrapped in the same ritual mantle, wearing tall conical hats, sometimes holding a date branch. Some sit on special stools carved with animal legs and hooves, a detail that hints at formal temple roles and an iconography of power. Without inscriptions, certainty vanishes. Are these queens, priestesses, elite patrons, or symbolic figures representing office rather than individuals? The safest answer is that they reflect sacred status. They belong to the temple world, and they show that women were not peripheral to ritual life. They appear as participants and perhaps as leaders, within the visual language of devotion. The temple assemblage also reveals a more colourful side of worship. Strange figures once dismissed as comic characters were later understood as musicians, holding and playing lyres. That matters because Inanna's cult was often connected to performance, music, chant, and dramatic display. The temple was not only a place of silence, it was a stage where sound and rhythm could shape the mood of the gods, soothe them, honour them, and sometimes stir them. Among the most intriguing objects is a small sculpture showing a man and woman seated together on a couch, embracing. Interpreting it is risky. It could be a private dedication by a couple seeking blessing for their union. It could also hint at a more charged ritual idea, a sacred partnership celebrated under the goddess's authority. Inanna's cult in later times is closely connected to themes of sexuality, fertility, and political legitimacy. Even if the exact meaning here cannot be pinned down, the image fits a religious world where intimacy and power were never entirely separate. Mari also contained two closely placed temples, associated with Inanna Zaza and Ishtaret. They stood near a major thoroughfare that linked sacred buildings across the city. Nearby were shrines to other deities, creating a dense temple neighbourhood that must have shaped daily movement, public processions, and the rhythms of festival time. These two temples, like the others, suffered destruction. Heads of statues are often missing, sometimes found far from their bodies, as if the attackers tried to erase identity and presence by breaking faces first. In the temple of Inanna Zaza, inscriptions suggest an unusually bold view of kingship. Royal figures appear styled not merely as rulers, but as beings elevated above ordinary humanity, closer to the divine. titles blur the edge between human office and sacred status. Devotees dedicated their images to Inanna Zaza while describing the king in exalted terms, implying that the goddess's favour and royal authority fed each other. The same religious logic, visible in southern sacred kingship, appears here in a northern accent. A court seal impression linked to a royal spouse offers another perspective. It shows court life filled with music and performance. A high-status woman sits enthroned, holding a date branch, attended by servants. Below, banqueters face one another. Musicians play, dancers clap and move in rhythm. It is a scene of cultivated power where entertainment is not separate from authority. Ceremony, pleasure, and politics interlock. Women's statues in the Zaza and Ishtarat temples resemble those from Inanna man's sanctuary. The tall hat, the ritual mantle, the seated posture on special thrones. Their repetition suggests a recognizable temple identity, perhaps the standard appearance of priestesses in Maori's religious world. One particularly important statue from this temple sphere depicts a gala singer, a temple performer whose role involved lament, chant, and ritual song. The figure wears long hair and displays a striking feature: an animal tail attached at the back. Such elements signal ceremonial identity rather than everyday fashion. Across the ancient Near East, priests sometimes adopted animal symbols to mark ritual power, transformation, or affiliation with the sacred. This statue shows that music was not a decorative extra. It was part of the machinery of ritual. The most startling discovery in the Inanna Zaza temple court was not a human statue at all. It was a tall basalt pillar, carefully placed, rising from the courtyard floor. Its date is debated, and it may be older than the layer in which it was found. The pillar raises a powerful possibility that the goddess could be represented not by an anthropomorphic image, but by a sacred stone. That idea is not strange in ancient religion. A divine image did not always need to resemble a person. The goal was presence, not portraiture. A natural stone could be seen as already filled with the force of the divine because it was shaped by nature rather than crafted by human hands. In some traditions, a stone representation required fewer complicated rites, precisely because it did not carry the same suspicion of human manufacture. A polished pillar could function as a divine body, an anchor for worship, an object toward which offerings, chants, and prayers were directed. This kind of pillar cult is well known in parts of Syria and the wider Levant. It is also remembered in later Mediterranean traditions, where major goddesses could be symbolized by iconic stones. Maori's basalt pillar may fit that older pattern. If so, it suggests that some forms of Inanna worship preserved non-human imagery even as other temples moved toward elaborate statues, precious materials, and highly managed ritual. Daily temple service would have been demanding. Courtyards contained basins for libations. Inner rooms held ritual furniture, including raised platforms that could serve as the deity's bed. The goddess was treated as a living sovereign. Only high-ranking personnel, along with the king, could enter the innermost chamber. Many servants likely lived in adjoining rooms, while others lodged outside, arriving each day to fulfill duties. Clothing and headgear seen in statues may reflect the official appearance of temple women and staff, forming a visible sacred identity recognized throughout the city. A later ritual text from Maori paints a vivid picture of how such ceremonies could unfold. The goddess is prepared for, the temple is cleaned, and the space is arranged like a royal court. Musicians are placed on one side, singers on the other. Women stand in ordered positions. Skilled workers present their tools, turning the temple into a symbolic map of the city's crafts and labour. Offerings are set out. Other divine figures are installed nearby, as if forming a council around the goddess. Then the king arrives, dressed in formal attire, and takes his place in the sacred setting. Laments begin. A seer speaks, a procession enters to the sound of hymns. The atmosphere shifts from solemnity to spectacle. Drums beat. Performers display dangerous skills. Jugglers and sword performers appear. Wrestlers and acrobats enact controlled conflict and physical mastery. Specialized temple women perform their roles in sequence, not as casual entertainment, but as part of a carefully ordered sacred program. Purification follows. Temple sweepers enter. Water is carried in. Sprinkling rites are performed in measured repetitions. The cleansing touches the space, the divine images, and the king himself. Movement through doors is regulated. Even the king must exit by a prescribed route. Libations are poured not only before the goddess, but also in relation to the musicians, as if sound itself is part of the sacred network that must be honoured. Everything in such a ritual is precision. The goal is to avoid offence, to maintain harmony, to draw the goddess into a favourable mood. The performances do more than amuse. They dramatise order, victory, and communal identity. Wrestling may symbolise a cosmic struggle whose outcome must be balanced or guided. The staged triumph of the home side over the symbolic enemy reassures the community that the world remains stable, that danger can be contained, and that the goddess continues to stand with the city. At the southern edge of Mesopotamia, where the Euphrates and Tigris finally empty into the Gulf, the city of rose into prominence. This was not a quiet inland settlement. Was a port, and its wealth flowed in from the sea. Ships and caravans moved through the Gulf's island networks, and one island in particular became a key meeting point for merchants arriving with goods from far beyond the river valleys. From there, cargo could be redirected toward Mesopotamia's cities, and sat in the perfect place to profit from it. The rulers of Sumer lived in a land rich in mud brick and grain, but poor in many resources that elites prized most. Good building stone was scarce. Large timber had to be brought in. Metals that defined prestige and power, gold, copper, and tin, were not easily found locally. Even the finest stones used for seals and ornaments arrived from elsewhere. The royal and temple economy depended on distant horizons. Kings celebrated their ability to pull exotic materials into the land and transform them into statues, jewelry, ceremonial vessels, and temple furnishings. Imported beauty was not only luxury, it was proof of reach, influence, and divine favour. Texts from the period speak about faraway regions that were imagined as sources of wonder. Some traditions point toward a flourishing world along the Indus, a place connected to maritime routes and long-distance exchange. Large vessels could move along coastal corridors, linking ports on the Iranian shore, crossing to the lands east of the rivers, and continuing toward the wider Near East. In this chain, the Gulf Islands acted as a staging ground where cargo could be stored, traded, repacked, and sent onward. When those goods finally entered Mesopotamia, benefited first. The port city became a funnel through which prestige flowed north. Ur's main divine patron was the moon god Nanna. A major temple complex honoured him, dominating the sacred landscape and anchoring the city's identity. Other gods had shrines as well, but the archaeological record does not offer a clear excavated temple of Inanna at for this early period. Still, devotion does not always leave a single building that can be pointed to with certainty. Inanna's presence in southern religion can appear through objects, symbols, and personal names, even when a dedicated sanctuary remains elusive. The world learned just how wealthy early Ur had been when excavations revealed an enormous cemetery, with graves by the thousand. Most of those burials were simple and practical. Bodies were wrapped in mats or placed in modest coffins. Grave goods, when present, were ordinary. But among the burials, a small number stood apart with an intensity that was impossible to ignore. A cluster of tombs contained gold in astonishing quantities, rare stones, finely crafted instruments, and elaborate furniture. The excavator who brought these graves to light believed the richest of them belonged to the ruling elite, and gave the site a name that has shaped public imagination ever since: the Royal Cemetery. This discovery happened at a time when archaeology captured headlines. The public followed each major find like an adventure story. A few years earlier, the opening of an Egyptian royal tomb had transformed archaeology into global news. When Ur's richest graves emerged, they felt equally dramatic and in some ways even more startling. These burials were far older than the famous Egyptian discoveries. Yet the treasure was just as dazzling. Gold lay scattered across the soil. Beads and pendants still clung to skulls and ribs. Musical instruments and game boards appeared as if a courtly gathering had been frozen in time. One tomb became the emblem of the entire cemetery. In it lay the body of a high-status woman, identified by a cylinder seal found nearby. The seal showed a banquet scene, a visual language of rank and ceremony. The inscription gave a name and title that later readings rendered as Pu Abi, a high lady. Whether that title marked queenship, priestly office, or a status that blended the two is still debated. But the burial itself spoke the language of extreme privilege. The account of her ornaments reads like an inventory of power. A heavy gold band framed the head, layered with wreaths of bright stone beads and gold leaves. Rosettes sparkled across the headdress, carefully made to imitate living flowers. Large, crescent-shaped earrings hung beside the jaw. Necklaces stacked across the chest. Beadwork formed curtains of colour across the upper body, likely sewn onto a garment that would have moved with a faint clicking sound. Rings covered the fingers. Pins secured clothing. Amulets shaped like animals lay near the arms. Seals rested among the jewellery, as if identity itself had been placed under protection. The chamber also held other bodies. A woman lay nearby, another at the foot of the bier, and a man was positioned opposite, accompanied by a belt and tools that suggested a formal role. Around them were bowls, cups, vessels, and objects of precious metal and imported stone. The arrangement did not look like a simple household burial. It looked staged, crowded, and intensely ceremonial. Above the chamber, a large open space was cut into the ground, connected by a sloping entry. This upper area contained more bodies, more objects, and the remains of a vehicle drawn by animals. The equipment was richly decorated, including animal-headed fittings in gold and inlaid materials. Nearby lay an enormous wooden chest, now empty, once likely filled with textiles. Harps and lyres appeared among clusters of bodies, along with drinking implements and carved boards for play. The impression is not of austerity, but of a courtly world brought into the grave. From the beginning, the most unsettling question was the human bodies found outside the main chambers. Were these attendants sacrificed to accompany a ruler into the afterlife, or were they something else? One early interpretation argued that the scene represented a single, monumental funeral. In that view, servants, soldiers, drivers, grooms, and musicians entered the pit in formal order, took their places and died together as part of the rite. Cups placed near many of the dead were used to suggest poison. The careful positioning of bodies seemed to show that the palace hierarchy had been preserved even in death. Guards at one end, vehicle crews near the animals, musicians beside instruments, and court women near the central figure. This interpretation became famous because it created a vivid narrative. It turned archaeology into a story with characters and choreography. Yet it also raised immediate problems. Mesopotamian texts do not clearly describe mass funerary sacrifice on this scale. If the practice were common, it is strange that administrative records and temple archives remained so quiet. That silence opened the door to alternative explanations. Some researchers began to suspect that the richest burials might not be straightforward royal graves. Titles can be slippery. Objects can travel as gifts or heirlooms. A name engraved on a bowl does not automatically prove the person buried with it was the owner. Cylinder seals, especially, could move from hand to hand. They were precious, portable, and sometimes passed down through families. Because of this, identifications based only on inscriptions found inside a tomb can be questioned. Another line of interpretation shifted the focus toward temple life. Ur's religious world was dominated by Inanna, and temple institutions could command wealth, labour, and prestige. Some suggested that at least part of the cemetery could reflect a sacred elite rather than a purely political one. Priestesses, priests, and high officials whose status was expressed through spectacle. The high number of women in the richest burials fueled this discussion. Were these queens of a dynasty or women with powerful religious roles? Were the ornaments marks of court fashion or symbols linked to divine myth and temple ritual? Then came a more radical challenge. Perhaps the mass pits were not the result of a single event at all. In some regions of Mesopotamia, burials were reused. Tombs were reopened. Older bones were moved aside to make room for new bodies. Skulls could be gathered and deposited separately. Long bones could be rearranged. Offerings could accumulate over time, representing not one household, but multiple generations, multiple rites, and repeated visits. In this model, what looks like a single dramatic sacrifice might actually be the archaeological footprint of many episodes of burial and reburial. Supporters of this view pointed to parallels in other cemeteries of the same era, where tombs show both intact individual burials and mixed deposits of bones. In those places, there is no need to imagine mass killing to explain skull clusters and jumbled remains. Reuse and rearrangement can produce similar patterns. A tomb chamber can be opened from above, a body removed, and objects left behind. A pit can contain bones from earlier interments gathered during later rituals. What appears to be one final ceremony might instead be the last moment in a long sequence. Even so, not everyone is persuaded. Later, scientific work added new fuel to the argument. Scans of certain skulls suggested blunt or sharp force trauma, implying violent death rather than poisoning. This revived the possibility of deliberate killing, though it still leaves open how, when, and why it happened. If deaths were forced, were they an organized ritual act, a display of power, or something closer to coercion and control? If deaths were not simultaneous, could injuries reflect conflict, later, disturbance, or even post-burial damage? The evidence can be read in more than one direction, and modern certainty is limited by the way early excavations handled human remains. Only a small fraction of bodies were preserved for later study. Much of what could have settled the debate was never kept in a form that forensic science could fully exploit. There are also cultural questions that complicate the famous story of willing attendants. Mesopotamian beliefs about the underworld were often grim. The dead were imagined in a shadowy realm where comfort depended on offerings from the living. Without proper care, the dead could suffer hunger and neglect. In that worldview, volunteering for death to follow a master is not an obvious choice. It is possible, of course, that honour, fear, and obligation could override dread. But the idea of a cheerful collective march into death sits uneasily beside the darker tone of many Mesopotamian afterlife traditions. A simpler point is also important. Cups placed near the mouth are common in Mesopotamian burial custom. A cup does not automatically mean poison. It can be part of standard funerary equipment, a symbol of provision for the journey, or a ritual object connected to offerings. The presence of music and games in the graves can be interpreted as courtly continuity, but it can also be read as symbolic provisioning, giving the dead what they might need in the next world, or what the living imagined they should possess. What remains beyond dispute is the extraordinary scale of wealth on display. Whoever these people were, the burials were meant to project prestige. Gold and imported stone were not merely personal adornment. They were statements. They showed access to the long-distance networks that fed Ur's power. They demonstrated the ability to command craft specialists. They turned death into theatre. The key question is identity. Were these kings and queens, in the political sense, founders of a ruling house? Were they sacred figures whose authority drew from the temple as much as from the palace? Were they members of a charismatic elite whose followers were buried nearby as clients, dependents, or participants in repeated rituals? The cemetery does not give a single answer that ends the discussion, and there is one more thread running quietly beneath the gold and the bones. Many of the objects found in these graves echo motifs that later appear in the mythology and symbolism of Inanna. That does not prove the cemetery was hers, or that every burial was tied to her cult. But it suggests that the elite language of power in early Mesopotamia was never only economic or political. It was also mythic. Jewelry, animals, rosettes, feasting scenes, and ceremonial display could belong to a world where divine stories shaped how status was imagined and performed. The graves at raise a question that has never truly been settled. Who were the people buried in these astonishingly rich tombs? Were they rulers of a dynasty, kings and queens laid to rest in splendour? Or were they figures of sacred authority, priests and priestesses whose power was bound to the temple rather than the throne? The earliest excavator of the site believed the answer was obvious. Only rulers, he argued, would be honoured with such wealth and accompanied in death by attendants. The presence of multiple bodies in and around certain tombs seemed to confirm this interpretation. If a burial lacked such attendants, it could not belong to a sovereign. That reasoning shaped the identity of the cemetery for generations. Yet the graves themselves are strangely quiet about rank. The inscriptions that survive are few. A handful of names appear on bowls or cylinder seals. 3 names match those known from later king lists. But one of the most famous individuals from the cemetery, the richly adorned woman known as Pu-Abi, does not appear in those lists. Her name does not echo through other inscriptions from the period. If she was a queen, she left little trace outside her tomb. Her attire invites a different interpretation. The layered beadwork, the complex diadem, the abundance of gold ornaments, the ritual quality of her regalia, all suggest a ceremonial identity. The ensemble looks less like military authority and more like sacred display. It is possible that her position was religious, rather than political. Her seal names her as Nin. That title is crucial. Nin can mean lady, but it can also designate a high-ranking religious office. In certain contexts, a Nin stood alongside an unpriest in a sacred residence attached to the temple. If Pu-Abi held such a title, she may have participated in ritual acts of great significance. The role of Nin was not merely decorative. It could represent the highest female function within a temple hierarchy. Other seals found in the cemetery reinforce this possibility. Several, carry inscriptions mentioning En or Nin. One shows a seated goddess flanked by geese beneath a crescent moon, imagery heavy with divine symbolism. Other seals refer to scribes of a Nin or to women described as sacred ladies of particular gods. These objects do not clearly proclaim queenship. They speak the language of temple administration and cultic identity. The title Nin was sometimes borne by royal women in later periods, yet it also appears in contexts tied firmly to priestly office. In certain traditions, there could only be one Nin attached to a temple at a time, much like the singular En priestess, who represented the highest sacred authority. This overlap between royal and sacred terminology makes identification difficult. Titles alone cannot settle the matter. One seal found near a richly adorned body carries the name Dumu Kisal, meaning child of the temple court. Whether this was a personal name or a role, it evokes a temple environment. The imagery carved on the seal shows banquet scenes, musicians, dancers, and figures drinking through straws from large vessels. Below, a festive procession unfolds. Such scenes are often interpreted as celebrations linked to seasonal cycles and agricultural renewal. The temple was not merely a place of solemn ritual, it was also a centre of festival life. The cylinder seals themselves seem unusually pristine. They were crafted from precious stones such as lapis lazuli and appear scarcely used for administrative sealing. This suggests a function beyond bureaucracy. Cylinder seals could serve as amulets. They were believed to carry protective or beneficial properties, and their continuous rolling design allowed imagery to repeat endlessly. The act of rolling the seal across clay may have been thought to transfer power. Banquet scenes and fertility motifs carved into these stones could have invoked divine favour rather than authenticated contracts. The iconography of these seals also divides along gendered lines. Women's seals often show feasting and celebration, while seals associated with royal servants display combat between animals. This distinction hints at different symbolic worlds. The women buried at Uruk may have been guardians of ritual abundance rather than figures of dynastic warfare. A vehicle discovered in one of the richest tombs complicates the picture further. It has often been described as a chariot, yet its form resembles a ceremonial, carrying sledge. High-ranking religious figures are known to have possessed such conveyances, along with thrones and sceptres. In agricultural rites, sledges were used in threshing, drawn across fields to separate grain from chaff. Some ancient images show women riding on such sledges during fertility ceremonies, perhaps symbolically blessing the harvest. It is tempting to imagine that the vehicle in Pu'abi's tomb once served a similar ritual function. Across the cemetery, bulls appear again and again. Lyres shaped with bull heads, sculptures of rams standing against stylized trees, and decorative motifs featuring horned animals dominate the artistic landscape. The bull was a sacred symbol associated with divine power and especially linked to the moon god Inanna, patron deity of Uruk. Bull imagery on musical instruments suggests a ritual context. Music and sacred animals belong to the temple world. One of the most famous finds is a lyre crowned with a bull's head of gold and lapis. Its decorative panel shows scenes that may relate to funerary ritual or mythic narrative. The instrument was discovered near clustered bodies, and early reports described skeletal fingers resting on its strings. Whether arranged deliberately or preserved by chance, the scene creates a powerful image of music at the threshold of death. Elsewhere in the cemetery, rosettes appear everywhere. They decorate diadems, gaming boards, combs, jewellery, and relief panels. The 8-petaled rosette is strongly associated with Inanna in later iconography. It may have symbolized vitality, beauty, or celestial power. On several objects, goats or rams stand beside stylized trees, heavy with fruit. The imagery evokes fertility, seasonal renewal, and the abundance of crops. Some diadems show animals reclining on either side of what appears to be a flowering branch. Scholars have suggested that these branches may represent male and female date palm inflorescences, symbols of pollination. Artificial pollination was practiced in ancient Mesopotamia, and the union of male and female elements in the orchard was essential for fruit production. The symbolism of paired animals and flowering branches could therefore reflect sacred metaphors of union and fertility. Dates and apples were deeply charged symbols in ancient poetry. Love songs celebrate orchards heavy with fruit and compare beloved figures to flourishing trees. If such imagery is echoed in the grave goods of it may point toward a cult of divine union and agricultural renewal, rather than simple royal luxury. Gaming boards found in the tombs also carry rosette motifs. These boards, among the earliest known examples, may have served not only for entertainment, but for divination. In some traditions, lots were cast to determine divine will, including the appointment of priestesses. If gaming boards at had ritual functions, their presence in the graves strengthens the connection to temple activity. Even martial imagery found in certain reliefs blends into sacred symbolism. Lions stride calmly over subdued figures, and rosettes decorate wheel hubs and metal fittings. Lions were closely associated with Inanna, often depicted standing upon them. The combination of lions and rosettes suggests a divine presence woven into decorative art. A seal discovered in the cemetery bears the name of a king of another city and describes him as husband of the new gig, a title connected with a sacred woman. The inscription includes a rosette and a crescent moon. The symbolism unites royal identity with divine marriage. In Mesopotamian tradition, rulers could present themselves as spouses of a goddess, reinforcing legitimacy through sacred union. The golden helmet attributed to Mesgalamdug also appears more ceremonial than martial. Its delicate construction suggests ritual display rather than battlefield protection. It resembles the headgear of a high priest, complete with stylized hair and diadem. If so, the boundary between king and priest becomes blurred. Some researchers have proposed that the cemetery lay near a temple complex, perhaps even adjacent to a sanctuary dedicated to Inanna. Layers of debris beneath the graves contain seal impressions, tablets, miniature vessels, figurines, and fragments of large sculptures. Such material resembles the waste deposits of temple households that managed goods and storage. The proximity of monumental architecture suggests that the cemetery was not isolated, but connected to an administrative and sacred centre. Texts from mention temples of Nanna and other deities, and it is possible that additional sacred buildings once stood nearby. Burial close to a temple would have placed the dead within a sphere of divine protection. Temples were believed to radiate a sacred aura. Those permitted to rest near them may have held special status during life, yet certainty remains elusive. Fertility symbolism in the graves does not belong exclusively to Inanna. Other goddesses, including birth and mother figures, shared similar imagery. The moon, God's consort, and other female deities were also praised in love poetry and agricultural hymns. The symbols found in the tombs may reflect a broader religious landscape rather than a single cult. What can be said with confidence is that the graves at are saturated with imagery of abundance, renewal, and sacred celebration. Banquet scenes, musical instruments, flowering trees, bulls, lions, rosettes, and richly adorned women form a visual vocabulary of fertility and divine favour. If many of those buried were connected to temple service, their interment near a sacred precinct would make sense. High-ranking priestesses often had no direct heirs responsible for tending their graves, and a communal burial ground associated with the temple would have ensured ongoing ritual care. Whether kings, queens, priests, or priestesses, the individuals in these tombs were people of extraordinary standing. Their burial was designed as spectacle. Gold flashed beneath the earth. Music and feasting were carved into stone. Symbols of growth and celestial power surrounded the dead. Inanna herself embodied paradox. She ruled over love and fertility, yet she also descended into the underworld. Her power flowed from both life and death. The objects placed in the graves of may reflect that duality. The dead were adorned with emblems of renewal, perhaps in hope that the same divine force governing the growth of crops would also guide them through the darkness beyond life. In the earliest centuries of Mesopotamian history, the goddess Inanna often feels like a presence seen through fog. Her name appears, her symbols flash in art, her influence is hinted at in ritual and song. Yet, a complete portrait remains hard to grasp. Then, toward the end of the 3rd millennium before the Common Era, something changes. Inanna steps forward in a sharper outline, no longer a local figure whose meaning shifts from city to city, but a force with empire-wide weight. Under the rulers of Akkad, she becomes the kind of deity an expanding state cannot do without. A patron of authority, conquest, and political destiny. To understand why this transformation mattered, it helps to picture Sumer as it once was. Not a single kingdom, but a mosaic of city-states. Each city had walls, temples, canals, workshops, storehouses, and its own patron god. Politics and religion were not separate arenas. When cities fought, rulers described the conflict as something larger than armies and boundaries. Victories were framed as the triumph of one city's divine protector over another's. Defeated enemies were not only beaten on the battlefield, they were symbolically overcome in the cosmic order. These rivalries were carved into stone. Large monuments proclaimed conquest, showing rulers guided by divine power, crushing foes who stood for a competing city and a competing god. The message was never subtle. The god chose the king obeyed the god, and the enemy's fall proved the enemy's god had been humbled. Across time, the gods of the south were also organized into something like an extended family. At the top stood Enlil, the dominant figure of the pantheon, whose sacred center lay at Nippur. Other great deities were fitted into this hierarchy. Enki, once central in older traditions, could be described in later thinking as subordinate to Enlil. Inanna herself could appear in texts as Enlil's daughter, even when other traditions placed her elsewhere. Nanna, the moon god of also comes to be linked into this Enlil-centered order. Strangely, the supreme god's own image remains elusive. Enlil is everywhere in authority, yet almost nowhere in clear visual form. If his likeness existed, it may have blended into the countless anonymous divine figures carved into seals, figures that look powerful but refuse to reveal their names. Nippur's position was unique. It was not a prize city in the usual sense. There was no celebrated dynasty of Nippur pushing outward with armies. In the surviving memory of the age, Nippur stands apart as a sacred hinge point. Even the greatest rulers were expected to bow before its authority. The tradition that later tells of a mighty Akkadian king consulting the will of Enlil captures this mood. The emperor may dominate cities, but the god's sanctuary remains a place where pride is dangerous. And danger in these traditions is never merely personal. When divine favor falters, the consequences are portrayed as civilizational. A king might interpret silence from the gods as an insult, and in some stories that insult becomes a turning point. A temple is violated, a boundary is crossed, and the punishment arrives not as a simple defeat, but as systemic collapse. Pressure was building everywhere by the late 3rd millennium. The southern cities depended on irrigation and predictable river flow. The Euphrates and the Tigris sustained life, but the landscape was fragile. A shift in river channels could transform fortune overnight. A city that thrived on water access could weaken if the current moved away, while another settlement might suddenly find itself favoured. Prosperity was never guaranteed, and competition for land and water sharpened rivalries. In the north, the pattern was different. Rainfall allowed farming without the same dependence on canals. Grain could be stored at scale, then shipped south by river. This created a flow of resources that tied regions together. Northern communities did not exist outside Sumer's influence. Cultural exchange had deep roots, visible in artifacts that imitate southern styles. River traffic, especially along the Euphrates, acted as a corridor linking different worlds. Trade networks extended far beyond Mesopotamia. Materials that the southern plain lacked became the obsession of elites: metals, stone, timber, rare pigments, and precious stones. Caravans and ships connected distant regions in a web of exchange. Cornelian and lapis lazuli travelled long routes. Tin, essential for bronze, arrived through complex supply chains reaching into Central Asia. The Persian Gulf functioned as a highway to ports and islands that acted as staging points. Egypt's gold added another magnet, pulling traders across wide distances. These were not casual contacts. They formed an economic bloodstream that fed city growth, temple wealth, and royal ambition. Then came a period of strain. Economic stagnation appears in the record as a slowing of stability, perhaps worsened by climate fluctuations and drought. When systems are stretched thin, wars between city-states become wars of exhaustion. This is the environment in which a new power rises from the north: Akkad. A leader named Sargon becomes the figure around whom later memory builds an empire's origin story. His world is Akkadian-speaking, East Semitic, culturally distinct from Sumer, and hungry for expansion. The city that becomes the empire's capital, Akkad itself, is famous and yet still missing from the ground. It remains one of the great absences of archaeology, a place known by texts and tradition, but not securely located. Sargon's ascent is remembered through legend as much as through history. His name carries the sound of legitimacy, the claim of rightful rule. But such claims often appear when legitimacy is disputed. Later lists describe humble origins, even calling his father a gardener. Other stories add the dramatic twist: a mother who is a high priestess, a forbidden birth, a baby hidden in a basket sealed with bitumen and sent downriver. The motif echoes a wider ancient pattern: the future ruler, rescued from water, raised by someone ordinary, then lifted by divine favour into kingship. This story is not only about origins, it is about divine selection. The river becomes fate, and the goddess becomes the force guiding the chosen child. In narratives about Sargon's early career, the goddess appears not as distant theology, but as a decisive actor. Dreams are used as warnings. A king is terrified by a vision in which a towering woman drenches him in violence. Fear leads to plots. Plots lead to attempted murder. The would-be victim survives, not through luck, but because the goddess stands at his side, blocking the trap. Even the political detail of a death order delivered in writing becomes a dramatic device. A messenger unknowingly carrying his own execution. Ancient storytelling loves this cruel mechanism. It appears in different cultures because it captures a universal tension. the vulnerability of the powerless to the hidden message of power. Behind the drama, a historical outline is visible. Sargon defeats established rulers and folds the southern cities into a new structure. This is no longer a loose collection of rivals. It becomes something closer to a centralized empire, the kind that claims to span horizons and seas. Inscriptions later boast of reaching distant coasts, of controlling regions from the upper sea to the lower sea, from sunrise to sunset. Some of these claims are political poetry, meant to impress. Yet the reach of Akkadian influence is not imaginary. Objects with Akkadian style and names appear far from the core, showing that this empire, at minimum, projected prestige and connections across great distances. In the north, a remarkable artifact is said to preserve the face of this new royal world, a copper head found in a temple of the goddess. Whether it depicts Sargon or a successor, the point is clear. The metal portrait is not simply art. It is a political statement cast in a material valuable enough to be melted down. Its survival suggests reverence, fear, or both. The ruler is shown with controlled features, formal hair, and a style that signals authority. The king is being presented as more than a man. He is presented as an institution. Akkad also reorganizes power. The older Sumerian pattern tied rulers closely to temple structures. Akkadian kings increasingly operate from palatial complexes, great houses, administrative engines that manage quotas, labor, standardized measures, and extraction of resources. The empire's center becomes a place where wealth accumulates and decisions radiate outward. This bureaucracy, expanding under later kings, creates the conditions for an imperial religion. This is where Inanna's transformation becomes unmistakable. For Sargon and his successors, Inanna is not only a goddess of love and fertility, she becomes a patron of conquest. Her Akkadian name, Ishtar, carries its own layered history. The origins of the name remain debated and unclear, but what matters for the imperial story is how fully Ishtar and Inanna merge into a single powerful figure in the imagination of statecraft. She is invoked as a personal protector. She is celebrated as the force that breaks enemies and grants legitimacy. Her iconography changes accordingly. The gentle symbols of abundance recede. Weapons rise from her shoulders. She holds blades and clubs. A lion becomes her permanent companion, not merely near her, but under her control, the way an empire imagines its own dominance over the world. When she is shown enthroned, her posture is direct, often confronting the viewer, while worshippers remain in profile, heads lowered. The imagery is designed to declare that she is not a background divinity. She is the center. A later Akkadian king, Naram-Sin, pushes this religious politics even further. He favors a form of Ishtar associated with warfare, a name that in later tradition becomes a distinct figure. The important point is not the label, but the strategy. The king binds his success to a war goddess so tightly that military victory becomes proof of divine marriage, divine endorsement, and eventually divinity itself. Naram-Sin does something extraordinary for Mesopotamia. He claims godhood in a formal way. His name is marked as divine in writing. He calls himself the god of his own city. In a world where kings already styled themselves as chosen by gods, as children of gods, or as spouses of goddesses, this step is radical, but not insane. It is the logical extreme of a system where political power requires sacred sanction. An empire made of many peoples needs a legitimacy that can reach across language and local tradition. Declaring the king divine is a brutal solution to the problem of acceptance. Visual culture reinforces this. Victory stelae show the king climbing a mountain, trampling enemies, larger than his soldiers, wearing the horned crown associated with divinity. The sky itself acknowledges him, with star signs above. The narrative is straightforward. The king stands closer to the cosmic order than ordinary humans do. Religion is also used as governance. Akkadian rulers appoint their daughters into high priestly positions in major temples. This is not merely devotion, it is a political instrument. Installing royal women into sacred offices anchors imperial power inside local religious systems. The title Inanna becomes a bridge between cultures, a respected Sumerian term maintained in the south, even when the family that holds the office is Akkadian. Through these appointments, the palace enters the temple not as an outsider, but as the keeper of ritual legitimacy. Evidence for such appointments survives in objects dedicated by temple officials and in the names of priestesses tied to major gods. These women appear seated with footstools, attended by servants, portrayed with the visual language of high ritual rank. The inscriptions emphasize lineage and authority. Daughter of the king, priestess of a great god. The message again is political. The empire has not only conquered land, it has entered the divine household. At the same time, the art of Ishtar grows more imperial in tone. She is not only a recipient of offerings. She is depicted restraining enemies, holding ropes that lead to captive figures. The goddess becomes the embodiment of forced order. The king's enemies are her enemies. Her dominance justifies his campaigns, and his campaigns demonstrate her power. Yet empires break the same way river systems do. Gradually, then suddenly. Akkad's reach creates its own vulnerabilities. Conquered cities resent outsiders placed over them. Tributary demands grow heavier. Campaigns require resources, which require more extraction, which breeds more resistance. External enemies also learn to coordinate against a central power. Add environmental stress and shifting settlement patterns, and a state that once looked unstoppable begins to fracture. Later tradition portrays this collapse as a moral drama. A grand lament tells of a golden age when Akkad overflowed with wealth, animals from distant lands, metals, stones, and grain, a city so prosperous it seemed blessed beyond measure. In this narrative, Inanna is the engine of abundance. Vigilant, restless, filling storehouses, making the land flourish, drawing exotic goods and foreign trade as if the world itself were flowing toward her throne. Then the favour withdraws. The same tradition blames sacrilege and arrogance. A king seeks permission from the high god and receives no sign. He waits, mourns, strips himself of grandeur, and still the silence remains. Finally, he chooses defiance. He attacks what should never be attacked. The temple is treated like a quarry. Sacred doors are violated. Treasures are taken. The image is not just destruction, but inversion. Order becomes theft. Worship becomes plunder. Intelligence drains away as cargo leaves the docks. Punishment arrives in the form ancient audiences stop producing syrup and wine. Clouds stop producing syrup and wine. Clouds refuse rain. Hunger erases dignity. Even the dead are not properly buried. The language is meant to feel like the world unmaking itself. The curse expands into a terrifying list of reversals. Family bonds break. Taboo acts become normal. Roofs are scraped for something edible. Weeds claim the city. The final threat is absolute. The capital will disappear so completely that it will not rise again. In the aftermath, the story's final twist is political. Inanna, once the goddess who favoured Akkad, is praised for its destruction because her allegiance returns to older centres that resisted imperial domination. The narrative legitimizes the new order by presenting Akkad's fall as divine justice rather than human failure. It is an explanation that turns history into theology. And there is one last detail that makes the legend linger. The city itself vanishes. Akkad becomes a name without a map. The capital of a world-changing empire slips out of sight, leaving archaeologists and historians with a haunting absence. A city that claimed everything ends as something that cannot be found. During the 3rd millennium before the Common Era, the goddess Inanna remains both present and elusive. Her name appears in temple ruins at Uruk, Mari, and Nippur. Her symbols emerge from graves in the royal cemetery of Ur. Kings invoke her in inscriptions. Yet written records from this early period are sparse, and her personality is still forming in the historical imagination. One extraordinary exception stands apart from the fragmentary silence of the age. 3 powerful hymns composed by Enheduanna, daughter of Sargon of Akkad, and high priestess in the city of Ur. These compositions, addressed to Inanna, represent the earliest known body of literature attributed to a named individual. If the attribution is accepted, Enheduanna becomes the first identifiable author in recorded history. Sargon had appointed his daughter as En, priestess of the moon, god Nanna, at Ur. Tradition credits her with numerous temple hymns across Mesopotamia, though later editorial layers complicate that claim. Yet the 3 great hymns devoted to Inanna possess an intensity of voice that feels singular and personal. Their language burns with urgency, political tension, and emotional vulnerability. They read not as ceremonial formula, but as lived experience transformed into sacred poetry. This devotion is striking because Enheduanna served officially as priestess of Nanna, not Inanna. Her sacred role bound her to the lunar deity of Ur. Yet her loyalties aligned elsewhere. The Akkadian kings had forged a special bond, with Inanna identifying her as the divine patron of imperial power. In the volatile political climate of southern Mesopotamia, allegiance to Inanna carried political meaning. The southern city-states resisted Akkadian control. Enheduanna's appointment symbolized imperial dominance, and hostility toward her position was inevitable. The tension between Akkad and the Sumerian cities unfolds in her hymns, as a struggle not merely between rulers, but between gods. Inanna stands as champion of imperial authority. Nanna represents the established order of Ur. Through poetic imagination, political rebellion becomes cosmic conflict. Enheduanna composed in Sumerian, even though Akkadian was likely her spoken language. This choice was deliberate. By invoking Inanna in her Sumerian name rather than the Semitic Ishtar, she cloaked imperial ideology in traditional southern vocabulary. At times, she calls the goddess Inin, an older name that merges local tradition with evolving theology. Language becomes strategy. Poetry becomes diplomacy. The first of the great hymns describes Inanna's assault on the mountain of Ebi. Ebi, located in the northeast, near the ridge now known as Jebel Hamrin, symbolizes more than geography. It stands for the rebellious highland peoples who refused submission. In the poem, the mountain is personified as defiant and arrogant. It does not bow. It does not lower itself before the goddess. Its pride demands punishment. In this narrative, Inanna embodies imperial force. She is no longer merely a goddess of fertility and celestial beauty. She appears armoured, radiant as the morning star, carrying weapons soaked in blood. She strides across battlefields, splits shields, summons storm and flood. She roars like a lion and charges like a wild bull. Terror crowns her brow. Rosettes of precious stone hang at her throat. The 7-headed weapon gleams in her hand. The poem does not conceal its message. Resistance to Akkad is resistance to Inanna. Submission is survival. Inanna appeals first to An, the ancient sky god. and attempts restraint. He describes AB as lush, fertile, abundant with animals and fruit. The mountain is painted as paradise before devastation, a literary technique that heightens the horror to come. The calm of An contrasts with Inanna's storming fury. He represents an older divine order. She represents a new generation rising to dominance. Unmoved by caution, Inanna unleashes catastrophe. She opens her arsenal, summons wind and fire, splits rock with her blade. Forests burn, rivers dry, serpents writhe from shattered stone. The mountain trembles as cliffs collapse. Smoke veils the sky. Inanna ascends the ruined heights and proclaims her triumph, declaring that pride without reverence leads only to annihilation. The imagery is vivid, brutal, unapologetic. It mirrors the relentless campaigns of the Akkadian dynasty. Warfare becomes sacred theatre. Victory becomes divine inevitability. The second hymn, often known as Mistress of Countless Powers, moves from external conquest to internal crisis. The struggle now centres on itself. A local ruler named Lugal-Ain rises to power with the backing of the priesthood of Nanna. Enheduanna refuses to legitimize him. Her refusal costs her position. She is expelled from the temple complex and driven from her residence. Her hymn becomes both prayer and protest. She presents her exile not merely as personal injustice, but as a violation of divine order. In her view, Inanna holds authority over the appointment of sacred rulers. Lugal-Anin's elevation bypasses that authority. The conflict between priestess and usurper is elevated to cosmic dispute. Enheduanna addresses Inanna with desperate intensity. She describes the goddess as mistress of the Me, the fundamental principles that structure existence itself. The Me are not easily translated. They represent the divine patterns that govern kingship, speech, sexuality, wealth, destruction, renewal, judgment, chaos, and stability. They are the architecture of reality. According to myth, these powers once belonged to Enki but were claimed by Inanna. In this hymn, she holds them firmly. She gathers them, clasps them to her chest, wields them like weapons. Authority over the Me means authority over destiny. The hymn catalogues these powers in long, incantatory sequences. To build and to destroy. To transform man into woman and woman into man. To grant wealth and to withdraw it. To inspire desire and to incite conflict. To create fear and to grant mercy. To establish kingship and to dismantle it. The list flows without hierarchy. Order and disorder coexist within the goddess's domain. This sweeping enumeration reflects a worldview in which divine force contains contradiction. Creation and annihilation are two aspects of one authority. Nothing lies outside her jurisdiction. In exile, Enheduanna's voice shifts between lament and invocation. She describes approaching light only to be scorched by it. She speaks of bitterness replacing sweetness, of abandonment by the moon god. Yet she never openly condemns Nanna. Instead, she appeals to higher arbitration, urging Inanna to assert her supremacy. Her words crescendo into repetition. It must be known. It must be known. The insistence becomes incantation. The goddess must be recognized as supreme over heaven and earth. Her verdict cannot be reversed. Once she declares destruction, destruction follows. Once she grants approval, no force can undo it. The hymn concludes with reconciliation. Inanna's fury subsides. She resumes her celestial radiance. The moon god gazes upon her. Harmony is restored in heaven, mirroring the restoration of order on earth. The implication is clear. Imperial authority stands reaffirmed. The third hymn, often rendered as Mistress of a Vast Heart, amplifies Inanna's cosmic dominance. She surpasses even the high gods in decisive power, and does not act without her. Enlil does not decree destiny without her. Her word binds heaven and earth. The tone is relentless. She's compared to storms, floods, predators. Her weapons drip with blood. Her rage darkens daylight. Cities crumble at her glance. Even the great gods tremble. Yet she is also described as radiant, resplendent, sovereign in beauty. Again, the ME are invoked in extended litany. Human behaviours, social roles, political authority, joy, grief, deceit, truth, prosperity, calamity, kingship, ritual, violence, compassion. All belong to her sphere. The list resists tidy explanation because it reflects a worldview where divinity permeates every aspect of existence. Enheduanna identifies herself openly near the end. She declares her office, her devotion, her suffering. Her personal crisis becomes inseparable from the fate of empire. In praising Inanna, she defends Akkad. In defending Akkad, she secures her own restoration. These hymns endured for centuries in scribal schools. Students copied them long after the political context had faded. Their survival testifies to their literary power. The voice of Enheduanna carries across millennia, not only as religious devotion, but as political theology, as personal lament, and as cultural memory. Through these compositions, Inanna emerges fully formed as warrior, judge, patron of kingship, mistress of cosmic order, and force of unstoppable transformation. The goddess, who once flickered in fragmentary traces, now stands in unmistakable clarity. The name of Enheduanna did not fade with the fall of the Akkadian Empire. For centuries after her lifetime, her compositions were copied and recopied in scribal schools. Young students pressed her hymns into clay, line after line, preserving the voice of a woman who had lived more than 4,000 years earlier. Even today, her words still carry an unmistakable emotional force. They are not dry ritual formulas. They tremble with devotion, fear, political urgency, and personal resolve. Yet for a long time, Enheduanna herself remained almost invisible. Her poetry survived, but her appearance and daily life seemed lost to history. As high priestess of the moon, god Nanna in the city of Ur, she would have resided in the sacred complex attached to the great temple. Her world was likely structured by ceremony, administration, and strict ritual observance. The office of empriestess required separation from ordinary life. It was a position of immense prestige, but also one of confinement. In the 1920s, excavations at Ur brought an unexpected revelation. Alongside the famous royal tombs, archaeologists uncovered the remains of the Djipar, the official residence of the high priestess within the temple precinct of Nanna. The structure exposed belongs to a later rebuilding, dating to the 2nd millennium. Whether Enheduanna herself lived in that particular building cannot be proven, yet it stood on the same sacred ground where earlier priestesses had once served. In 1927, within debris from this sacred residence, fragments of a broken limestone disc came to light. The pieces had been scattered and damaged, as though intentionally smashed and trampled into the earth. When carefully reassembled, they revealed a carved scene of remarkable importance. The relief shows a ritual moment. At the front stands a nude temple official, pouring a libation from a spouted vessel over a ceremonial stand decorated with a flowering plant. Behind him stand 3 figures. The central figure, clearly dominant in scale and placement, is a woman dressed in the distinctive flounced Kaunikese garment associated with high ritual status. Her posture is formal and composed. She raises her hand to her face in a gesture of reverence, touching her nose in a sign of respect. Her long hair falls over her shoulders in loose curls, and she wears a tall conical headdress with a rolled brim. Later, restoration altered some details of the disc, flattening the headdress and reshaping architectural elements in the background. What appears today as a stepped tower may not have originally been intended as such. More likely, the figures stand before a temple facade, rather than a towering structure. Despite these restoration issues, the identity of the central woman is confirmed by an inscription carved on the reverse. Though the text was damaged, scholars were able to reconstruct its meaning. It names Enheduanna, describing her as the true woman of Nanna and the spouse of Nanna, and identifying her as the daughter of Sargon, king of Kish. It records that she dedicated a ritual table within the temple of Inanna in Ur, and named it the Table of Heaven. This inscription is extraordinary. It reveals how Enheduanna understood her own position. By calling herself the true woman of Nanna, she aligned herself symbolically with Ningal, the divine consort of the moon god. As priestess, she did not merely serve Nanna, she embodied his earthly spouse. The title underscores the sacred marriage ideology embedded within Mesopotamian kingship and temple structure. Yet the dedication described on the disc was not made to Nanna's temple, but to the temple of Inanna. This detail is striking. Enheduanna held office in service of the moon god, yet her literary and political loyalties were powerfully drawn toward Inanna. Her father Sargon and her nephew Naram-Sin had both elevated Inanna as a patron of imperial authority. The disc quietly acknowledges this tension. Enheduanna stood at the intersection of two powerful cults, balancing devotion to Nanna with allegiance to Inanna. Her position was not merely ceremonial. Seal impressions discovered in Ur show that she presided over an administrative household. One seal names a superintendent who served her. Another names a scribe who identified himself as her servant. A third inscription refers to an individual described as her son. The word son raises questions. High priestesses were not supposed to bear children. The term may have been metaphorical, expressing loyalty rather than biological descent. Yet ancient Mesopotamian tradition includes stories of kings claiming descent from priestesses. Sargon himself was said in legend to have been born of a high priestess. Later, rulers also boasted of similar origins. The symbolic power of priestly motherhood could not be entirely dismissed. Another seal bearing Enheduanna's name identifies her explicitly as child of Sargon, and confirms the presence of scribal personnel attached to her service. These small clay impressions offer rare glimpses into the daily structure of her office. The young priestess was not an isolated mystic. She commanded staff, managed resources, and stood at the center of an institutional network. To understand her role more clearly, it is necessary to consider the older institution of the Ennead. In early Sumerian cities, the title En referred to a sacred ruler who functioned as consort of a goddess. In Uruk, the male En was closely associated with Inanna. When Sargon introduced the broader title of king, placing himself above local rulers, the traditional authority of the En was reduced in political scope. Yet the sacred dimension remained. The En priestess may have developed as the female counterpart to this earlier office. Like the male En, she was designated as the chosen spouse of a deity. There could be only one En priestess for a given god at any time, and she was appointed for life. Divination rituals determined her selection, though royal influence undoubtedly shaped the outcome. From Sargon's era onward, daughters of reigning kings frequently held the office, strengthening the bond between temple and dynasty. The insignia of the priestess mirrored those of the earlier sacred ruler. She possessed a throne, a ceremonial chair for procession, and a scepter. She wore the same distinctive headgear, a wrapped crown or turban form, later enhanced with metal adornments. In visual representations, she appears in the flounced Kaunikese garment, her hair worn long and loose. Images from the Akkadian and earlier periods show similar figures. On one seal, a priestess identified as daughter of Naram Sin sits enthroned, wearing ritual dress and headdress. A female attendant stands before her. A sacred tree rises behind her seat. The scene emphasizes authority and sanctity. Earlier still, from the early dynastic period, votive plaques depict women standing behind libation scenes, their posture and dress echoing the later image of Enheduanna. On these reliefs, the priestess does not pour the offering herself. Instead, she supervises while a male attendant performs the action. Her authority lies not in physical performance, but in ritual oversight. Cylinder seals from the same era show women seated on benches supported by carved legs, resembling those of bulls. In Mesopotamian symbolism, the bull was closely associated with divine strength, especially with the moon god. Seated posture signified elevated status. These women occupy the focal point of ceremonial scenes, receiving offerings or presiding over acts of worship. Archaeological finds from Mari reinforce this picture. Female figurines discovered in temples wear the same flounced garments and tall, conical hats. Some are shown seated on thrones whose armrests end in carved bovine forms. Others hold date branches, symbols of fertility and sacred authority. Across the late 4th and early 3rd millennia, representations of powerful women are surprisingly numerous. They appear alone, centrally positioned, and clearly dominant within ritual contexts. Over time, however, this prominence diminished. As urban institutions expanded and centralized authority intensified, religious and political leadership increasingly consolidated in male hands. By the 2nd millennium, the office of a priestess faded from practice. Gods no longer required human spouses. Sacred marriage rites continued in symbolic form, enacted between divine statues tended by temple personnel. The once prestigious titles held by earlier priestesses survived only as lesser designations. The limestone disc from Ur stands as rare and tangible testimony to an earlier era. It preserves not only the name of Enheduanna, but the visual image of her presence within sacred space. Through it, the poet who once spoke in fervent hymns emerges briefly into view. Daughter of an empire builder, earthly consort of a god, patron of temples, political mediator, and one of the earliest recorded authors in human history. In the religious world of ancient Mesopotamia, the most powerful gods of the pantheon were believed to maintain a sacred partnership with a human representative on earth. This role was fulfilled by a high priestess known as the En. Once chosen for this position, the priestess dedicated her entire life to the service of the deity. She lived within the temple complex and carried out rituals that symbolically maintained the bond between the divine world and the human community. Although the details of daily life inside the temple of the goddess Inanna remain largely unknown, clues from archaeology and surviving texts allow a partial reconstruction of the lives of the women who served in these sacred roles. Important information comes from the city of Ur, where the residence of the priestesses, called the Jipa, stood beside the great temple of the moon god. Additional evidence comes from archives discovered at Sippar along the Euphrates, where thousands of clay tablets from the early 2nd millennium, before the Common Eras, record the activities and organization of women living in a temple cloister. The office of the En priestess in Ur held exceptional prestige throughout Mesopotamian history. This status can already be seen during the Akkadian period, when the famous king Sargon appointed his daughter Enheduanna as priestess of the moon god Nanna. Later, dynasties continued this tradition. Rulers of the 3rd dynasty of Ur and the kings of Isin and Larsa regularly selected royal daughters to occupy the same sacred office. The position was the highest role within the temple hierarchy, connected with the Gipa. Archaeological discoveries from the cemetery of reveal cylinder seals belonging to individuals who served these priestesses. Some belong to officials connected to Enheduanna herself, while others came from attendants who served her successor Enmananna, the daughter of Naram-Sin. These seals depict scenes of presentation before a divine figure and include inscriptions identifying scribes, couriers, and other temple personnel attached to the household of the priestess. Every Enno priestess received a ceremonial name when she entered the temple service. Scholars have reconstructed a sequence of these names, stretching across several centuries. Most of these names include the element An, which could refer either to the concept of heaven or to the ancient sky god An. Among them were Enheduanna, whose name means High Priestess, Ornament of Heaven, and Enmananna, whose title may be translated as Crown of Heaven. Others followed across generations. Priestesses appointed by rulers of Lagash, and Isin carried names that expressed divine favour, legitimacy, or heavenly authority. Through these ritual names, the priestesses assumed a sacred identity that marked their separation from ordinary society. The residence of these priestesses lay just southeast of the towering ziggurat dedicated to the moon, god Nanna. The ziggurat rose within a large, sacred courtyard surrounded by the buildings of the temple complex. At certain festivals, the statue of the god may have been brought into the open courtyard so that the citizens of the city could witness the presence of their divine protector. Nearby stood the administrative centre that controlled the temple's wealth and economic activities. Large storerooms within this area held goods belonging to the temple treasury. The Jipar itself was an imposing structure measuring nearly 80 metres on each side. Its walls were aligned with the cardinal directions and enclosed a fortified compound that functioned both as a residence and as a sacred institution. Excavations revealed that the building was divided into several sections connected by internal corridors and courtyards. One part of the complex served as the temple household of the goddess Ningal, the divine wife of the moon god. The priestess lived in close association with this goddess, whose presence was represented by a cult statue placed in a sanctuary chamber. Before entering sacred spaces, priests were required to purify themselves, and therefore basins coated with bitumen were installed near entrances for ritual washing. Within the sanctuary, the statue of the goddess stood upon a raised platform, while nearby rooms stored the food and offerings prepared for both the divine household and the human residents of the complex. Another section of the building contained the large dining hall, where ceremonial meals took place. The room was accessible through several doorways and appears to have been a central gathering place for rituals connected with the gods of the temple. Nearby lay the burial area reserved for the priestesses who had served there in previous generations. Archaeologists discovered several tombs within this cemetery, some empty and others containing remains of those who once held the office. Because the priestesses did not marry or bear children, the responsibility of maintaining their funerary offerings passed to their successors. Each month, food, drink, and other gifts were placed before the graves, so that the memory of the deceased would be preserved. The northern part of the complex functioned as the private residence of the reigning priestess. Her living quarters were arranged around a central courtyard similar to those found in domestic houses throughout Mesopotamia. Within this area, there was also a chamber dedicated to the ancestors of the priestess, where prayers were offered for the health and prosperity of her father, the king. Statues of earlier rulers of once stood in these rooms, along with images of protective deities associated with the royal family. Artistic remains from the early 2nd millennium provide an impression of how these priestesses appeared. Their clothing followed a traditional style already seen centuries earlier. Sculptures depict them wearing elaborate garments with layered woolen fringes and a distinctive band across the forehead, sometimes fashioned from gold. One surviving statue portrays the priestess, Inanna, seated on a high ceremonial chair, dressed in the characteristic robe that symbolized her sacred authority. Small sculpted heads discovered near temples in Ur and Assur may also represent priestesses of this rank. Even though these objects are modest in size, their careful craftsmanship suggests the reverence associated with these women. The appointment of a new end priestess was not a private event, but a public ceremony of great importance. Kings even named official years after the installation of a priestess, emphasizing the significance of the occasion. Once installed, the priestess normally remained in office for life. Even when political power changed hands, rulers rarely removed a priestess who had been appointed by a predecessor. This continuity shows how deeply the position was embedded within religious tradition. Evidence from inscriptions reveals the presence of scribes and attendants working within the household of the priestess. One seal impression records the service of a scribe who identified himself as the loyal servant of a priestess named Inanna. The image on the seal shows a figure approaching an enthroned deity in a gesture of reverence. Such scenes were common in Mesopotamian art and symbolized the relationship between a servant and a divine or royal authority. After the collapse of the third dynasty of Ur, later, rulers attempted to preserve the tradition of the unpriestess. However, the political stability that had supported the temple institutions gradually weakened. Wars, economic hardship, and shifting centers of power eventually damaged the city itself. Even so, the custom survived for a time under the kings of Larsa. In this later period, the office was sometimes given not to a king's daughter, but to his sister. One of the last women to hold the position was a princess named Inanna. She entered the Jipar during the reign of the Larsa dynasty, but would ultimately become the final priestess to serve there before the city fell to the Babylonian king Hammurabi. An inscription left by Inanna provides a rare glimpse into the responsibilities of the office. In this text, she describes the state of the temple complex when she first arrived. The walls had fallen into disrepair, vegetation had grown across the sacred grounds, and the protective boundary around the cemetery of earlier priestesses had been neglected. Determined to restore the dignity of the institution, she ordered the rebuilding of the structures, the clearing of the grounds, and the reinforcement of the enclosure that guarded the burial places of her predecessors. She also arranged for the continued care of the sanctuary and the preparation of offerings dedicated to the divine couple, Nanna and Ningal. The priestess oversaw not only ritual activities, but also the administration of lands and resources belonging to the temple. She organized offerings of bread, beer, grain, and meat that were presented daily before the divine statues. She also commissioned new garments and jewelry appropriate for the dignity of the gods, and arranged for furnishings within the sanctuary, including ceremonial beds used in religious rites. The process by which a woman was chosen for this sacred office involved divination. Priests interpreted signs found in the organs of sacrificed animals, believing these signs revealed the will of the gods. When the divine choice became clear, preparations began for the elaborate ceremony that marked the entrance of the new priestess into the Jipar. Ritual purification formed an important part of the event. Sacred hymns were recited, and the priestess formally received her ceremonial name, which defined her role within the temple. One ancient hymn associated with these ceremonies praises both the moon god Nanna and his divine partner Ningal, while describing the duties of the priestess. The text portrays the priestess preparing offerings, performing ritual tasks, and singing praises within the sanctuary. She grinds grain used for sacrificial meals and carries ritual objects connected with the temple service. These actions symbolize the care she provided for the divine household. The priestess was regarded as the earthly representative of the goddess, who was the divine spouse of the temple's god. Because of this symbolic relationship, she devoted her life entirely to the deity rather than entering into an ordinary human marriage. In this sense, her role resembled later religious traditions in which women dedicated themselves to spiritual service. Through ritual acts, prayers, and offerings, she maintained the connection between the god and the city that depended on divine favor for prosperity and protection. During the early centuries of the second millennium before the Common Era, a new kind of religious institution became visible in several Mesopotamian cities. Enclosed communities of women attached to the cult of a major god. For many wealthy households, placing a daughter inside such an institution was not a temporary phase. It was a lifelong arrangement. The most widely known example stood in Sippar, a city on the Euphrates where the great sanctuary of the sun god was served by a walled women's quarter. Behind that wall lived women who were set apart from ordinary marriage and ordinary family life, yet who remained closely tied to property, contracts, and the social ambitions of the families that sent them there. These women were known by a title that later readers often translate as consecrated women, but in their own world the label carried a more specific meaning. The term has been explained in different ways. One interpretation connects it to the idea of land left uncultivated, as if a woman in this role was expected to remain, without children and without sexual life, set aside like a fallow field. Another interpretation links the title to the language of giving and marriage, suggesting that such a woman was, in a symbolic sense, given to the god and treated as a spouse dedicated to a heavenly husband. Whatever the original linguistic path, the practical expectation in Sippar was clear. The woman entered a defined religious status, lived under special rules, and did not form a normal household through marriage. The complex in Sippar functioned like a small town inside a wall. It contained streets, gates, and a clear internal organization. Individual women could own or rent separate houses, and many ran their own households with the help of servants and enslaved workers. The enclosure also included the residences and workplaces of the officials who kept the community functioning: gate supervisors, doorkeepers, administrators, and legal authorities who handled disputes and oversight. Specialized labor was present as well, including women who worked as weavers and cooks. There was storage space for grain, offices for administration, and areas that appear to have been used for record keeping. Even a modest plot of cultivated land existed within the enclosure, where sesame could be grown. This was not a silent retreat cut off from the economic world. It was a managed institution with routines, property, personnel, and constant paperwork. The administrative head of this community carried a title that can be rendered as a steward of the consecrated women. In the earlier phase, women from the community themselves could hold leadership responsibilities. Over time, however, a noticeable shift occurred. Positions of formal authority that had once been accessible to women increasingly moved into male hands. Records also show the presence of female scribes in Sippar, but the role was limited, and later it seems to have been dominated entirely by men. This gradual change says something about how institutional power could narrow even within a system where women were central to the identity of the place. Entry into the cloister typically occurred at the age when a young woman would otherwise have been expected to marry. Surviving tablets preserve the practical details of admission, and they read less like mystical ceremonies and more like the careful accounting of a major life transaction. One record describes a girl brought to the enclosure by her brother. The list of items and expenses includes food provisions, oil, silver, jewellery such as rings, and pieces of clothing and accessories. The same record even notes, costs linked to travel and transport, suggesting that the journey into the enclosed quarter was treated as a formal transfer that required logistical planning. The language used for some of these expenses resembles the language of betrothal gifts. That detail matters because it frames the entire entry as a kind of marriage arrangement, not to a human husband, but to the divine household served by the institution. In several cases, the administrative body connected to the cloister appears to have offered gifts comparable to bridal presents, reinforcing the idea that a family was not simply donating a daughter, but negotiating a recognized social and economic exchange. Admission could also be linked to festivals. Some tablets note multi-day celebrations connected with the cult of the sun god, including offerings presented in honor of deceased women who had previously lived in the enclosure. In at least one account, even the distribution of beer to the enslaved women serving the new entrant is carefully recorded, as if the institution marked the occasion with regulated hospitality. The entrance of a new member was therefore not only a private family decision, it could be tied into the calendar of public cult life. Behind the religious language stood a hard economic logic. In the second millennium, a growing number of upper-class families managed to accumulate estates, houses, and movable wealth on a scale that encouraged strategic planning across generations. Marrying off a daughter meant transferring a dowry out of the natal household. That dowry could weaken the family's long-term concentration of assets. By placing a daughter in the cloister instead, a family could preserve its holdings more tightly. The woman still possessed a dowry during her lifetime, but after her death it could return to her brothers or remain linked to the original family line. In addition, the family might receive valuable gifts tied to the woman's entry, similar to what a family might receive in a conventional marriage arrangement. This made the institution attractive, not only as a religious path, but as a tool for managing inheritance and preventing fragmentation of wealth. There was also prestige in closeness to a major god. Having a daughter living near the temple, making offerings, and praying within the sacred sphere could be understood as a spiritual advantage for the family, a daily investment in divine favour. Letters from women in such positions show that they viewed themselves as symbols of their family's devotion, and at times they demanded that their families treat them accordingly. The same logic could apply even in royal contexts. In unstable political environments, sending a potential rival or vulnerable royal woman into a protected religious status could function as a strategy of survival, removing her from the dangerous contest of succession. Yet, the emotional reality could be brutal. The institutional wall protected the women, but it also separated them. Letters reveal loneliness, resentment, and a sense of abandonment. Some women complained that despite their high status, they were neglected in provisions and treated worse than captives taken in war. Complaints mention shortages of money, oil, clothing, and basic support. A woman could describe days filled with tears or the loss of household help through illness and death, and then use those hardships as an accusation directed at her own family. In these messages, a sharp contradiction appears. The woman is presented as spiritually important, yet materially vulnerable if her relatives fail to uphold their obligations. Within the cult structure of Sippar, these women were framed as secondary partners in the divine household of the sun god. The god's primary divine spouse held the highest symbolic place, and the consecrated women were imagined as belonging to that same sacred family. Their relationship to the goddess connected with the sun god was especially emphasized. This can be seen in the ceremonial names many women received upon entering the cloister, names that repeatedly incorporated the goddess's name and described devotion, belonging, goodness, or being called by her. Such naming patterns were not casual. they created an identity that anchored the woman to the goddess as mistress and patron, and they marked her as someone whose life was now defined by divine service, rather than ordinary kinship. Despite isolation, life inside the enclosure did not mean total silence or total separation from the outside world. Tablets show active correspondence with relatives, friends, and commercial agents. Women could send instructions, request goods, complain, negotiate, and maintain networks. There is also evidence suggesting that visits were possible under certain conditions, because letters sometimes refer to the joy of seeing a relative again, describing it as comparable to the first moment of entering the enclosure and encountering the face of the goddess. The line between enclosure and world was controlled, but it was not always absolute. Religious obligations, however, appear surprisingly limited in the surviving documentation. These women did not necessarily perform elaborate daily rites, in the way that some high priestesses did in other cities. Instead, a key duty was participation in offerings during particular festivals. For those events, a woman was expected to bring an offering to the temple of the sun god. Payment could come from the family or from the income of the woman's own property. This duty could become a point of tension in family relationships, and records even suggest that failure to supply clothing, ointment, and festival offerings could lead to severe consequences within adopted family arrangements. The expectation was clear. Sacred status carried practical obligations, and neglect could be treated as a serious breach. Most women remained within the enclosure until death. Many, therefore, lived there for decades, commonly between a quarter century and more than half a century. The enclosed life reduced certain risks that shaped ordinary women's lives in the ancient world, especially the dangers linked to repeated childbirth. Isolation could also reduce exposure to contagious illnesses. Paradoxically, the same institution that produced deep loneliness for some women may have contributed to long life for many. Rules demanded chastity, but human life rarely matched rules perfectly. Some documents strongly suggest that a number of women in this status did bear children. The evidence appears in legal agreements, where a woman arranges for her child to be adopted by a brother or by another household, sometimes while still providing nursing care in exchange for a set allowance. What stands out is that these contracts do not always treat childbirth as an automatic end to the woman's religious status. The institution appears to have handled such cases pragmatically, at least at times, focusing on the legal and economic arrangements rather than public scandal. Economic life is where the records become especially vivid. Some women amassed considerable wealth, including large property holdings, managed through supervisors and agents. Lending money at interest, leasing land, and hiring out labour were not unusual activities. Enslaved workers could be treated as part of an economic portfolio, rented out or used to maintain household production. Not all women had such resources, but even women of moderate means could participate in contracts involving houses, land parcels, and the purchase and sale of enslaved persons. Some earned money through textile work, spinning and weaving wool, and records exist of women using that income to make significant purchases. The enclosure was therefore not merely a spiritual space. It was embedded in the economy of the city and helped shape property flows across generations. The legal system recognized that this arrangement could place women in a precarious position. Because the woman did not marry into another household, her relationship to her natal family remained central, and conflicts over dowry, inheritance, and support were common. Legal provisions from royal law collections attempt to protect temple women by defining their rights to use their dowry and by limiting the ability of brothers to block access to it. In practice, however, The same laws often positioned brothers as managers of the dowry, which could easily become a channel for neglect or exploitation. The very existence of repeated protection suggests that the problem was not theoretical. It was persistent enough that rulers felt pressure to intervene more than once. The enclosure did not provide full financial support. Even though the women were attached to a major temple, they were often expected to live on private resources, family remittances, and income from property. Tablets preserve moments of genuine panic, where a woman urgently begs relatives to send grain or essential goods, sometimes framing the request as necessary for an offering. These letters show fear not only of poverty, but of failing in the religious obligations that defined the woman's status. When families abandoned their responsibilities, the consequences could be severe. Because of this vulnerability, some rulers issued direct orders to ease the situation. One policy allowed a woman to leave the enclosure if her family stopped supporting her, acknowledging that the institution could become a trap if the economic bargain collapsed. Another principle aimed to protect these women from being held liable for their parents' debts and obligations, a crucial safeguard in a world where family financial crises could spread through kin networks. These interventions paint a picture of a system that was admired, used, and yet often strained by the realities of money and family conflict. When a woman lacked reliable support, adoption became a survival strategy. Some adopted a son or daughter who could provide care in old age, creating a contractual family where biological family failed. The adopted person might be another woman from within the enclosure, a relative, or even a loyal enslaved worker. In some cases, adoption contracts promised freedom to an enslaved person after the woman's death, creating an incentive for lifelong service. Sometimes the institution itself helped arrange care for a sick woman with no one to assist her, requiring an adopted caretaker to provide nursing and long-term support. These contracts show a stark truth. Spiritual prestige did not guarantee practical security. Security had to be negotiated, written down, and enforced. After the era of Hammurabi, this particular class of women gradually disappears from the record, and the economic and social world tied to their institution fades with it. The disappearance was not just a religious change. It also meant the loss of a distinctive economic actor, because these women had played an active role in property markets and lending networks. Against this backdrop of temple institutions and women's religious status, the wider divine landscape of southern Mesopotamia remained dominated by the great gods of Ur. In Ur, the moon god stood at the center of civic identity. His cult shaped hymns, rites, and expectations tied to fertility and the rhythms of time. In the older mythic memory, the goddess Inanna and the sun god were described as children of the moon god, but hymns dedicated to the moon often focus instead on his own power and his relationship with his divine spouse. Over centuries, partnerships among gods could shift in emphasis, and traditions that once linked a goddess to one divine partner could later highlight another. What remained stable was the moon god's image as a force of renewal and abundance, a presence believed to influence the well-being of fields, herds, and kings. Royal names reveal the importance of this deity in political ideology. Many kings incorporated the divine name into their own, turning it into a marker of legitimacy and divine favour. For Amorite dynasties that rose to power later, devotion to the moon god may have carried echoes of older lifeways on the steppe, where the moon's cool guidance across night landscapes had a different emotional weight than the harsh sun of daytime travel. In that worldview, the moon could be imagined as a leader moving with a host of stars across the sky, like a herdsman guiding animals across a vast pasture. In Ur, The moon god's principal temple complex included a famous ziggurat that became one of the great monumental symbols of Mesopotamian religion. Kings celebrated building works dedicated to this god and his spouse, presenting themselves as pious servants who poured libations and offered gifts to secure divine protection. The god's name itself carried layers of mystery. Scribes used different spellings and titles, some emphasizing lordship, others emphasizing brightness, motion, or solitary radiance. Even in antiquity, learned tradition could admit that the oldest meaning of the name was obscure, as if the god's identity had travelled through languages and cultures before settling into the forms preserved in later texts. The moon's changing shape inspired a rich vocabulary. Names and epithets reflected waxing light, crown-like brilliance, and the rhythm of renewal. The moon could be compared to a dragon in its roaring majesty, not only as a frightening creature but as a symbol of supreme power. It could also be compared to a bull, the crescent imagined as a horn, and divine radiance described as a shining aura. In artistic imagery, bulls decorated with precious materials could mirror the same symbolic language, linking earthly wealth to heavenly brightness. Pastoral metaphors dominate the praise of the moon god. The sky becomes an enormous animal pen. Stars and planets become herds. Fixed stars move like disciplined animals, while wandering planets behave like restless sheep, crossing the sky with their own pattern. The moon becomes shepherd, bull, and source of milk-like abundance poured onto offering tables. Hymns imagine endless cattle, endless milk, endless butter and cheese, tying cosmic order to the daily substances of human survival. This is not poetic decoration alone. In an agricultural world where prosperity meant full pens and full granaries, these metaphors made the god's power tangible. The moon's cycle also shaped time. Certain days of the month were marked by temple festivities tied to visible phases of the moon. At month's end, the moon's disappearance could be treated like a descent into the underworld, a moment for offerings of mourning. Its return was celebrated as rebirth and renewal, the beginning of a new cycle. When moon and sun appeared together in particular positions, that moment could be considered especially potent. Ritual instructions sometimes focused on these alignments, prescribing offerings, incense, and spoken formulas meant to harness the combined strength of the heavenly lights for healing. In such rites, the sky was not distant astronomy. It was a living schedule of power. The moon also touched the most intimate human experiences, including childbirth. In later traditions, hymns about divine animals, bulls and cows, were used in healing contexts, recited by ritual specialists when assisting a woman in painful labour. The logic followed a common magical principle. What happens among the gods can be echoed in the human world through spoken narrative and ritual imitation. By calling on the moon, God who eased the suffering of a divine cow, the healer sought the same easing for a human mother. Even personal names could reflect gratitude for successful births, linking the child's identity to the god's aid. Fertility symbolism extended into the cult of Inanna as well. She could be addressed with bovine imagery, and certain small reliefs show cows in sacred contexts that may represent divine presence or general fecundity. In a world where cattle represented wealth, survival, and the continuity of life, the cow became a natural emblem of blessing. Many goddesses could receive that epithet, and some divine names themselves carried the meaning of wild cow or great lady, suggesting how closely fertility imagery was woven into theology. Love songs dedicated to the moon, God and his spouse, often resemble the style of sacred love poetry elsewhere in Mesopotamian tradition. The goddess speaks of dwelling with the god in specific holy places, describing storehouses rich with sweetness, keys where sacred boats dock, and elevated shrines imagined as fragrant, cedar-scented heights. Dialogue texts portray desire, food preparation, butter, milk, and the movement of cattle into pens, turning domestic imagery into divine intimacy. These songs likely belonged to ritual settings, where the union of god and goddess symbolized abundance for the land. The moon god's importance was also political. Kings sometimes described themselves as specially connected to him, even as his offspring, and royal participation in temple festivals could reinforce the idea that the ruler's well-being and the land's fertility were bound to the god's favour. When the moon god travelled in sacred narrative to visit a higher deity in another city, the journey could mirror political hierarchies. A city god paying respect to a supreme figure, bringing offerings and receiving blessings in return. Such divine journey stories are filled with lists of animals, foods, and rich cargo, and they imagine the river route as a procession of sacred hospitality, with cities welcoming the traveller and trying to persuade him to stay. The god refuses because the journey has a higher purpose, a destination tied to cosmic order and the distribution of blessing. But Mesopotamian literature also preserved a darker memory. Prosperity was never guaranteed. The end of the third dynasty of Ur became the subject of long lamentations that describe catastrophic collapse in terms that feel both historical and cosmic. In these poems, destruction is not merely an enemy victory. It becomes a decision embedded in the order of the gods, as if the very laws of the world have turned against the city. Temples are abandoned, storehouses fall silent, quays silt up, cattle are taken, daily offerings cease, the city's king is portrayed as isolated and grieving. The language piles image upon image, ovens cold, butchers' knives idle, songs turn to weeping, sacred halls defiled, the ordinary sounds of abundance replaced by silence and dread. The poems describe storms and floods sweeping over the land, obscuring daylight, scattering bodies and leaving roads to brigands. Some interpretations treat these storms as metaphors for invading armies, foreign forces that devastated the cities at the end of Ur's power. Others read the storm imagery more literally, suggesting that natural disasters, such as flood, drought, famine, or epidemic, contributed to the collapse, and that invasions followed when the region was already weakened. Either way, the literature frames the catastrophe as the death of an era, not merely a political transition. The language is vast, relentless, and mournful, insisting that what was lost was not only a city, but a world. Within this grief, the goddess spouse of the moon god becomes a central witness. She cries over the ruin, describes herself as exiled, stripped of a home, sitting like a stranger in a strange city. She laments that those unfamiliar with silver seize silver, those unfamiliar with gems wear gems, as if the sacred wealth of the temple has been scattered into the hands of the unworthy. She tears at her hair, beats her chest, and repeats the sorrowful refrain for city and house. The poems describe her pleading with the highest gods to spare the city, prostrating herself, stretching out her hands, begging that the fate be changed. The refusal she receives is presented as final and terrifying, a decree that cannot be undone. The lamentations also list what has vanished from religious life: purification rites, priestly garments, music, festivals, offerings of cattle and sheep, fish and birds, the bustling work of temple personnel. Even the landscape changes. Plants grow in waterways once busy with boats. Thorn bushes rise on roads built for wagons. This is the poetry of absence, where every missing routine becomes a wound. At times, the text shifts into a call and response style, as if a chorus demands to know how long the misery will last, how long the singing will remain weeping, how long the sacred economy will remain broken. In the end, The literature offers different kinds of closure depending on the composition. Some traditions allow a hint of rebuilding and renewed blessing. Others end with abandonment. The gods turned away, the city never fully returning. Historically, did not regain its former glory after the Old Babylonian period. The memory that survives is therefore not only of temples and hymns, but of a city whose identity was bound to the moon god and whose fall became a symbol of how fragile human prosperity could be under forces that seemed, to ancient minds, both political and cosmic. 5,000 years separate the modern world from the earliest civilizations of Mesopotamia. Bridging that distance requires imagination. The people who lived in those distant centuries experienced a universe that looked completely different from the one explained by modern science. Today, it is understood that the Earth is a rotating sphere orbiting the Sun, tilted in space in a way that produces the changing seasons. The Sun itself is recognized as a massive sphere of burning gas, whose energy makes life possible on this planet. Planets such as Venus are known to follow their own paths around the Sun, governed by gravity and physical laws. Weather, disease, and famine are explained through natural processes, rather than the anger of invisible beings. For ancient societies, none of this knowledge existed. The sky, the seasons, and the disasters of life appeared mysterious and unpredictable. Yet people still searched for explanations. Their response was to imagine a universe filled with divine personalities and supernatural forces. Gods, spirits, and demons became the framework through which the workings of nature could be interpreted. Storms, illness, fertility, or prosperity could all be understood as the actions of these unseen powers. Stories about the gods, therefore, became much more than entertainment. Myths offered answers to the deepest questions communities faced. They explained how the world began, how human beings came into existence, and why death eventually claims every life. Some stories described how agriculture first appeared, or how tools such as the plough were introduced into human society. In these narratives, the origins of civilization itself were placed in the hands of divine beings. Ritual practices formed the practical side of this worldview. Ceremonies allowed communities to respond to the forces they believed shaped their existence. Through carefully repeated actions, people attempted to influence events, or at least place them within a hopeful interpretation. Rituals were performed generation after generation, preserving collective memory and reinforcing the belief that cosmic order could be understood and maintained. Myths did not function like scientific explanations. They spoke to emotional truth rather than empirical fact. They addressed how the world felt rather than how it could be measured. Rituals then brought those stories into everyday life. When communities reenacted sacred actions that had been performed for centuries, they created a powerful sense of continuity. The shared performance of these traditions strengthened social bonds and offered reassurance in a world that could be harsh and uncertain. Within this mythological landscape, the goddess Inanna occupied a central place. Many of the stories connected with her were attempts to explain unusual events observed in the sky. In very early times, Inanna was closely linked with the planet Venus. The unpredictable behavior of that planet fascinated ancient observers and was interpreted as the visible movement of the goddess herself. Venus travels around the Sun more quickly than Earth. From the perspective of someone standing on Earth, this creates an unusual pattern of appearances. At certain times of the year, Venus rises shortly before the Sun and shines brilliantly in the eastern sky. In those periods, it becomes known as the morning star. At other times, Venus appears after sunset in the western sky, glowing brightly as the evening star. For long stretches, Venus remains visible in one of these positions. Eventually, it disappears entirely for a period before returning again on the opposite side of the sky. To ancient observers, this cycle appeared mysterious. The planet sometimes seemed to move backward against the background of stars before changing direction again. Such behaviour seemed erratic and difficult to predict without long observation. Modern astronomy explains these movements through the geometry of planetary orbits. Venus travels closer to the Sun than Earth does, so it is always seen near the Sun in the sky. When Venus lies between Earth and the Sun or passes behind the Sun, its light disappears in the brightness of daylight and it cannot be seen. Only when it moves to the side of the Sun from Earth's perspective does it become visible again, either before sunrise or after sunset. In ancient Mesopotamia, these disappearances were interpreted in mythological terms. When Venus vanished from the sky, it was believed that Inanna had descended into the realm of the dead. Her eventual return symbolized her reappearance among the living world. One of the most famous stories describing this cycle tells of her journey to the underworld. Another important narrative connected with the goddess tells how she acquired the mysterious powers known as the Me. These were understood as the fundamental principles that shaped the structure of civilization. They included both the creative and destructive aspects of human society, from political authority and religious offices to craft traditions and social behaviours. Originally, these powers were believed to belong to the god Enki, the divine patron of wisdom, whose sacred city was Eridu. According to tradition, Enki kept these cosmic principles in his hidden residence beneath the waters of the Abzu, the subterranean source of fresh water believed to flow beneath the earth. The story describes Inanna deciding to travel from her own city of Uruk to visit Enki in his watery domain. The reason for the journey is never fully explained, a typical feature of ancient myths, where divine actions are often mysterious. Before departing, she adorns herself and prepares to use all her charm and persuasive abilities. Enki learns of her approach long before she reaches the city. From his palace, he orders his servant, Izimud, to greet the arriving goddess with generous hospitality. She is to be welcomed with food and drink and treated as an honoured guest. Soon the two deities sit together sharing beer and wine. The mood becomes increasingly relaxed, and eventually Enki grows intoxicated. In that state, he begins offering the Me to Inanna one after another. Each time he declares that he is granting these powers to his daughter. The list of Me is long and varied. Some represent institutions such as kingship, priesthood, and the authority of rulers. Others describe skills such as metalworking, writing, construction, and craftsmanship. Still others refer to human experiences including conflict, celebration, wisdom, and deception. Together they represent the many forces that shape human culture. Inanna quietly gathers these powers and stores them aboard her divine boat. When Enki finally awakens from his drunken sleep, he realizes what has happened. Alarmed, he demands to know where the Me have gone. His servant explains that the goddess has already departed with them. Enki sends messengers to retrieve the boat, but each attempt fails. Whenever the pursuers reach Inanna, she insists that the gifts were freely given and cannot be taken back. Eventually, the goddess reaches her own city of Uruk. Her arrival brings immense celebration. The possession of the Me promises prosperity and prestige for the city. Music fills the streets, animals are sacrificed in honor of the gods, and the people praise their divine protector. The end of the story is damaged in surviving texts, but it suggests that the myth may have been connected with a festival celebrated in Uruk. The narrative may have explained why certain rituals required processions or symbolic journeys between cities. Some interpretations suggest that the story reflects the celestial movements of Venus. The repeated journeys between Uruk and the watery realm of Enki could mirror the planet's cycle of appearance and disappearance in the sky. The goddess rises, disappears, and returns again, just as Venus alternates between visibility and invisibility. Another myth connected with Inanna and the planet Venus tells of a gardener named Shukalatuda. This story begins with the goddess travelling across the world, inspecting the lands beneath her. After a long journey, she becomes exhausted and rests beneath the shade of a tree in a garden. The gardener sees the mysterious figure lying there and realizes that she possesses divine power. During the brief moment while she sleeps, he commits a grave act of violence against the goddess. When she awakens and discovers what has happened, she is overcome with rage. Unable to find the attacker immediately, Inanna sends disasters across the land. Wells fill with blood, storms sweep across fields, and the roads become blocked. Each calamity spreads fear among the population. Meanwhile, the terrified gardener seeks advice from his father, who urges him to hide among the crowds of the city where the goddess might fail to recognize him. For a time, the plan succeeds, but eventually Inanna consults Enki for help. With his assistance, she locates the guilty man. The surviving text breaks off during the description of his punishment, but it is clear that the gardener is condemned to death. Yet the goddess declares that his name will not vanish completely. Songs will remember him, and his story will be sung by shepherds and musicians long after his life has ended. Scholars have proposed different ways to understand this strange narrative. Some see it as a political allegory reflecting historical tensions between cities or empires. Others believe it again reflects the movement of Venus in the sky. In this interpretation, the goddess's disappearance corresponds to the planet vanishing from sight near the sun. Her return represents the moment when Venus reappears in the dawn sky. The gardener's encounter with the goddess may symbolize the brief interval between her disappearance and her renewed visibility. Ancient astronomers observed the heavens with remarkable dedication. They carefully recorded the rising and setting of Venus and other celestial bodies. Over time, they began linking these observations with events on Earth such as harvests, political conflicts, or natural disasters. These records eventually formed long series of astronomical observations. If a particular appearance of Venus had coincided with a prosperous harvest in the past, the same event might later be interpreted as a favourable omen. Conversely, the disappearance of Venus could be taken as a warning of danger or misfortune. Farmers also paid attention to celestial signs. Agricultural instructions advised observing the constellations before beginning important seasonal work. The timing of ploughing, planting, and harvesting was believed to depend partly on the patterns visible in the sky. Venus held particular importance because it was associated with fertility and abundance. Its appearance after a period of invisibility could be interpreted as a promising sign for crops and livestock. In divination texts, the planet's position within certain constellations was sometimes connected with predictions of rain, successful harvests, or political stability. Within the myth of the gardener, these celestial beliefs may appear symbolically. The field where the goddess rests could represent a constellation associated with agriculture. Her presence in the garden would normally signal prosperity for the land. Yet the gardener violates the divine order by attacking the goddess. Instead of bringing fertility, he brings disaster. The story may therefore warn against misusing divine power or ignoring sacred boundaries. Another possible interpretation connects the myth with ancient fertility rituals. In some traditional farming cultures, people believed that human actions could magically stimulate the growth of crops. Couples sometimes spent nights in fields during certain seasons as part of ceremonies meant to encourage fertility in the soil. If such practices once existed in Mesopotamia, the gardener's encounter with the goddess might reflect a distorted or forbidden version of this ritual. Only certain sacred figures, such as priests or rulers, could properly participate in divine unions, meant to bless the land. For an ordinary person, the attempt would be dangerous and sacrilegious. Whatever its original meaning, the story ends with the gardener's death and the promise that his name will survive in song. The narrative closes with the suggestion that even tragic events can become part of cultural memory. Through storytelling and ritual, communities preserved these myths and passed them down across generations. Agriculture stood at the heart of life in ancient Sumer. Every year, the survival of entire communities depended on the success of the next harvest. Fields had to produce grain, orchards had to bear fruit, and herds had to multiply. Yet this foundation of life was fragile. A poor harvest could threaten the stability of a city, and the forces that determined success or failure seemed unpredictable. Rain, floods, drought, and disease could change everything. Because of this uncertainty, people believed the outcome of the harvest ultimately depended on the favour of the gods. Farmers tried to secure that favour through prayers, offerings, and rituals. Songs and hymns expressed the anxieties of agricultural life as well as the hope that divine powers might ensure abundance. In these songs, the growth of crops and the increase of animals were often described through the imagery of human relationships. Fertility in nature was imagined in the same terms as the union between a man and a woman. Certain religious figures may have performed rituals meant to guarantee prosperity for the land. But ordinary villagers also believed their own actions could influence the forces of fertility. Through symbolic acts and celebrations, they attempted to imitate the creative power of nature itself. Among the many deities who were connected with fertility, the goddess Inanna occupied a special place because she embodied the principle of sexual generation and renewal. In poetic language, the goddess often described her own body using images drawn from agriculture. In one lyric song, she compares herself to land that has not yet been cultivated, a field waiting to be ploughed and made productive. The imagery combines desire with the rhythms of farming life. My uncultivated land lying in the steppe, my field where birds gather in great numbers, my well-watered ground rising like fertile soil, my own body like a field filled with moisture. Who will plough it for me? Who will guide the ox across this fertile earth? Another song expresses a similar idea in even clearer language. Inanna invites her lover to treat her as the fertile ground itself. Do not dig a canal, I will be your canal. Do not plough a field, I will be your field farmer. Do not search for wet ground, I will be the ground you seek. These songs survived only because scribes eventually recorded them on clay tablets. But they must have existed for centuries before being written down. What remains today is only a small fragment of what once circulated among the people. They were originally connected with wedding celebrations that involved entire communities. Villagers gathered to sing, dance, and reenact the union of divine lovers whose relationship symbolized the renewal of nature. In these traditions, the goddess Inanna is paired with Dumuzi, a shepherd who becomes her beloved partner. Their relationship is not presented as an ordinary marriage, but as the moment of courtship that brings fertility to the land. The songs focus on longing, attraction, and the anticipation of union rather than on married life or children. The emphasis remains on the immediate impact their relationship is believed to have on crops, animals, and the prosperity of the countryside. Dumuzi appears in these traditions as a shepherd rather than a farmer. In reality, both occupations were essential to Sumerian society. Farmers cultivated barley, vegetables, and flax in irrigated fields near the villages. Sheep and goats, however, required larger grazing areas, so shepherds led their flocks out into the open steppe, where water and pasture could still be found. This division of labour created a complicated relationship between farmers and shepherds. Farmers sometimes regarded the pastoral life as rough and uncivilized, yet they depended on shepherds for wool, milk, and meat. The economy of Sumer required cooperation between these two groups, even when tension existed between them. This contrast appears clearly in a well-known song describing how Inanna chooses her future husband. At first, the goddess shows interest in a farmer named Enkimdu, who represents the cultivated fields. He grows barley and flax and promises to provide her with fine garments. Inanna's brother, however, favours the shepherd Dumuzi and praises the quality of his flocks. The debate between the two men unfolds through poetic dialogue. Dumuzi defends his profession by describing the richness of his animals and dairy products. If the farmer gives me his dark cloth, I will give him my dark ewe in return. If he offers me white cloth, I will give him a white lamb. If he pours me strong beer, I will pour him sweet milk. If he offers brewed drink, I will give him fresh butter after he eats and drinks his fill. There will still be milk and butter left over. In the end, the rivalry dissolves. The farmer and the shepherd recognize that both occupations are necessary for prosperity. The farmer even invites the shepherd to graze his animals on the good land near the village, while Dumuzi welcomes him to the wedding feast. The story suggests that the strength of Sumerian society depended on cooperation between agriculture and pastoral life. Another song continues the narrative by describing preparations for the wedding itself. Inanna asks who will prepare the flax needed for her wedding garments. Her brother promises that he will arrange each stage of the process, from beating the fibres to spinning the thread, weaving the cloth, and bleaching it until it is ready. Yet Inanna asks one final question that reveals her true concern. Who will lie beside me? The answer is simple. Her chosen bridegroom will share her bed. In that moment, the goddess finally expresses her joy at the coming union. He is the man who speaks to my heart. Without working the fields, he gathers grain in abundance. Storehouses fill with harvest. His sheep carry thick wool. These songs preserve another interesting feature of Sumerian culture. In many of them, the speech of the goddess appears in a special form of language associated with female voices. This form differs in pronunciation and vocabulary from the everyday language used in administrative texts. It appears frequently in laments, songs, and rituals, connected with goddesses or female figures. The romantic songs about Inanna and Dumuzi were probably performed during seasonal festivals. Groups of singers responded to each other in alternating lines, accompanied by drums and stringed instruments. Young women may have represented the role of the goddess during these performances, while the chorus echoed the dialogue of the lovers. One lively scene describes Inanna wandering outside during a day of celebration. While she dances and sings, the young shepherd approaches her. Yesterday, as I passed the day, singing from morning until evening, the Lord met me, the companion of heaven embraced me, set me free so that I may return home. What excuse shall I tell my mother? Dumuzi quickly provides a solution. She should simply tell her mother that she spent the day dancing with friends and playing music. Meanwhile, he invites her to remain with him under the moonlight, where they can continue their meeting in secret. In the following verses, Dumuzi approaches Inanna's household formally, standing before the entrance to ask her mother for permission to marry. Inside the house, the goddess moves excitedly from room to room while preparations begin. Let someone inform my mother. Let the neighbour sprinkle water on the floor. The house fills with fragrance. The words spoken inside are joyful. The bridegroom arrives, carrying gifts of animals, and produces symbols of wealth and prosperity. The celebration continues with music, dancing, and songs praising the abundance that the couple will bring to the land. The imagery of fertility appears constantly in these lyrics. Gardens bloom, orchards bear fruit, and vegetables grow in watered soil. Sweet syrup flows from dates, and honey becomes a metaphor for pleasure and prosperity. It flourishes like lettuce in a well-watered field. My garden in the open land blossoms richly. My barley rises beautifully in its furrows, my apple tree bends under its fruit. My beloved sweetens me like honey. His hands are honey. His feet are honey. His whole body brings sweetness. Another series of songs raises the question of social status. Some lines suggest that Inanna might be marrying below her rank by choosing a shepherd, rather than a more prestigious figure. She even reminds Dumuzi that without the support of her powerful family, he would wander the dark paths of the steppe, alone. Dumuzi answers confidently, listing members of his own family who are equal in dignity to the gods of Inanna's household. By doing so, he places himself on the same level as the divine relatives of the goddess, and demonstrates that their union is appropriate. At one point, he promises to prepare precious ornaments for her, described poetically as shining stones that will adorn her body. Some scholars believe these lines may symbolically describe acts of intimacy, comparing the threading of jewels to the sowing of seeds in cultivated soil. The songs do not avoid describing desire openly. In one poem, the goddess recounts how her lover met her during a journey and brought her to his house. He led me inside. He placed me on a couch sweet as honey. My beloved with beautiful eyes embraced me again and again. I stood trembling beside him. The final lines hint that the lover must return to the palace afterward, suggesting that the figure of Dumuzi may also reflect the role of a king. In royal ceremonies, the ruler sometimes identified himself with the divine shepherd, symbolically reenacting the union between the goddess and her beloved in order to secure fertility for the kingdom. Another song presents a playful exchange between a man and a woman in a tavern. The man praises her beauty and the quality of the drink she serves, comparing her eyes and lips to blossoming gardens and fragrant orchards. Before allowing the relationship to proceed, the woman demands an oath from him. Your right hand must rest upon me, your left hand upon my head, your mouth close to mine, your lips touching mine. In this way you will swear your promise. Such imagery illustrates how ancient poetry blended ritual language with playful intimacy. Many metaphors drawn from gardens, trees, and precious stones carried symbolic meanings related to human relationships and fertility. Over time, the tone of these compositions changed. Later versions from the second millennium sometimes use more direct language and appear less refined than earlier courtly songs. Some may have served magical purposes or popular entertainment, rather than royal ceremony. Not long after the wedding songs fade into memory, the story turns dark. In the tradition about Inanna and Dumuzi, happiness does not settle into ordinary married life. The shepherd husband meets a violent end, and the myths linger on the shock of that loss. One major narrative follows Dumuzi's final hours through a nightmare that arrives like a warning, while another places Inanna at home, waiting for a man who will never return. Dumuzi is first seen leaving for the open steppe, his staff balanced across his shoulder, moving as if he already senses what is coming. He cries as he walks, weighed down by dread, as though the protection of the city has fallen away behind him. The landscape around him becomes a witness. He calls out to the marshlands and the riverside creatures, to frogs and crabs in the reeds, begging that if he dies, someone will carry the news to his mother. The fear is not only of death itself, but of what follows. Without proper burial and offerings, the dead are left stranded. Dumuzi worries that no one will tend his memory, that his name will be cut off, that he will be abandoned in the emptiness beyond life. Exhausted and shaken, he finally lies down and falls into sleep, only to be seized by a dream so terrifying that he wakes in panic. His first instinct is to call for his sister, Inanna, because she's known as someone who understands the language of dreams. He demands that she be brought at once. And as soon as she reaches him, he pours out the vision in broken, urgent images. In the dream, rushes rise up again and again, as if something is pushing through the earth to surround him. A lone reed shakes its head at him like a silent warning. Twin reeds appear, then one is torn away from the other. In the forest, tall trees loom together above him, closing in like walls. Water is poured over his sacred coals, killing their glow. The lid of his churn is lifted away. His drinking cup is torn from the place where it hangs. Even his shepherd's staff vanishes, as if his authority and identity are being stripped from him. Then the signs turn into violence. A night bird carries a lamb out of the sheepfold. A falcon snatches a small bird from a reed fence. Goats drag their dark beards through dust, and rams scrape the ground with heavy legs as if the animals themselves are restless with grief. The churns lie on their sides and no milk is poured. Cups lie overturned. The dream ends with a sentence that lands like a verdict. Dumuzi is dead, and the sheepfold has become a haunted place. Inanna listens in silence, frightened enough to hesitate. The meaning is too clear, and speaking it aloud feels like sealing it. But she finally interprets each symbol with painful precision. The rushes are attackers rising from hiding. The single reed shaking its head is his mother mourning him. The twin reeds separated from one another are brother and sister about to be torn apart. The trees that rise together are the men who will trap him, closing in like a wall. The water poured over the coals means the fold will become silent, emptied of life. The churn's lid being removed means intruders will handle what is sacred. The cup torn down signals a fall from safety and from the arms that once sheltered him. The vanished staff means the forces coming for him will destroy what marks him as a shepherd and a leader. Even the animals become part of the forecast. The stolen lamb is a first blow. The hunting falcon is a greater power descending. The overturned churns and cups mean death and disorder, and the haunted fold points to captivity before the end. Hands and arms bound, movement taken away. When she speaks about the goats dragging beards in dust and the rams scraping earth, her interpretation turns into a vow of mourning. Her hair will whirl like a storm for him, and her nails will tear her cheeks as if she were cutting with a needle. The dream is not just a prediction. It is a map of grief. The urgency becomes immediate. Dumuzi tells his sister to climb a mound and keep watch, but not as a calm observer. He insists she must behave like a mourner already, tearing at clothing and flesh in the gestures of lamentation. It is a desperate plan, almost a trick, as if visible mourning might convince enemies they are too late. Yet the demand also feels like surrender to the inevitable. While Dumuzi still lives, the rituals of his death begin. He warns her what to look for. Men carrying binding wood and prisoner ropes, the tools of capture in their hands. Soon she sees them approaching over the water, arriving by boat. A companion beside her cries that the powerful men who bind necks are already coming. Inanna calls down to her brother to hide, to press into the grass, to sink into ditches. Dumuzi answers that he will drop down into the ditches of Arali, a word that can describe the wild steppe and also the underworld itself, as if the place of hiding is already shaded by death. Inanna swears she will never betray him. Her oath is fierce and grim. If she gives him away, let his own dog devour her, the black shepherd dog, the noble dog, the dog of the household. A friend of Dumuzi is asked to swear the same oath and does so with identical words. Both promises carry the same threat. Betrayal would make them fit only for animals. The identity of the friend remains unclear, but his role becomes decisive. The pursuers arrive like a mixed band of terror. They are described with the chill features of beings who do not live like ordinary people. They cannot be bought with gifts. They do not delight in embraces. They do not kiss children. They do not eat the foods that mark normal life. They move with the cold certainty of a duty that cannot be negotiated. Yet the story also names them as men from specific cities, men who come for a king. Dumuzi, the shepherd, is treated as royal prey. The fear they inspire resembles the fear communities feel toward those who seize people by order, those who take bodies away without mercy. They try first to crack loyalty. Inanna is grabbed and offered bribes, but she rejects them with contempt. No one, she insists, has ever truly known a sister to betray a brother. Then the pursuers turn to Dumuzi's friend and offer him land and water, promises of wealth that would tempt a desperate person. This time, it works. The friend gives away the hiding place, though he speaks as if trying to soften the betrayal, as if uncertainty could cleanse him. Dumuzi has dropped into the ditches, he says, though the exact place is unclear. It is enough. When Dumuzi understands what has happened, his face drains of colour. He says his sister saved his life in the city, but his friend caused his death. The net closes. The pursuers twist cords and weave a rope hawser. Sticks are cut, the tools of restraint prepared. Missiles fly from front and back. Cornered, Dumuzi turns to the sun god Utu, calling him brother-in-law, reminding him of family ties and past service. He speaks of carrying food and gifts, of kissing sacred lips, of dancing on Inanna's knees, trying to anchor himself in the bonds that once brought joy and legitimacy. Utu answers by transforming Dumuzi's hands and feet into those of a gazelle, giving him speed and escape. Dumuzi runs to a distant place with a name that sounds like a spell, a location removed from ordinary maps. The pursuers lose him briefly, then decide to follow, and the chase repeats like the pattern of a folktale. Again he calls on Utu. Again the transformation returns, and again the net tightens. During one escape, Dumuzi reaches the house of an old woman named Belili. He begs for water and food, and the request sounds like the rites performed for the dead. Water poured, flour scattered, simple offerings meant to sustain a spirit. Belili provides what he asks. But when she steps outside, her behaviour gives everything away. Her fear and her cries draw attention. The pursuers notice her trembling and conclude she must know something. They break in, seize Dumuzi, bind him, strike him again with missiles, clamp him in handcuffs and fetters. The story never clearly explains why the pursuers want him so badly, or why his fate is treated as unavoidable. It also overturns expectations of heroic myth. Dumuzi does not fight like a warrior. He weeps, runs, hides, and clings to kinship and ritual. The focus is not on triumph, but on helplessness, on the terror of being hunted, on the collapse of safety beyond the city wall. Inanna barely appears. Her name surfaces only when Dumuzi calls on her brother for help. The central figure of loyalty and resistance is Inanna, who refuses bribes even when threatened, and whose grief becomes a weapon that fails. Other versions of the tradition make her ordeal even harsher, describing her being abused and tortured in order to force a betrayal, yet still refusing to speak. That contrast sharpens the shame of the friend who gives Dumuzi away. The narrative seems designed to place devotion beside treachery, to frame the sister as the true, steadfast heart of the story. A different myth handles Dumuzi's death from another angle and gives Inanna a larger role. Here, she is not absent from events, but a young wife at home, waiting, uneasy, convinced something is wrong. She longs for her husband's return from the steppe where he tends livestock. A dark report arrives instead. A robbery has taken place, and Dumuzi has been struck down. The killer is linked to a formidable old woman named Bilulu and her son Girgir. The cattle and grain taken from Dumuzi's holdings are carried into Bilulu's house, and the deed is described as blunt, violent, and final. Inanna's first reaction is not immediate despair. She assumes the returning figure must be her husband or someone acting under his command, because Dumuzi was known for guarding his animals day and night. That pride collapses when the truth becomes unmistakable. The husband is gone, and another man now drives the stolen herd. Inanna turns from anxiety to vengeance. She travels out into the desert windlands to confront Bilulu. The story is damaged in places, but the direction is clear. Inanna reaches Bilulu's domain and delivers punishment. The scene shifts to a tavern where Inanna climbs onto a seat like a judge and speaks a curse that reshapes the culprit's fate. Bilulu is doomed to become a waterskin used in the desert, a low and practical object, and Bilulu and her son are assigned a strange afterlife as protective spirits of the wasteland. Another Eyrie being tied to that desert windland is sentenced to roam and keep account whenever offerings are made. The curse is not only revenge, it sets up a system of remembrance. Whenever someone in the desert pours water or sprinkles flour for the dead, the spirits associated with Bilulu must call out the ritual words, commanding libation and sprinkling, forcing the memory of Dumuzi to rise again at the very place where he vanished. The killers are turned into unwilling servants of commemoration. They must honour the one they destroyed. This detail may reflect real desert custom, travellers and herders making simple offerings to the dead, with water and flour, the most basic gifts possible in a harsh landscape. In the story, every such act becomes a hook that pulls Dumuzi's presence back into the world of the living for a moment. Inanna's revenge is therefore double-edged. It punishes, but it also secures a kind of continuing care for her husband's spirit, ensuring that he is not left without sustenance or remembrance. These accounts leave a final set of questions hanging in the air. Why was Dumuzi marked for death at all? Why did the hunt feel ordained? Why were underworld forces involved? Why did a shepherd, who is sometimes called a king, run instead of fighting? Why could neither marriage nor divine connection protect him? The traditions do not answer immediately, because their purpose is not neat explanation but emotional impact. The terror of pursuit, the loyalty of a sister, the bitterness of betrayal, and the heavy reality that young men could be taken suddenly, leaving families to mourn and perform rites that try to repair what cannot be repaired. After the collapse of the Akkadian Empire, the political landscape of southern Mesopotamia shifted once again. Cities that had long traditions of power, especially Uruk and began to recover their influence. During this time, Sumerian culture experienced a powerful revival, a period modern historians describe as the Neo-Sumerian era. Ancient traditions, language, religion, and royal ideology re-emerged with renewed strength, shaping the identity of the region for generations. At the center of the Sumerian religious world stood the god Enlil. His main sanctuary was located in the sacred city of Nippur, and he was regarded as the supreme authority among the gods. Yet the moment when Enlil rose to this dominant position remains uncertain. It may have occurred long before the Akkadian period, but the origins of the god himself remain debated. Some traditions present him as deeply rooted in Sumerian belief, while others suggest that his worship may have entered the region from the north. Clues from earlier rulers hint that Enlil's authority had already been firmly established. Even before the age of Sargon of Akkad, a king of Mari referred to himself as the governor of Enlil, showing that the god's prestige had spread widely across Mesopotamia. This rise of Enlil raises another question. Did his prominence weaken the position of the powerful goddess Inanna? The evidence suggests that the situation was more complex. Although kings acknowledged Enlil as the highest divine authority, Inanna continued to play a crucial role in royal ideology. Earlier rulers had dedicated statues to her temples, and the bond between kings and the goddess remained deeply embedded in the traditions of power. In literary texts describing the fall of Akkad, Enlil appears as the divine judge who condemns the empire and brings about its destruction. However, these compositions were written after the events themselves and reflect the political views of later Sumerian rulers. They present Enlil as the ultimate authority whose decisions determine the fate of kingdoms. The city of Nippur already possessed its own ancient patron deity, Ninurta. When Enlil rose to supreme status, the traditions of the two gods were woven together. Ninurta was reimagined as the son of Enlil, and several myths originally connected to Ninurta gradually became associated with his father. Through these adjustments, the religious structure of the pantheon remained stable while Enlil's authority expanded. In royal hymns, a new theme appeared. Enlil was portrayed as the god who granted kingship to earthly rulers. Yet Inanna's influence did not disappear. She remained the divine partner of kings and the source of prosperity and fertility for the land. Even when Enlil was acknowledged as the supreme deity, the kings continued to celebrate sacred unions with Inanna in her temples. A new political power soon emerged in the city of Ur. Archaeologists refer to this ruling line as the third dynasty of Ur because earlier traditions claimed that kingship had been granted to that city 3 separate times. The rulers of this dynasty may have originally come from Uruk, and with them they brought the powerful cult of Inanna, the city goddess of their former homeland. 5 kings ruled during the century of this dynasty's existence. Their government created an extensive administrative system that organized resources across a large territory. Taxes in the form of grain, livestock, and other goods were collected from distant regions and transported to central storage centers. From there, the state redistributed supplies to officials, temples, and workers. These rulers also maintained diplomatic relations with neighboring kingdoms. Royal daughters were married into foreign courts to secure alliances, while merchants traveled across long trade routes. Ships sailed through the Persian Gulf toward Dilmun, a prosperous trading center located on an island. From there, merchants continued toward Magan and beyond, reaching distant lands known for precious stones and rare materials. No other period in Mesopotamian history produced such an enormous number of written records. Thousands of clay tablets survive from this time. Many of them document administrative details, but the kings also encouraged the production of literature. Writing was taught in schools known as the Houses of Tablets. Some teachers instructed students in private homes, while others worked in institutions supported by temples or the royal court. King Shulgi in particular established numerous schools where scribes copied texts and learned the art of writing. Much of the Sumerian literature known today was preserved during this period. This creates a distorted picture of earlier history, because rulers often reshaped traditions to suit their own political needs. They commissioned hymns that praised their achievements and emphasized their relationship with the goddess Inanna. In these poems, the king appears as her beloved partner, and their ritual union was celebrated as a sacred event that guaranteed the prosperity of the land. One of the earliest rulers to rise after the collapse of Akkad was Utu-Hegel of Uruk. His reign was defined by conflict with the Gutians, a mountain people who had moved into Mesopotamia from the eastern highlands. In royal poetry, Utu-Hegel describes how he drove these invaders from the land. The poem presents the conflict as a divine mission. Enlil described as the king of all lands, entrusted Utu-Hegal with restoring order to Sumer. The Gutians were portrayed as destructive outsiders who had disrupted the balance of society, seizing power and spreading violence across the country. Before launching his campaign, Utu-Hegal turned to the goddess Inanna, the patron deity of Uruk. He addressed her as a fierce warrior and asked for her support. According to the poem, Inanna accepted this role, encouraging the king in his struggle. The citizens of Uruk gathered behind him, inspired by the belief that both Enlil and Inanna stood on their side. The narrative even links Utu-Hegal to legendary heroes of the past. Figures such as Gilgamesh appear in the story as symbolic allies, strengthening the king's claim to divine favour. Whether these events occurred exactly as described is uncertain, but the poem reveals how rulers used mythic imagery to legitimize their authority. Utu-Hegal's triumph was short-lived. After only a few years, he died during a military campaign. Power then passed to Ur-Namma, who moved the royal residence from Uruk to the city of Ur. Under his rule, Ur became the center of a flourishing kingdom. Ur-Namma expanded his influence across southern Mesopotamia and adopted the title King of Sumer and Akkad. His reign is remembered for prosperity and construction projects. Trade routes flourished, canals were dug to irrigate farmland, and the fields produced abundant harvests. One of his most famous achievements was the construction of the great ziggurat, dedicated to the moon god Nanna. Monumental architecture like this symbolized the connection between the king and the divine world. Reliefs show Ur-Namma offering libations to the gods, presenting himself as their devoted servant. In royal hymns, Ur-Namma claimed descent from legendary figures of Sumerian tradition. Heroes such as Enmerkar, Lugalbanda, and Gilgamesh were presented as his ancestors. The goddess Ninsun, who in myth was the mother of Gilgamesh, was described as his mother as well. Through these stories, the king positioned himself within a sacred lineage. Another element of royal ideology was the sacred union with the goddess Inanna. In poetic descriptions, the king enters her sanctuary and shares her bed. This ritual symbolized fertility and prosperity for the entire kingdom. The well-being of crops, animals, and people was believed to depend on this divine relationship. Despite these favorable omens, Ur-Namma's life ended suddenly during a battle against the Gutians. His death shocked the kingdom. The event was explained in a lamentation describing how the gods had altered their earlier decision about his fate. According to the poem, his mother mourned endlessly while fields withered and livestock died. The wounded king was carried from the battlefield to the city of Ur, where he died in the arms of his wife. Soldiers accompanied his body to the grave with tears and ceremonies. His burial involved a boat that was ritually sunk after being stripped of its equipment, recalling earlier royal burials in the same region. In the poetic account, the dead king journeys to the underworld carrying gifts for the gods who dwell there. After presenting these offerings, he is granted a position of authority among the dead, sharing the responsibility of judging spirits alongside legendary figures such as Gilgamesh. Back in the world of the living, mourning continued. His widow lamented that the king would never again see his children grow or hold them in his arms. The poem portrays grief not only as a private sorrow, but as a disruption of the entire kingdom. Another explanation was given for why the goddess Inanna had not prevented the tragedy. According to the story, she had been sent away on a mission at the moment when Enlil changed the king's fate. When she returned and learned what had happened, she reacted with fury, shaking heaven and earth in anger. Eventually, she accepted the decision of the gods but promised that Ur-Namma's name would never disappear. His achievements would be remembered through canals, cities, and fertile lands that bore witness to his rule. After Ur-Nammar's death, his son Shulgi ascended the throne. His reign lasted nearly half a century and marked the height of Neo-Sumerian power. He reorganized the administration of the state and strengthened diplomatic and economic networks across the region. Shulgi also cultivated an exceptionally close relationship with the gods. Like his father, he claimed descent from mythic ancestors and described Inanna as his divine spouse. In later years, he took an unprecedented step by declaring himself a god during his lifetime. From that moment, his name was written with the symbol that marked divine status. Royal hymns from his reign describe military victories against the Gutians and the support he received from numerous gods. Ninsun was portrayed as his mother, Lugalbanda as his father, and Gilgamesh as his brother. Other deities such as Enki, Utu, and Nanna also appeared as protectors of the king. In these poems, Shulgi is depicted as a formidable warrior who crushed enemy armies and devastated hostile territories. Fields were burned, cities destroyed, and foreign lands reduced to desolation. After returning victorious, he visited the temples of the gods who had aided him and presented them with spoils of war. Another hymn describes his arrival in the city of Uruk, where he visited the sanctuary of Inanna. Dressed in ceremonial garments, he entered her temple accompanied by priests and offerings. The goddess is portrayed as admiring him and preparing herself for their sacred union. Through this ritual, she confirmed his destiny as ruler of the lands. Royal propaganda during Shulgi's reign sometimes reached extravagant levels. One famous hymn claims that the king ran the distance between the cities of Nippur and Ur, and back again in a single day, despite storms and heavy rain. Whether or not such feats were real, the stories emphasized his strength and divine favor. Other texts describe his miraculous birth. According to the narrative, the moon god pleaded with Enlil for a son, and the divine decision resulted in the birth of Shulgi, destined to rule. Scholars often interpret these accounts as political propaganda meant to reinforce the legitimacy of the dynasty after the sudden death of Ur-Namma. The rulers who followed Shulgi attempted to continue the traditions he established. Amar-Sin inherited the throne, but ruled only briefly, leaving behind little literary record. His successor, Shu-Sin, faced growing pressure from the Amorites, groups that were moving into Mesopotamia from the western regions. To slow their advance, Shu-Sin ordered the construction of a massive defensive wall stretching across the landscape between two rivers. Despite this effort, the barrier failed to stop the migration, and the stability of the kingdom began to weaken. During the reign of the final ruler, Ibbi-Sin, famine and warfare devastated the country. Grain shipments failed to reach the capital, perhaps because officials withheld supplies, or because the roads had become too dangerous. Hunger spread across the land and many people abandoned their homes. At the same time, armies from the eastern kingdom of Elam invaded the region. They eventually captured Ibbi-Sin and carried him away into exile. With this event, the third dynasty of Ur came to an end. A new dynasty later emerged in the city of Isin. Its rulers presented themselves as heirs to the traditions of Ur, even though their territory was smaller. They continued the old rituals and maintained the sacred bond between kings and the goddess Inanna. One of these kings, Idindagan, composed a remarkable hymn celebrating his connection with the goddess. In the poem, Inanna appears as the brilliant star of the evening sky, identified with the planet Venus. Surrounded by musicians, dancers, and priests, she moves in a grand procession while the people of the land celebrate with feasts and offerings. As night falls and the star rises above the horizon, couples unite in love across the land. The abundance of nature reflects the favor of the goddess. Animals settle into their resting places. Fields flourish, and the population gathers in joyful celebration. On the festival of the new year, a ceremonial bed is prepared in the temple. The king approaches the goddess in the role of her divine partner. Through their symbolic union, she grants him authority and prosperity for the coming year. The following morning, the king appears before the people seated upon a throne beside the goddess. Music, feasting, and celebration fill the palace as the population witnesses the renewal of divine support for the kingdom. Exactly how this ritual was performed remains uncertain. Some traditions suggest that a priestess represented the goddess, while others propose that the ceremony involved a statue or symbolic performance. Whatever the details, the hymn presents the sacred marriage as a powerful expression of the connection between divine forces and royal authority. Royal authority in ancient Mesopotamia was not communicated through words alone. Hymns praised kings and proclaimed their greatness, but visual imagery carried the same message with equal power. Long before the second millennium, rulers had already understood how images could shape political ideology. One famous example comes from the Akkadian ruler Naram-Sin, whose monumental stone relief portrayed him climbing a mountain in a pose associated with the sun god. Through such imagery, he presented himself as a figure who stood between humanity and the divine. Later, rulers continued this strategy. During the second millennium, royal propaganda spread through small but powerful objects, cylinder seals. These carved stones were rolled across clay to create impressions that functioned as official signatures. At the same time, they carried carefully controlled imagery that expressed the ideology of kingship. The range of scenes used on these seals became surprisingly limited, suggesting that the royal court strongly influenced what designs could be used. The images were not random decorations, but part of a broader political language. Among the most revealing images are scenes often called presentation scenes. These depict a subordinate official approaching the king in a formal audience. The arrangement of figures shows clearly how authority was understood. The king sits on an elevated throne placed upon a platform. His position is physically higher than that of the servant, emphasizing hierarchy and distance. The servant never sits. He stands respectfully before the ruler, his posture humble and restrained. The servant's appearance also follows strict conventions. His hair is cut short and his clothing is simple, usually a fringed cloak with one corner folded over the shoulder. His right hand is lifted toward his face in a gesture of respect that appears frequently in Mesopotamian art. This gesture signaled submission and loyalty. The entire scene communicates the message that the king occupies a level far above ordinary people. Approaching the king was never portrayed as a casual meeting. In many seals, a divine figure leads the servant forward. A goddess often takes the official by the hand and introduces him to the ruler. Behind the servant, another divine being may appear. A protective goddess whose raised hands indicate prayer and protection. The audience, therefore, takes place within a sacred atmosphere rather than an ordinary political setting. Even the throne itself carries symbolic meaning. On some seals, the king's seat is supported by legs shaped like those of a bull. Above the scene, a crescent symbol may appear, representing the moon god. These details transform the royal audience into an event that exists partly within the divine sphere. The king sits like a figure who shares in sacred authority. The inscriptions carved into the seals also follow a clear formula. They usually begin with the name of the reigning king and his titles. Next appears the name of the seal's owner, followed by his official role and sometimes the name of his father. The inscription ends with a declaration of loyalty that identifies the owner as the servant of the king. Through this language, the seal openly acknowledges the hierarchical relationship between ruler and subordinate. Some seals contain a longer statement, indicating that the king himself granted the seal to its owner. These examples were typically reserved for high officials or members of the royal family. Simpler seals declaring only loyalty belonged to servants of lower rank. In this way, the seals themselves reflected the structure of the court and the distinctions within it. The distribution of seals was therefore more than a practical administrative tool. Receiving a seal meant receiving authority delegated by the king. The official who owned the seal could act in the ruler's name. Because kingship itself was considered sacred, this authority carried a divine dimension. Through the seal, the servant became a participant in the royal order established by the gods. The imagery on the seals strengthens this interpretation. The king appears seated on a throne in a manner similar to depictions of gods in Mesopotamian art. In scenes where deities receive worshippers, the divine figure is recognizable by a horned crown and special garments. In the royal presentation scenes, the king does not wear the horned crown, but he still resembles a divine judge sitting before those who approach him. Scholars have suggested that these images connect the king with the sun god, who served as the supreme judge of the cosmos. From the heavens, the sun observed everything that occurred on earth. Because of this all-seeing power, the sun god became associated with justice. Kings adopted this symbolism, presenting themselves as earthly counterparts of the solar judge. In royal inscriptions, rulers sometimes described themselves using solar imagery. A king might be called the true son of his land, or the one who judges the world with perfect fairness. Through such titles, the king presented his rule as a reflection of cosmic order. Earlier depictions of the sun god show him rising between mountains at dawn. Flames burst from his shoulders, and in his hand he carries a saw-like instrument used to divide or cut decisions. The act of cutting symbolized judgment, the separation of truth from falsehood. This tool represented the divine authority to determine fate. On royal seals, however, the king does not carry the saw of the sun god. Instead, he holds a small object that scholars often describe as a cup. Only the king holds this object. Gods depicted beside him do not. Its exact meaning remains uncertain and has been debated for years. Some researchers once linked the object to banquet scenes, known from earlier art where participants drink from cups during ceremonial feasts. Yet the object in royal scenes looks different and is held in another way. Others proposed a connection with rituals used for predicting the future, where drops of oil were placed on water and interpreted by priests. But the size of the object in the king's hand appears too small for such a purpose. Another possibility is that the object is not an ordinary cup, but a symbolic miniature made of metal. In this interpretation, the object represents royal authority rather than a practical tool. The king would display it as a sign of the sacred office he possessed. Whether cup, token, or emblem, the object appears to represent the power entrusted to the ruler by the gods. Divine approval was essential for kingship in Mesopotamia. No ruler could claim legitimacy without the support of the gods. One important method used to discover the will of the gods was the practice known as extispicy. In this ritual, a priest sacrificed an animal and carefully examined its internal organs, especially the liver. The patterns found there were interpreted as signs left by the gods. This practice was not unique to Mesopotamia. Similar methods appeared in many cultures across the ancient world. In later centuries, the Romans adopted comparable rituals from earlier traditions in Italy. Clay models of livers discovered in Mesopotamian cities reveal how priests studied these signs. Each section of the model represented a possible omen that could guide interpretation. Whether the earlier Sumerians used this exact technique remains uncertain. The surviving texts describing liver divination are written in Akkadian rather than Sumerian, suggesting that the practice may have developed later, or alongside other forms of divination. Understanding the will of the gods was considered essential because the universe operated according to powerful cosmic principles. Among the most important were the divine forces known as the Me. These represented fundamental powers governing aspects of civilization, such as kingship, justice, craftsmanship, and social order. According to myth, these forces originated in the deep waters of the Abzu and were guarded by the god Enki. Stories describe how the goddess Inanna obtained these powers and brought them to the city of Uruk. Through them, she exercised influence over culture and authority. During the later Neo-Sumerian period, another concept became increasingly important: the idea of fate decisions known as Nam-Ta. These decisions were associated especially with the god Enlil. The difference between these concepts was significant. The Me were viewed as ancient cosmic principles that had existed since the beginning of creation. Fate decisions, on the other hand, could be determined at specific moments. The gods gathered at particular times to establish destinies for the coming year, the coming month, or even the coming day. Because these decisions could be determined repeatedly, priests and rulers believed they might influence them through ritual. Offerings, prayers, and ceremonies were performed in hopes that the gods would decide in favour of the king and the kingdom. One important moment occurred at sunrise. As the sun emerged from the underworld and rose into the sky, the gods were thought to assemble and determine events for the day ahead. At that moment, the king entered the temple and presented offerings. Standing in a designated place, he raised his head toward the sun god, seeking direct attention from the divine judge. The ritual described a symbolic exchange. The king looked upward while the god cast his gaze downward. Once this sacred connection was established, the king's question could be asked. The answer would then be revealed through the interpretation of signs in the sacrificed animal. While the king sought guidance from the gods, he also represented them before his people. In ceremonies and imagery, he appeared as a reflection of the sun god's authority. When he sat upon a raised throne dispensing judgment, the scene echoed the daily rising of the sun that illuminated the world. Royal hymns often compare the ruler to the sun itself. Some kings describe themselves as the light of the land or the radiant judge who brings justice. Such language reinforced the idea that kingship existed within a sacred cosmic structure. The goddess Inanna retained an important role within this system of fate determination. Although Enlil came to dominate many aspects of divine authority, Inanna remained closely associated with the powerful forces known as the Me. In several hymns, she is praised as the mistress of countless divine powers. In these compositions, she gathers the sacred forces and holds them in her hands. She is portrayed as wearing them like ornaments, symbols of the authority she commands. Through these powers, she influences kingship, warfare, love, and prosperity. Some hymns describe Inanna sitting beside the great gods, while decisions about the world are made. The assembly of divine beings gathers around her while prayers rise from every land. In this setting, she participates directly in determining the fate of nations. Another hymn presents Inanna as a powerful judge, seated upon a throne in a great hall. Her seat rests upon lions and other powerful animals, symbols of strength and dominance. People approach her bringing livestock and offerings, while priests perform rituals around her. Within the temple complex, several special thrones were associated with the goddess. Some were described as places where fate decisions were pronounced. One was even called the Dais of Silence, a location connected with sacred judgment. These settings reinforce the idea that Inanna's role extended beyond love and warfare into the realm of cosmic authority. In addition to liver divination, other methods were believed to reveal the will of the gods. Some ancient traditions describe oracle games that used boards, pieces, and dice. These systems may have developed from earlier ritual practices. Certain boards discovered in royal tombs consist of squares connected by narrow paths and decorated with symbols such as rosettes. The results of throws determined how pieces moved across the board. Some positions were considered fortunate, while others predicted misfortune. These games may once have served as tools for divination before eventually becoming ordinary entertainment. Gaming boards appear widely across the ancient Near East and later spread to other regions. Although the exact rules are uncertain, the symbolic connection between chance and fate suggests that these games were originally linked to attempts to understand divine intentions. Alongside the great gods stood mysterious groups of lesser, divine beings, known as the Igigi and the Inanna. Their precise nature remains unclear, but they frequently appear in descriptions of divine assemblies where fate is determined. They stand respectfully, while the greater gods pronounce judgments and decide destinies. Some traditions describe them as witnesses to divine decisions, bowing and praying during the ceremonies. Others portray them as assistants, who help enforce the outcomes chosen by the higher gods. All of these elements formed part of the ideological system that supported kingship. Rulers claimed that the gods had granted them the powers necessary to govern. These powers, the ME of kingship, included authority, justice, and the right to rule. Royal hymns emphasize that these divine forces were given directly to the king. One composition describes a ruler approaching the temple of Enlil with offerings, seeking confirmation of his destiny. The god casts a favorable gaze upon him and grants him a throne that gathers all divine powers together. Another king declares that the goddess Inanna personally led him to the place where destinies are decided. There, she promised protection and lasting authority. Through such stories, the ruler's legitimacy was linked directly to divine will. The object held by the king on cylinder seals may represent this divine mandate. Displayed before his servant, it symbolizes the sacred authority entrusted to him. When the king grants a seal to one of his officials, the gift reflects more than personal favor. It signals participation in the cosmic order of kingship. The servant receives a role within that order, acting as the king's representative in the administration of the kingdom. Through this relationship, the divine structure of power extends outward from the throne to every level of society. Across the ancient cities of southern Mesopotamia, stories and songs told of the passionate union between the goddess Inanna and her beloved shepherd Dumuzi. Their relationship was never merely a tale of romance. It was a symbolic expression of fertility itself. In poetic language, their embrace represented overflowing harvests, flourishing flocks, and the renewal of life in the fields. Farmers depended on these cycles of growth for survival, and the prosperity of their crops and herds was closely tied to religious belief. Yet the king also depended on these same forces. A ruler's authority and stability were believed to rest not only on political power, but also on divine favor. For that reason, kings sought a special relationship with the goddess of love and fertility. Only she possessed the power to guarantee abundance, prosperity, and the continuation of royal authority. To secure her blessing, rulers visited her temples and participated in elaborate ceremonies celebrating fertility. These rites emphasized the generative powers of nature and were filled with imagery drawn from sexuality and reproduction. The symbolism was deliberate. Fertility rituals portrayed the same creative forces that farmers hoped would transform planted seeds into abundant harvests. The royal ceremonies echoed much older traditions that had long existed in rural communities. Long before large cities dominated Mesopotamia, villagers had already developed rituals intended to encourage the fertility of the land. Songs describing the love between the En priest and the Nin priestess were part of these early traditions. Over time, these songs evolved into royal hymns that celebrated the relationship between the king and the goddess Inanna. Ancient works of art reflect these ideas. Images on early ritual objects show ceremonial encounters between sacred figures under the protection of the goddess. These scenes likely symbolized agricultural prosperity and divine blessing. When the goddess favored the land, granaries overflowed and flocks multiplied. The origins of such rituals may reach back to the earliest agricultural communities of the Near East. As farming spread across the region thousands of years ago, people developed ceremonies intended to encourage growth and abundance. Many societies believed that imitating the forces of nature through ritual actions could help bring about the desired result. In many traditions, the fertility of plants was represented by symbolic marriages between male and female figures. Festivals celebrating springtime often included ceremonies that united these symbolic partners. In later European customs, traces of this ancient idea survived in celebrations involving figures such as the May Queen and May King, or seasonal bridal couples. When cities began to emerge in Mesopotamia, religious and political authority became increasingly intertwined. The ruler of the city gradually took on a more powerful role in public ritual. Instead of the earlier union between priest and priestess, the ruler now formed a symbolic partnership with the city's goddess. In this changing religious environment, the king was portrayed as the chosen husband of Inanna. Through this sacred union, he gained legitimacy and divine approval. The earlier priestess, who once participated in fertility rites, may have become associated with the temple god instead, serving as a ritual representative of the divine spouse. Meanwhile, the king assumed the ceremonial role that earlier belonged to the sacred couple of the village tradition. Songs once sung about the En and the Nin were adapted to celebrate the union between the ruler and the goddess. The king was now depicted as the earthly partner of Inanna. In performing this role, the king often identified himself with Dumuzi, the legendary shepherd who was the goddess's beloved. This association may seem surprising. In the myths, Dumuzi was not a triumphant hero, but a tragic figure pursued and killed by demons of the underworld. Yet his connection with fertility was so important that the kings emphasized his role as Inanna's lover, while largely ignoring the darker aspects of his story. Dumuzi remained closely linked to the realm of the dead, and this association may have carried its own symbolic meaning. From the underworld, he could still influence the cycles of life and rebirth that govern nature. In certain hymns, Dumuzi appears almost as a guide who leads the king to the goddess during the sacred union. Some poetic texts describe the goddess inviting her beloved to enter her house after he has been released from captivity. The imagery recalls earlier myths in which Dumuzi was seized by demons and taken to the underworld. In these songs, the goddess expresses longing for her returning lover and praises his beauty in vivid metaphors. His hair is compared to palm branches, his beard to precious blue stone, and his body to a finely crafted statue of gold and ivory. The goddess herself is described with equal sensuality. Their dialogue uses the same rich and playful imagery found in popular love songs sung during seasonal festivals. In these poems, the king, identified with Dumuzi, becomes the partner of the goddess in a sacred union. After their encounter, the goddess promises prosperity, victory, and long life. The language of these blessings is filled with imagery of brightness, celebration, and abundance. Sexual union in this context symbolized the flourishing of the entire land. Inanna's body is often compared to fertile soil ready to be cultivated. The king becomes the farmer who prepares and nurtures this land. Through their union, crops grow, gardens flourish, and the deserts themselves seem to bloom. Other hymns use similar imagery. The goddess's breasts are compared to irrigated fields that nourish the land. Water flowing from them symbolizes the life-giving rivers that sustain agriculture across Mesopotamia. Modern scholars have often described this ritual relationship as a sacred marriage. The concept was later known in Greek tradition as a divine wedding between gods. In Mesopotamia, however, the situation was unique. The goddess Inanna was said to take a mortal shepherd as her partner, allowing human rulers to step into that role during ceremonial rites. Some kings openly described themselves as the goddess's husband. By doing so, they claimed divine favour and elevated their own status. Hymns celebrating royal achievements often speak in very direct terms about the king sharing the goddess's bed. Temples likely contained special ritual beds prepared for these ceremonies. In some traditions, the bed was decorated with fragrant plants and linen garments. The atmosphere of these rituals emphasized beauty, fragrance, and luxury. Royal hymns describe the king arriving at the goddess's temple bearing gifts and dressed in ceremonial garments. He presents offerings and enters the sacred chamber where the goddess awaits him. In poetic language, the king celebrates the beauty of the goddess, while she praises his strength and authority. Through this union, the king becomes the guarantor of prosperity for his people. The goddess grants him power to rule, promising that crops will flourish and flocks will multiply under his reign. Not every city followed this pattern. In some places, the ruler did not assume the role of the goddess's husband. Instead, the king arranged ceremonial marriages between the city's patron god and goddess. One famous example comes from the city of Lagash. There, the ruler organized an elaborate celebration for the divine marriage between the god Ningasu and the goddess Bao. The temple was decorated, offerings were prepared, and a sacred bed was arranged for the divine couple. Poetic descriptions portray Bao entering her chamber like a rising river, symbolizing the abundance she would bring to the land. When she sits beside her divine husband, the union results in prosperity for the entire region. Artists also attempted to represent these ideas visually. Fertility is an abstract concept, but ancient craftsmen used symbolic imagery to convey it. One powerful symbol was the scorpion. These creatures perform a distinctive courtship dance and can produce large numbers of offspring, making them a natural emblem of reproduction and fertility. On certain cylinder seals, two scorpions appear facing each other as if performing this dance. Between them shines an 8-pointed star, a common symbol associated with Inanna. Other seals portray human figures embracing beneath the same star. In these scenes, a king and goddess stand together, their union representing the blessing of fertility and success. Additional artworks show a goddess seated on the lap of a god. This gesture symbolized intimacy and union. Such images often appear alongside symbols of fertility, such as flowing water or young animals. In some cases, the figures may represent divine couples, such as the moon god and his consort. In others, they may depict rulers and their wives celebrating marital harmony. Banquet scenes on early seals also carry symbolic meaning. A man and woman sit facing each other, drinking from a shared vessel through long tubes. These images may represent not only celebration but also the harmony and abundance associated with marriage. The idea of divine union extended into many aspects of religious life. In some traditions, priestesses served as earthly counterparts to the divine wives of the gods. Yet the sacred union itself remained primarily a mythic event between the gods. Over time, the emphasis on the king personally uniting with the goddess began to decline. Later, literary works even treat the idea with skepticism. One famous story tells how the goddess falls in love with the hero Gilgamesh and offers him wealth, power, and glory if he will marry her. Instead of accepting, Gilgamesh refuses and lists the tragic fates of her previous lovers. His harsh response mocks the promise of divine romance and reveals a changing attitude toward the old tradition. Despite this shift, love poetry continued to flourish in Mesopotamia. Later songs preserved the sensual language and imagery of earlier hymns, though the king was sometimes replaced by ordinary lovers. These poems describe longing, desire, and the beauty of the beloved in vivid detail. The female voice often invites her partner to approach and share her bed, using the same metaphors once applied to the goddess herself. In later centuries, the sacred marriage ritual moved away from the king and returned to the realm of the gods. Temples celebrated the union of divine couples such as Nabu and Tashmetu, whose ceremonial meeting was reenacted through ritual performances. In these ceremonies, the goddess enters her chamber adorned with jewelry and fragrant oils. The god arrives to comfort her and promises to fulfill her wishes. Their union is believed to bring prosperity and harmony to the world. Similar rituals existed in other cities where divine couples symbolized the balance of cosmic forces. The king no longer acted as the goddess's husband, but still played an important role by offering gifts and supporting the ceremony. These traditions demonstrate how deeply the idea of sacred union shaped ancient religious thought. Even when the details changed, the central belief remained the same. Harmony between divine partners ensured the well-being of the land and the prosperity of its people. The ancient love songs celebrating Inanna and Dumuzi did not disappear with time. Their imagery continued to inspire poetry and ritual long after the earliest kingdoms had faded. Over generations, the stories were adapted, transformed, and preserved in new cultural settings. Among the poetic texts preserved from the ancient world, few are as striking as the biblical composition known as the Song of Songs. This collection of Hebrew love poetry was likely written down during the late centuries before the Common Era. The work celebrates the passion between a young woman and the man she loves. Its presence within the Hebrew Bible has long puzzled readers, since the poem contains none of the prophetic warnings, laws, or historical narratives that characterize most other biblical writings. Instead, the text consists almost entirely of intimate love poetry. A woman speaks with longing for her beloved, praising his beauty and recalling moments of closeness between them. Her words describe desire, attraction, and emotional devotion with remarkable intensity. The tone is personal and sensual, focusing on the emotional world of the lovers rather than religious instruction. The poem unfolds through a series of lyrical scenes in which voices alternate between the young woman, her lover, and a group of companions often referred to as the Daughters of Jerusalem. Their responses encourage the lovers, celebrate their devotion, or marvel at the beauty of their relationship. The structure resembles a sequence of poetic dialogues, rather than a continuous narrative. At the heart of the poem stands the young woman often called the Shulamite. She expresses deep longing for the man she loves, praising his scent, his voice, and the joy she feels in his presence. She describes how the fragrance of perfumes and oils surrounds their meeting, and how love itself seems sweeter than wine. The lovers address each other in affectionate terms and compare one another to elements of nature. Trees, gardens, fruits, and flowers appear throughout the poem as symbols of beauty and desire. The beloved is compared to a flourishing tree whose shade brings comfort, while the girl describes the sweetness of his presence like fruit that ripens in the sun. The language of the poem is vivid and sensual. The girl remembers lying beside her lover while the fragrance of spices fills the air. She compares him to clusters of blossoms growing in vineyards and praises the beauty of his eyes and voice. In turn, the young man admires her appearance and compares her features to jewels and precious ornaments. Throughout the poem, images of gardens and fertile landscapes appear again and again. Their bed is described as surrounded by greenery, with cedar beams and fragrant wood. The setting evokes a world filled with life, growth, and natural beauty. The lovers are not given clear identities, and the poem does not explain the circumstances of their meeting. Instead, it presents moments of longing, reunion, and admiration. The Shulamite speaks openly of her desire, telling how she waits for the voice of her beloved and imagines his arrival from the hills. When she hears him approaching, the landscape itself seems to awaken. He appears like a gazelle leaping across the mountains. He calls her to rise and join him, announcing that winter has ended and spring has arrived. Flowers are blooming, birds are singing, and the land is filled with fragrance. Nature mirrors the emotions of the lovers. The arrival of spring represents renewal and awakening. The blossoming of plants and the ripening of fruit echo the awakening of love between the young woman and her beloved. At times, the poem turns inward and expresses the anxiety that accompanies desire. The girl searches for her lover through the streets at night, unable to find him. She wanders through the city, asking if anyone has seen the one her heart longs for. Eventually she finds him and refuses to let him go, leading him into her mother's house. Scenes like this emphasize emotional intensity rather than narrative continuity. The poem moves between dreams, memories, and imagined encounters. It captures the restless energy of love that searches, longs, and finally finds fulfillment. One striking feature of the Song of Songs is the absence of direct references to God. Unlike most biblical texts, the poem does not describe divine intervention or moral teaching. Instead, it celebrates human love with an openness that has fascinated readers for centuries. The only widely recognized figure mentioned in the poem is King Solomon. His name appears several times in passing references to royal splendor. In one scene, a procession approaches from the wilderness, surrounded by clouds of perfume. It is described as the carriage of Solomon, guarded by warriors and richly decorated with silver, gold, and purple cloth. The daughters of Zion are invited to look upon the king wearing the crown given to him on his wedding day. The moment is presented as a joyful celebration filled with admiration and festivity. These references to Solomon may have played an important role in the poem's later history. By associating the work with a famous king renowned for wisdom and wealth, later readers could view the poem as worthy of inclusion in sacred scripture. Yet the poem itself does not present Solomon as the central character. The primary focus remains on the unnamed lovers. Their dialogue and expressions of affection form the heart of the work. The question of how such a sensual poem became part of the Bible has intrigued scholars for generations. Some have proposed that the text reflects ancient fertility traditions that were once connected with ritual celebrations of love and renewal. In ancient Near Eastern cultures, songs describing the union of lovers were often connected to broader themes of fertility and seasonal change. Similar imagery appears in earlier poetic traditions from Mesopotamia, where myths and hymns celebrated the relationship between divine figures associated with growth and prosperity. Certain motifs appear in both traditions. Shepherds, vineyards, gardens, and blooming fields are central images in these earlier songs as well. Lovers describe one another using comparisons drawn from nature and agriculture, emphasizing sweetness, fragrance, and beauty. The beloved in the Song of Songs is sometimes portrayed as both shepherd and king, an unusual combination that echoes earlier poetic traditions in which a divine or royal figure embodies both roles. The shepherd tends flocks in the countryside, yet is also described with the grandeur of a ruler. Many metaphors also appear strikingly similar. Fruits, such as grapes, pomegranates, and apples, symbolize love and fertility. Aromatic substances like myrrh and nard evoke sensual pleasure and luxury. Gazelles and deer represent grace and vitality. The poem also includes lines that resemble phrases known from earlier love poetry of the ancient Near East. In one passage, the girl longs for her lover's embrace, wishing that his arm would support her head while the other holds her close. The image conveys both tenderness and passion. These expressions of desire resemble the language found in much older love songs in which a goddess and her beloved speak to each other in similar terms. In those earlier poems, the relationship between lovers symbolized fertility and the flourishing of nature. In the Song of Songs, the young woman expresses her longing in ways that echo those traditions. She compares her lover to trees and gardens and invites him into landscapes filled with fragrance and fruit. The lovers imagine walking together through vineyards and orchards where the sweetness of nature mirrors their affection. Yet the poem itself contains no direct reference to ancient rituals. Instead, it appears as a celebration of human love, detached from explicit religious context. Later, religious interpreters offered another explanation. They argued that the poem should not be read literally, but symbolically. According to this interpretation, the lovers represent a deeper spiritual relationship. Within Jewish tradition, the poem came to be understood as an allegory describing the bond between God and the people of Israel. The passionate language of the lovers was interpreted as a poetic way of expressing divine love for the community. In this interpretation, the beloved man becomes a symbolic representation of God, while the young woman represents the people who seek his presence. The longing and reunion described in the poem reflect the spiritual relationship between the divine and the faithful. This symbolic reading allowed the text to remain within the canon of sacred scripture despite its sensual imagery. The poetic descriptions of love could be understood as metaphors for spiritual devotion. Other scholars have suggested that the poem may have originated as part of popular song traditions. The structure of alternating voices resembles performances in which a solo singer is accompanied by a chorus. Groups of women may have sung these verses during festivals or celebrations. Such songs could have been performed during weddings or seasonal gatherings, where music and dancing were common. Over time, these popular songs may have been collected and eventually written down. Festivals in the ancient Near East often combined religious rituals with communal celebration. People gathered to eat, drink, dance, and sing. Young men and women met in vineyards and fields, exchanging playful verses about love and attraction. In this lively environment, love songs could easily spread from village to village. Traveling musicians and storytellers may have adapted familiar themes to new audiences, allowing the songs to evolve over time. Elements of older poetic traditions may have survived within these popular songs. Imagery that once belonged to ancient fertility rituals gradually became part of everyday romantic poetry. As centuries passed, these songs were preserved because of their beauty and emotional power. Eventually, they were recorded in written form and attributed to famous figures such as Solomon. The imagery found in the Song of Songs reflects this long cultural continuity. Mountains, gardens, walls, and vineyards appear as recurring motifs. Birds sing in blossoming trees while lovers admire the fragrance of fruit and flowers. Jewelry and precious stones symbolize beauty and devotion. The woman adorns herself with ornaments, while the man promises to decorate her with gold and silver. Such imagery was common in ancient love poetry across the Near East. Even celestial imagery appears within the poem. One verse compares a woman's radiance to the dawn, the moon, and the sun. Such comparisons evoke the brilliance of the morning star rising in the sky. These poetic expressions reveal how ancient symbolic language could pass from one culture to another, adapting to new religious and literary settings, while retaining familiar imagery. The shepherd lover, the blooming fields, the sweet fragrance of fruit and spices, and the longing of lovers searching for each other all echo themes that have been part of Near Eastern poetry for thousands of years. Over time, the original religious context of these images faded, but the emotional resonance of the poetry remained. The songs continued to be sung and remembered because they spoke to universal experiences of desire, longing, and devotion. Eventually, these ancient verses found a place within sacred scripture. Their presence there reflects not theological instruction, but the enduring human fascination with love and beauty. Among the many titles attributed to the Mesopotamian goddess Inanna, one of the most frequently discussed is the Sumerian expression often rendered as "new gig of heaven." For generations, scholars translated this phrase in a highly specific way, claiming it meant something like sacred prostitute of heaven or hierodule of the sky god. Yet this interpretation has increasingly been questioned. A closer examination of the language and its usage in ancient texts suggests that the title was not intended to describe prostitution at all. Instead, the expression appears to emphasize the goddess's exalted authority and purity as a sovereign figure connected with the heavens. In this sense, the title highlights her cosmic importance rather than any association with sexual commerce. This issue is not limited to one title alone. A number of other descriptions of Inanna and related female roles in Mesopotamian society have historically been translated with similar assumptions. Terms such as Kar-Kid and its Akkadian counterpart Harimtu were repeatedly rendered as prostitute or temple prostitute. Likewise, the names of priestesses and religious women known from cuneiform records were routinely interpreted as labels for sacred prostitution. Words referring to temple women such as Entu, Naditu, Lukur, Ugbabtu, Istaritu, Kadishtu, Kulmashitu, Shugitu, and Kezertu were often placed into this same category without strong textual justification. In the ancient love poetry connected with the goddess and her consort Dumuzi, these terms appear in contexts that do not resemble prostitution at all. In one poetic exchange, Dumuzi presents shining stones as gifts for the goddess, and the text praises their beauty as they adorn her body. In the dialogue that follows, the word "nugig" is used simply to describe the goddess as Dumuzi's bride. When later interpreters translated the term as temple prostitute, they unintentionally turned a celebration of divine love into something very different. The implication that the goddess herself was being called a prostitute reflects modern assumptions more than the meaning of the original language. For a long time, scholars imagined that the ancient cities of Mesopotamia were filled with sacred prostitutes connected to temples. Taverns were even translated as brothels, and the goddess of love was described as presiding over an enormous system of ritualized sexuality. This image became so widespread that it appeared almost unquestionable. Yet when the actual texts are examined carefully, the evidence turns out to be far less clear. One of the earliest sources often cited to support the idea of sacred prostitution comes from a Greek historian who visited Babylon centuries after its great cultural peak. In his writings, he described what he claimed were strange customs of Babylonian society. Among these stories is a vivid description of a marriage market in which young women were supposedly auctioned off to potential husbands. According to the account, the most beautiful women were sold first, while the money collected from these auctions was used to provide dowries for those considered less attractive. The same writer also described a supposed ritual in which every woman of Babylon was required once in her life to sit in the temple of the goddess of love and wait for a stranger to throw a coin into her lap before having sexual relations with him. Only after completing this act, he claimed, could she return home and continue her life normally. Although this story has often been repeated, many historians have pointed out serious problems with it. The same author also claimed that Babylon had no physicians and that sick people were placed in public squares so strangers could offer medical advice. This claim is known to be false because Babylonian medical texts demonstrate a sophisticated medical tradition. If the account of doctors is inaccurate, it raises questions about the reliability of the story, about temple prostitution as well. Biblical writings later contributed to the negative image of Babylon as a place of moral corruption. In prophetic visions, the city appears symbolically as a figure called the Great Harlot, representing decadence and spiritual danger. These religious texts were not intended as historical descriptions of Mesopotamian society, but their powerful imagery reinforced the idea that Babylon was associated with sexual excess. Modern scholars have attempted to test these old assumptions by studying the surviving cuneiform documents in detail. Thousands of administrative tablets record economic transactions, temple activities, and everyday life. If large systems of temple prostitution had existed, it would be reasonable to expect that some trace of them would appear in these detailed records. One researcher investigated tablets discovered in the ancient city of Kish. These documents mention groups of women called kezertu, who were supervised by temple officials and involved in certain ritual activities. Because the women were connected to temple administration, some scholars quickly concluded that they must have been prostitutes working for the temple. Yet the tablets themselves never describe sexual services or prostitution. The documents simply refer to payments related to unspecified duties. The nature of these activities remains uncertain. Another set of records from the city of Sippar reveals a similar situation. In the archives of temple personnel, there are references to ritual operations carried out by both men and women. These rites are named in the texts, but their exact meaning is unclear. Some historians again interpreted the terminology as evidence of prostitution. However, the tablets themselves do not mention sexual behaviour. In fact, certain rites associated with the same terms were performed exclusively by men, which complicates the assumption that they referred to prostitution. Adoption contracts from the city of Nutsi have also been used to argue that prostitution existed as an organised profession. These contracts describe arrangements in which women adopted daughters under specific conditions. In some translations, the documents appear to allow an adoptive mother either to marry off the girl or to have her work as a prostitute. Yet this interpretation depends entirely on translating the word harimtu as prostitute. If the term has a different meaning, the conclusion changes completely. Another line of argument comes from the famous epic of Gilgamesh. In the story, the wild man Enkidu is brought into human society by a woman named Shamhat. She sleeps with him and teaches him about clothing, food, and civilization. Because she seduces Enkidu, many translators labelled her a prostitute. Yet the text itself never describes her occupation in those terms. Instead, she functions as a civilizing figure who introduces the wild man to human culture. After Enkidu later falls ill and realizes that he is dying, he curses Shamhat for bringing him to the city. His angry speech describes a harsh destiny for her, imagining a life on the margins of society. However, when the sun god reminds him of the kindness she showed him, Enkidu withdraws his curse and replaces it with blessings. He wishes that powerful men will admire her and give her precious gifts. Even here, the language reflects social imagery rather than proof of a profession. Because the word harimtu appears in literary texts, some historians assume that it always referred to prostitution. Yet, a closer examination of legal and social documents reveals a more complex picture. In many cases, the term seems to describe a woman who lived independently outside the authority of a father or husband. In ancient Mesopotamian society, most women belonged to a patriarchal household, either as daughters or wives. A woman who did not belong to such a household occupied a unique legal category. These independent women could pursue various occupations. Some worked in temples as musicians, singers, or ritual specialists. Others operated taverns, served as midwives, practiced magic or healing arts, or engaged in trade. The surviving records demonstrate that women participated in many professions unrelated to prostitution. When ancient poets described the goddess Inanna herself with the term harimtu, they were not calling her a prostitute. Instead, they were emphasizing her independence. Unlike most women in society, she was not subordinate to a husband. She stood outside the normal structure of patriarchal authority. Legal texts from Mesopotamia reveal how these social categories were enforced. In certain periods, strict dress regulations distinguished married women from unmarried women in public spaces. Married women and daughters belonging to a household were required to wear veils when they appeared outside. Independent women, such as harimtu, were forbidden to veil themselves. The law treated the veil as a visible symbol of belonging to a household, protected by male authority. Some temple women lived in cloistered communities. Among them were the naditu, women who often came from wealthy families. They did not marry and usually remained childless. Many of them controlled property and conducted financial transactions, such as lending silver or managing land. Because they lived outside traditional family structures, later interpreters sometimes labeled them prostitutes. Yet the historical evidence indicates that they were bound by vows of chastity and performed religious or economic functions, rather than sexual ones. A legal provision from the Code of Hammurabi mentions that certain temple women, who were not living within cloister walls, could not open or enter taverns. Earlier, scholars interpreted this law as a prohibition against prostitution, assuming that taverns were brothels. However, taverns in Mesopotamia were social and commercial centers where business deals were negotiated. The law likely aimed to limit economic competition between independent temple women and male merchants. Over time, the range of occupations available to women in Mesopotamia became narrower. In earlier centuries, records mention female scribes, physicians, and artisans. In later periods, these roles gradually disappeared from the documentation. Social restrictions increased, and marriage became the dominant expectation for women's lives. Economic hardship may have pushed some women into prostitution, but this does not mean that prostitution defined the social categories described in earlier texts. Literary compositions sometimes portray the goddess of love in exaggerated and humorous ways. One ancient poem depicts young men boasting about their desire for the goddess and imagining extravagant encounters with her. The tone is playful and provocative, reflecting the fantasies of youthful storytellers rather than religious doctrine. Later readers occasionally mistook such satire for literal descriptions of cult practices. Debate among modern scholars continues. Some researchers argue that temples must have organized prostitution because the goddess of love was associated with sexuality. Others counter that the documentary evidence does not support such claims. Administrative tablets from major temples contain thousands of economic records, yet none clearly describe temple-run brothels or income from prostitution. In recent years, a growing number of historians have concluded that many earlier translations were shaped by cultural assumptions. Words describing independent women were interpreted through the lens of modern ideas about sexuality. When these terms are examined in their social and legal contexts, they often reveal a very different meaning. The world of ancient Mesopotamia was complex, and the roles of women within it were varied. Some women were priestesses, musicians, business managers, healers, or ritual specialists. Others lived independently outside the authority of a household. Still, others served in royal courts or temple institutions. Their lives cannot be reduced to a single stereotype. The enduring image of the temple prostitute has proven remarkably persistent in popular imagination. Yet the surviving evidence suggests that this picture may say more about later interpretations than about the realities of Mesopotamian society. What emerges from the texts instead is a society in which women occupied many different positions, some powerful, some vulnerable, and many still difficult to understand across the distance of thousands of years. If the love poetry describing the relationship between Inanna and Dumuzi was not originally composed by temple prostitutes, another question emerges. What role did these songs play in Sumerian society? And how were they understood by the people who preserved them? Some of the poems may have been connected to the ritual known as the sacred marriage, a ceremony in which the king symbolically united with the goddess Inanna inside her temple. In this ritual, the king represented the divine shepherd Dumuzi, and the union was believed to secure prosperity for the land. Certain hymns associated with specific rulers show signs of being carefully composed by trained scribes who worked within palace administrations and scribal schools. These scholars produced formal, religious texts praising the king and linking his authority with divine favour. Yet many of the love songs involving Inanna and Dumuzi feel very different from these official compositions. Their tone resembles the traditional songs, sung in villages during seasonal festivals and wedding celebrations. Instead of presenting the goddess as a distant celestial ruler, the poems portray her as a young woman preparing for marriage. Dumuzi appears not as a divine figure of cosmic power, but as a bridegroom approaching the house of his beloved. Several features suggest that these songs may have originated in oral traditions. The verses are short and rhythmic, often repeating the same lines or refrains. Such patterns are typical of songs intended to be performed aloud, possibly by groups of singers responding to one another in alternating voices. The structure suggests a communal performance rather than a formal literary composition. The scenes described in these songs focus on familiar moments surrounding marriage. Inanna prepares herself for her wedding night, bathing and dressing carefully before meeting her bridegroom. The marriage has been arranged with the approval of her family, and relatives assist in bringing the two lovers together. Dumuzi arrives carrying gifts, approaching the house where his future bride waits in excitement and nervous anticipation. These scenes reflect experiences familiar to ordinary people. The emotions described are those of young couples preparing for marriage, not the distant rituals of royal temples. Although the characters bear the names of gods, their behaviour resembles that of villagers celebrating weddings and family unions. In these songs, the lovers address each other with affectionate titles such as king or goddess. These expressions function as romantic compliments, rather than literal claims of divine identity. Rural communities often used such playful language in love songs, elevating the beloved through poetic exaggeration. Most of the compositions are written from the perspective of the female voice. The goddess speaks directly, expressing anticipation, desire, and curiosity about the life she will share with her husband. Through her voice, the songs reveal the emotions of a young bride entering a new stage of life. The preparations for the wedding night receive special attention. The bride bathes and perfumes her body with fragrant oils. The bed is carefully prepared and decorated with sweet-smelling plants and clean linens. Honey and other symbols of sweetness appear frequently, emphasizing both pleasure and abundance. Sumerian poetry often relied on words that carried multiple meanings. A single expression could refer simultaneously to emotions, body parts, or hidden erotic imagery. This playful ambiguity allowed poets to create verses that sounded innocent on the surface while suggesting deeper layers of meaning. Many of the songs portray the marriage in terms drawn from everyday agricultural life. Dumuzi brings gifts, connected with farming and herding. Milk, butter, wool, grain, and fruit appear repeatedly as symbols of wealth and prosperity. The bride herself sometimes worries about practical matters, asking whether her husband's household will provide security and comfort. In some songs, playful arguments appear between the lovers. Inanna questions the social status of Dumuzi's family, while Dumuzi insists that his background is worthy of respect. He promises that she will be honoured in his household and will not be burdened by domestic labour or family disputes. The details surrounding their marriage vary from song to song. In different versions, the lovers appear to have different parents, the preparations for the wedding change, and the gifts brought by the bridegroom are not always the same. These inconsistencies are typical of folk traditions that develop across many communities over long periods of time. Such features suggest that the songs may not have been composed originally by palace scribes. Instead, they likely circulated for generations as popular wedding songs and seasonal chants. Only later were they recorded on clay tablets and preserved within scribal schools. The exact moment when these songs entered written tradition remains uncertain. Oral traditions rarely leave clear traces in historical records. Yet it is possible that the songs were preserved because they reflected a central concern of Sumerian society: the fertility of the land and the prosperity of agriculture. In an agricultural culture, the success of crops and livestock determined the survival of communities. The symbolic union of Inanna and Dumuzi represented harmony between the forces of nature that produced abundance. Through poetic imagery, the songs expressed hopes for healthy flocks, fertile fields, and generous harvests. Even kings believed that the blessing of the goddess could ensure prosperity for the kingdom. By participating in rituals connected with the goddess of love and fertility, rulers hoped to secure divine favour for their lands and people. The imagery used in these poems often comes directly from farming and herding. The beloved is compared to flourishing trees, orchards, and fertile gardens. Inanna describes her body using metaphors drawn from fields waiting to be cultivated. Hair grows like fresh plants, and the earth itself becomes a symbol of fertility and growth. In many songs, Dumuzi represents the vitality of livestock and dairy production. Milk and butter flow in abundance when he is present. Yet the prosperity of animals and fields depends equally on the presence of the goddess. When she enters the cattle pens, the animals thrive and produce rich wool and milk. The songs, therefore, carried more than romantic meaning. They were believed to possess ritual power. Farmers, priests, and rulers alike could interpret them as symbolic expressions of cosmic fertility. Most surviving tablets containing these poems date to the period following the powerful Neo-Sumerian kingdoms. Many were discovered in houses that functioned as scribal schools, where teachers trained students in the art of writing. Pupils copied older texts repeatedly as part of their education. These schools likely preserved traditional songs that had been known for generations. Even after political institutions collapsed, and many cultural traditions faded, scribes continued to copy the ancient lyrics. Through their efforts, the songs survived long after the spoken Sumerian language had disappeared. Archaeological discoveries from the same period reveal another intriguing phenomenon. During the centuries when these love songs were being copied, large numbers of terracotta plaques were produced throughout Mesopotamia. These small relief images were inexpensive and could easily be reproduced from molds. Unlike royal monuments, these objects were not intended for temples or palaces. They were placed inside ordinary homes, often in small domestic shrines. Families displayed them above doorways or near household altars. The plaques depicted a wide variety of images. Some showed musicians playing instruments. Others portrayed protective spirits or divine figures associated with fertility and prosperity. Among the most recognizable images was the goddess Inanna holding a staff while standing upon a lion. Such images were believed to carry protective power. The presence of a divine figure inside the home could guard the household against misfortune and attract blessings. A protective spirit placed near the entrance might ward off harmful forces. Many plaques also depicted scenes with explicit erotic imagery. These images display a direct and unapologetic representation of sexual activity. Rather than hiding erotic themes, the reliefs present them openly, much like the language of the love songs associated with Inanna and Dumuzi. Some modern interpreters have suggested that these plaques advertised brothels. Yet this explanation may reflect modern assumptions more than ancient realities. Sexual imagery in ancient cultures often had symbolic meaning connected to fertility and prosperity. Two major types of erotic images appear repeatedly. One shows a couple lying together on a bed, gazing into each other's eyes in an intimate embrace. The other depicts a sexual position in which the woman bends forward while drinking beer through a straw from a large vessel as the man stands behind her. These scenes resemble themes found in the love songs. In one context, Inanna appears as a young bride, preparing for marriage. In another, she appears as a powerful figure of sexual attraction associated with taverns and social gatherings. Some plaques clearly depict beds similar to those described in the wedding songs. These images evoke the same atmosphere of fertility and celebration that surrounds the poetic descriptions of marriage. In ancient society, fertility was closely connected to survival. Successful harvests and healthy families depended on the forces of nature. The goddess of love played a central role in this system because sexual union symbolized the renewal of life itself. In certain hymns, the goddess is described as bringing harmony to households. When she favors a family, work proceeds smoothly. Women weave cloth while men plough fields and the household prospers. When she withdraws her favor, conflict arises and families fall into disorder. The erotic imagery of the plaques may therefore have functioned as a symbolic invocation of fertility and well-being. By displaying such images in their homes, families may have hoped to attract the same blessings that the sacred union of the gods represented. A number of poetic texts describe physical experiences with remarkable directness. One ancient love song depicts a couple sharing a bed prepared with honey. The language suggests intense passion and emotional closeness between the lovers. By the second millennium, a noticeable shift appears in both the songs and the visual imagery. Erotic themes remain prominent, but they increasingly emphasize the magical power attributed to sexual activity rather than the agricultural fertility of earlier traditions. Plaques from this later period often portray scenes in taverns where drinking and sexuality are closely linked. Beer, widely consumed in Mesopotamia, appears frequently in these images. The combination of alcohol and erotic imagery suggests a belief in the energizing power of both. The tavern itself held a special place in Mesopotamian culture. Its name originally referred to the house or temple associated with the divine spouse. In everyday life, it became the gathering place where people drank beer, talked, and socialized. Beer played an important role in ritual and everyday life. Brewing required a careful process involving grains, spices, and fermentation. The drink was consumed through long reeds or straws placed into large jars. Some magical rituals concluded with a visit to the tavern. After performing ceremonies intended to avert bad omens, individuals were instructed to bathe, change clothing, and then enter a beer house. There, they would mingle with others and touch certain brewing vessels as part of the purification process. The fermentation vats in taverns were believed to absorb harmful influences. By touching them, a person who had undergone ritual purification could symbolically transfer remaining impurity into the brewing vessel. In this way, the tavern became not only a social space but also a place of ritual cleansing. The goddess of love was naturally regarded as the patron deity of these establishments. Her presence was believed to influence both emotional and physical states. Incantations sometimes invited her to enter the tavern so that prosperity and joy would fill the place. Owners of taverns performed rituals to attract her favour. Offerings of incense, sweets, and dust collected from thresholds were presented to the goddess, in hopes that she would bless the establishment. The aroma of beer and honey was thought to please her. Beer itself was associated with relaxation and desire. Ancient literature often describes drinking as the prelude to romance. Yet beer also served many other purposes. It appeared in medicinal remedies, magical potions, and offerings poured to the gods. Because the goddess was believed to influence matters of love, people frequently invoked her when facing romantic difficulties. Magical specialists, known as exorcists, performed rituals intended to restore affection between lovers or attract new partners. Some incantations attempted to rekindle the interest of a former lover. Others sought to cure sexual disorders or restore physical potency. These spells combined symbolic language, ritual gestures, and the invocation of divine power. In certain cases, animals associated with fertility were included in the rituals. Their behaviour served as a model for restoring vitality. The goal was to stimulate strength and desire in the patient. Objects discovered in temples also reveal how individuals appealed to the goddess for help. Small figurines, jewellery, and symbolic representations of body parts were offered as gifts. Among these were triangular plaques, representing female anatomy and small models of phalluses. Such objects may have symbolised hopes for fertility, marital harmony, or protection from illness. Some were made of precious materials, while others were produced from inexpensive enamel, so that ordinary people could afford them. The practice of offering symbolic body parts to a deity appears in many ancient cultures. In the case of the goddess of love, such offerings expressed prayers for sexual health, family stability, and the continuation of life. Magical practitioners known as exorcists played an important role in these rituals. They combined mythological references with practical techniques in order to influence the unseen forces believed to shape human life. Some texts describe elaborate ceremonies lasting several days. Participants recited dramatic speeches, performed symbolic gestures, and invoked powerful deities. Through these performances, individuals hoped to change their fate and overcome personal crises. In a society where marriage determined economic security, jealousy and rivalry could create intense fear, certain rituals were designed to protect marriages from infidelity or to drive away romantic rivals. Long before the rise of classical civilizations, stories about the goddess Inanna circulated widely across Mesopotamia. Among them, one tale became especially famous: her descent into the underworld. Versions of this story existed in both Sumerian and Akkadian traditions, preserved in temple libraries and copied by scribes for centuries. Yet the narrative itself leaves many mysteries unresolved. It never clearly explains why the powerful goddess chose to enter the land of the dead. Like many ancient myths, the motives of the gods remain hidden, leaving later generations to interpret their meaning. In this story, Inanna does not appear as the triumphant goddess of battle, celebrated in royal hymns. Instead, she faces humiliation, suffering, and even death. Some scholars have suggested that this portrayal reflects changing religious ideas during the second millennium BCE, when new deities were gaining prominence and older traditions were being reinterpreted. The underworld belonged to Inanna's sister, Ereshkigal, ruler of the realm of the dead. According to mythic tradition, the god Enlil had divided the universe among the major powers of the cosmos. Heaven belonged to the sky god An, the earth to Enlil himself, and the dark world beneath the earth was given to Ereshkigal. Inanna, despite her influence, received no new domain from this division. Ironically, the underworld had once been associated with her movements in the sky, since the planet Venus, which represented her, regularly disappeared beneath the horizon. The myth begins with a decisive act. Inanna resolves to descend from the heavens to the underworld. Before setting out, she prepares carefully. She leaves behind the temples where she was worshipped across the cities of Sumer, and gathers the sacred powers known as the divine Me. These mysterious attributes symbolized authority, order, and the roles that define the world of the gods and humans. Inanna dresses in ceremonial splendor for the journey. She places a headdress upon her head, adorns herself with jewels of lapis lazuli, and wears the garments of a queen. Around her eyes, she applies dark cosmetics associated with attraction and desire. In her hands, she carries a measuring rod and line, symbols of divine order and authority. Before departing, she gives instructions to her loyal servant, Ninshubur. If Inanna does not return after several days, Ninshubur must mourn for her and appeal to the great gods for help. The servant must lament publicly, perform ritual gestures of grief, and seek assistance first from Enlil, then from the moon, god Nanna, and finally from the god Enki, who possesses knowledge and the power of life. With these preparations complete, Inanna begins her descent. She arrives at the gates of the underworld and demands entry. The gatekeeper, named Neti, is surprised by the arrival of a goddess, who willingly approaches a realm from which no traveller returns. Suspicious of her intentions, he informs his queen. When Ereshkigal hears that her sister stands outside the gates, she becomes uneasy. She senses danger in Inanna's arrival. Nevertheless, she orders the gatekeeper to allow the goddess to enter, but only under strict conditions. The underworld is protected by 7 gates. As Inanna passes through each one, the gatekeeper removes a piece of her clothing or jewelry. At every stage, she asks why she must surrender her possessions. Each time, the same answer is given. The laws of the underworld demand it. One by one, the symbols of her power disappear. Her crown is taken away. Her necklaces are removed. Her sacred garments are stripped from her body. By the time she reaches the final gate, she stands completely exposed and powerless. In this state, she enters the throne room of Ereshkigal. What happens next is described differently in surviving versions of the myth, but the outcome is clear. The judges of the underworld condemn Inanna. Their gaze is described as deadly, their words filled with anger. She is struck down, transformed into a lifeless body, and hung upon a hook like a corpse. For 3 days and 3 nights the goddess remains dead in the realm below. Meanwhile, in the world above, Ninshuba waits anxiously. When Inanna does not return, the faithful servant carries out the instructions she had received. She mourns publicly and seeks help from the great gods. Enlil refuses to intervene. Nanna also declines. Both argue that Inanna sought powers that belong only to the underworld. According to the laws of the cosmos, anyone who claims those powers cannot return. Only the god Enki agrees to help. Using the dirt beneath his fingernails, Enki fashions two strange beings and sends them into the underworld carrying the water and plant of life. He instructs them to approach Ereshkigal with sympathy rather than confrontation. They find the queen of the underworld in a state of anguish and suffering. Following Enki's instructions, they echo her cries and share in her sorrow. Moved by their compassion, Ereshkigal offers them a reward. Instead of accepting wealth or land, they ask only for the body hanging on the hook. Bound by her promise, Ereshkigal reluctantly agrees. The two beings sprinkle the lifeless body with the water and plant of life. Inanna rises again. Yet her return is not without consequence. The laws of the underworld demand balance. If someone escapes death, another must take their place. Demons accompany Inanna as she leaves the underworld, determined to claim a substitute. As they travel through the world above, the demons attempt to seize several individuals. Each time Inanna intervenes when the person shows genuine grief for her fate. Loyal followers who had mourned her are spared. Eventually they encounter her husband, Dumuzi. Unlike the others, he is not dressed in mourning. Instead, he sits proudly upon a throne, clothed in magnificent garments. Inanna looks upon him with anger and delivers a devastating command. The demons seize Dumuzi and drag him toward the underworld. Later traditions soften this harsh judgment. In some versions, Dumuzi's sister offers to share his fate, allowing him to return to the world of the living for part of the year. This arrangement reflects a deeper symbolic meaning connected to seasonal cycles. Many ancient thinkers believed the myth described celestial movements. Inanna, associated with the planet Venus, periodically disappears from the sky when the planet passes close to the sun. During this time, Venus becomes invisible for several days before returning again. Other interpretations connect the story to agriculture. Dumuzi represents vegetation and fertility. His death reflects the dying of crops at the end of the growing season. His return symbolizes renewal and the rebirth of life when the rains return and fields begin to grow again. Across Mesopotamia, rituals and songs mourned the death of this young god. Women in particular performed laments, crying out for the fallen shepherd and calling for his return. These ceremonies took place during the hottest months of the year, when vegetation withered under the relentless sun. Such traditions spread far beyond Mesopotamia. In Syria and later in the Greek world, similar rites developed around a figure known as Adonis. Like Dumuzi, Adonis was a beautiful youth whose death was mourned by women each summer. Festivals reenacted his passing and celebrated his eventual return. Through these myths and rituals, ancient societies expressed a profound truth about the cycles of nature. Life emerges, flourishes, fades, and returns again. The story of Inanna and Dumuzi captures this rhythm in dramatic form.